When the first monkey goes for the bananas, the researchers sprays all 5 monkeys with freezing water for 5 minutes. Sometime later, when a second monkey inevitably tries to go for the bananas, the researcher once again sprays all 5 monkeys with the cold water for 5 minutes. The researcher then puts the hose away and never touches it again. But when a third monkey tries to go for the bananas, the other 4 monkeys attack him to prevent him from climbing the ladder, because they are afraid of the punishment that may come. Then the researcher replaces one of the monkeys with a new monkey who was not part of the original experiment and was never sprayed with water. And as soon as the new monkey touches the ladder to go for the bananas, the other 4 monkeys attack him to keep him away from doing so. If he tries again, they attack him again. Thus the new monkey learns not to go after the bananas because he will get attacked if he does. Now the researcher replaces a second monkey with another new monkey. When this monkey goes for the bananas, the other 4 attack him, including the new monkey who was never sprayed with water. The researcher then continues to replace all the monkeys one at a time until all 5 of the original monkeys are removed from the cage. Each time the newcomer goes for the bananas, the other monkeys attack him even when they, as new monkeys, have never received punishment for going after the bananas. And thus, the new monkeys who have never been sprayed with cold water learned not to go after the temptation of the bananas. They never tried to find the reason why the ladder should not be climbed. They just believed in what others believed and followed it blindly, and stayed away from the bananas which they could have easily reached, shared and eaten. Friends, some traditions and customs have been made 1,000 years back for a particular reason. But many times we continue with these traditions or customs even after the reason ends. We should understand that some of the traditions can be detrimental to our progress. If we always follow the same way to do the things because it is a tradition, we are often rendered blind to new ways that may give us better results. The 5 monkeys experiment, therefore, teaches us that we need to be constantly challenging ourselves to look at the things from a new light, to question things that we don't always feel right, and to try new things and branching out in new directions instead of saying, "This is how it's always been done." In other words, if we want that banana, which means better results, there are times that we need to question, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? Have you ever questioned?
All right, thank you very much. That will be all. Put your hands together for that experiment. Now, I hope we all followed through the stories. All right, so because of that, we're going to be having feedback from a lot of us. So we usually want people to volunteer. So what we want to look at is to discuss what we just watch. Whatever you have learned, the impact of culture, the impact of customs, the impact of tradition, and what you feel that should have been done in different dimensions. So just to do a recap of what we watched. Now, the researcher took 4 monkeys put a banana on top of a ladder. Sorry, 5 monkeys put a banana on top of a ladder. And anytime one of them climbs the ladder, he will pour cold water on all of them. And you know monkeys don't like cold water. He will pour cold water on all of them as a sign of punishment. So he kept doing that. And what he now started doing was, at each point in time, he will remove one of the monkey, replace with a new monkey that was not part of the previous punishment. But the new monkey will now want to climb the ladder, and by the time he climbed the ladder, the researcher was not doing any other thing. It was now the monkeys that were by themselves controlling the entire territory and ensuring that nobody touches the banana because of the fear of what they have been through. Now the researcher kept changing them to new monkeys until he changed all of them. And yet, that tradition, that culture remained. And so we want to look at it. How does this impact life? How does it impact decision making? How does it impact our financial life, our businesses? You know, as a business owner and somebody who have run business for many years, I can tell you that strategy or culture, we eat strategy for breakfast anytime, any day. So what's the impact of tradition, culture, and the way we do things, without questioning things? So I would like us to have microphone. Okay, please, can you come on? How many of you want to volunteer? So please give him the mic. Give him the mic. So please tell us your name and go straight to the point.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy New Year to you all. I understand the story very well because that was my story in 2024 and 2025. I've been pastoring since 2010 February, and 2018 God called me to start a ministry. I was pastoring part-time for Winners at Ijegu in Kotusai. So 2019 January 18 we prayed all through. 2019 we started. But also I've been a consultant to businesses since June 2008. But when recession began before COVID, companies stopped calling trainers or consultants to businesses. But I observed it, and I shared the thought with my wife. My wife shut me down and saying that we should pray that God will give me my own training. That should not be. I said, this is the trend I noticed. And because I read, I've seen that in 1929 recession in America, most companies shut down advertising and training, and they all went down. So I was now thinking within me, what else can I do? So I'm being a reader, an avid reader. I began to read about innovation, and I began to read about disruption. That if you don't disrupt, you'll be disrupted. So I got ideas that I could launch. But my wife, a core civil servant,
where tradition is entrenched.
A core civil servant has been giving me that fear of unknown, worries and doubts, school fees, house rent, money for food at home. Whereas all those ideas I was having, they are audacious ideas that I would need to sell things to move. So I kept on with that idea for years until last year. I want to tell you, in that monkey story, the most damaging monkeys are not the monkeys that witnessed the cold waters. They were the monkeys that did not see the cold waters. They were told the story of the cold waters, and they escalate the story of the cold waters, and they believe it hook, line, and sinker. So, last year, by God's grace, I got a book. I got 2 books last year. Number 1, 10x is easier than 2x. Then number 2, 4-hour work week by Tim Ferriss. In that 4-hour work week, Tim Ferriss began to scold me, telling me about fears, about the step I never took before because I was afraid. Suddenly, I got bold, I got courageous to make move, but the monkey in my house started telling me I cannot go for the
I hope that's not your wife.
No, it's an exception. It's not direct interpretation.
We understand.
But I separated myself as a monkey that even if they pour cold water or hot water, I will climb the ladder. So last year,
It's better to eat the banana
now
and
to
have cold
shiver it
water.
under the cold water and be hungry. So last year, I made audacious move. I have a very creative product in my hand, a drink that can slow down aging. And I have other product before that I was just managing to push that product last year. I did sticker, I did everything for that product. I never did trademark. It was last year when I moved out that somebody told me that this product is good that you have. Oh, have you done trademark for it? And that was not even the drink. It was the other product. So I now began to call lawyers and people that can help me do trademark. Okay. And to my shock, I discovered that many businesses are carrying business name or business product name that is not available in the market. So
you eventually launched the product.
Eventually, I had to drop one of the names because my name is taken already.
Wow.
But eventually last year, I trademarked my 2 products.
Wow.
And this year, January, I am working on NAFDAC for that my drink. In fact, last year, I was waiting for NAFDAC to sell my product. Because my product is creative, Holy Spirit moved me. Sell this thing without NAFDAC. So I began to tell people about my drink. And you will not believe it. I was selling a bottle 10,000 naira. And people were buying it. All right. This January, I'm about to do NAFDAC and to mass produce.
Thank you very much. So you have overcome the cold water. All right. The lady at the back, lady behind him. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Because one of the things that you faced was the fear was not just coming from you, it was also coming from the external factor. And that was exactly what the monkeys faced. It was external fear as even against internal fear. The new monkey had more courage to want to climb the ladder, but the old monkeys ensured that they never climbed the ladder. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to be speaking from the angle of relationship, your circle. It's very, very important. I stumbled on a post 2 days ago, and the guy was talking about borrowed fear. He said that he wanted
borrowed fear.
Yes, he wanted to send someone on an errand because he
I
had
hope you know that most fear is borrowed.
Yes. So he wanted to send someone on an errand, wanted to pick up the phone and call and say, if you can help me with this. And he said he had someone who was standing beside him who said, the person we want to call, the person always give attitude to things like that. And immediately he said he just started feeling like, should I call? Should I not call? He was just skeptical. He doesn't want to be insulted. He likes his teas and all of those things. And he just meditated over it and he ended up not calling. And he said later on he was thinking that what if he had called and the person had actually responded to him? So, and I can actually trace back to when we just started our business. I and my husband. He was the kind that he had a mentor that anything he tells the mentor, even if it's a stupid idea, the man will say, it's very good. I love this. Keep it up. And honestly, he was not the kind of person that is really educationally, like all this smart kind of thing. But we see ourselves doing a lot of amazing things that, I don't know, I just feel like, God, where is this grace coming from? But I feel like this is associated with right circle that we have. Yeah, so we actually have, we can't totally remove ourselves from wrong circle, but we must surround ourselves with much more better circle that will be able to suppress the wrong circle of people.
Wow, thank you very much. Because really, from what we watched, you could tell that the major problem was the circle. The other monkeys that have experienced hardship. Usually, because I'm into real estate and we do a number of things, you get to hear people who say, they duped me. They took my land. They did a lot of things. I remember many years ago, the first time I ever traveled to the UK, we went to do our business in the UK and all of that. The first set of people that we met were all, people who were very resistant to anything called investment. So I decided to interrogate one of them. And while I was interrogating the person, I discovered that the person who was talking to me was not even the person they duped. It was somebody that they duped that told somebody that they duped that told somebody that they duped that went. And before you knew it, a mindset has been formed by just what is not real. You have not experienced it. So the circle that we belong to is a major one. Who else want to take the mic? Let me give. All right, sir. The man over there.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year to you all. My name is Mr. Ikechukwu Christopher. I'll cut mine short because the two last people has really touched some points. But what I learned really is that where it touches me or what it reminds me was when I was about to go for an apprenticeship. My father told me that, no, that place you want to go, that business is not meant for poor people like us. I'm telling you, it was a fact. When I insisted on going, he said, okay, go. After some months, come back. That you need to be on a provision store so that if we are to establish you, it's something I can use small money to establish you in one corner of the village here. In case if anything happens with you and your master, so that I'll be able to afford it. Are you getting the point? Now, I agreed. Okay, I said, no problem. I will go. I will come back, as you have said. Because it's my father, I cannot argue with him. But when I went, I never came back. Because I know that
you are a disobedient child.
Yes, but it was a holy disobedience, sir. So, I knew what I needed because I needed to pull out of that circle too. Now, taking it to the Bible portion, 2 Kings, it reminds me of the 4 lepers. I would like us to have this at the back of our mind. This is that we just watch. We shouldn't just take it as, after all, like entertainment. The 4 lepers said, if we perish, we perish. If we are here, we go die. If you go to the city, we go die. But there is food in the city. Let us go there. It is better we die with the banana in the city than dying here.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's better to die with the banana than just die with cold water. You know, sometimes, because I do a lot of counseling, I'm also a pastor. A woman came one time and she was talking about her son, how that the guy is so radical, he's always doing 1 or 2 things and all of that. And she kept coming. Anytime we talk, she will always talk about the son. And I asked her, I said, come, do you want, what kind of son do you want? She said, who is calm? By the time she finished describing, I said, you just described the robot. That you just described the robot. Because if your son becomes that kind of person, you won't even like your son. Son, go and get me plate. Thank you, mom. Yes, mom. Carry the plate, bring. Son, go and sweep the house. Yes, mom. Go and sweep the house, come back. Son, sit down. Yes, mom. You will sit down till you come back. That's a robot. Sometimes there's a little element of stubbornness that is required. I remember when we were going through tough time, and it was in this same church. They made an announcement. I just started my business and we're struggling, really struggling. Even to eat was a problem. But I was committed to the business. When we were walking down home, we followed one street here. My house was not too far from the church. My wife asked me one question. She said, did you hear the announcement in church? I said, I heard the announcement. I said, which of the announcements? He said, they said they wanted a driver. I said, you say you can drive? I said, yes. He said, you know what? I would advise that you take that job. Even if it's just 5,000 naira you give me every month, at least I will know that something is coming. I flare up. For the first time in my life, I shouted on her. I was resisting it. It was a stubbornness that was required. And many years later, I called her. I said, my dear, I just got another job. Even if it is 50,000, I'll be giving you. She said, get away. Because what is the job? I said, how much would they pay you? I said, 250,000. He said, get away. Because she knows that it's no longer 250,000 naira that we are talking about. So sometimes there's an element of stubbornness that is required to break culture. Any other person? A lady now, a lady. Ladies, I need ladies to talk. Since ladies are not talking, let me get that guy. Yeah. But I want you to focus on how should we break this kind of culture? What should one of the monkeys, what did you think one of the monkeys should have done?
All right. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Timothy Akiodi. Now, looking at what you asked, Looking at what Daddy said there about I perish, because from the story of the monkey, we can learn that it was a mindset thing. Because one of the things that culture does is shape your mindset. It shapes the way you think. If, as a child, I was speaking with someone yesterday, and the lady was talking about how she likes staying inside, she doesn't like discussing with people. And I asked her a question. I said, are your parents strict? She said, very strict. I said, that's the problem. That most time when parents are strict, they tend to provide and produce children that don't know how to express themselves. So that training from our childhood has created a certain kind of mindset, a certain kind of way of thinking within her, and has limited the way she can express herself. So now, back to our monkey story. When it all started, the first monkey attempted, co-daughter was put on the others. That experience began to shape their mindset, their way of thinking that, okay, anytime you try to go, anytime you try to attain this level, you get punished and all of that. So that experience limited the way they dare to move out. So many people tend to fear, like they said, fear of the unknown. People that you were never wet, you were never punished. You are afraid to go because of people around you have not gone. So I think at some point we need to break that barrier and take that bold step. If I perish, I perish.
If you were one of the monkeys, what would you have done differently?
I think it would probably most likely be attempt to go, and if you are going to get wet, or you are going to get punished, at least make that attempt to go out. But I think many at times, many people don't really make that attempt.
When you make the attempt, they will beat you.
Well,
the other monkeys were beating anybody who attempted to go.
Well, as long as you're still, as long as they've not beaten you to death, you keep trying.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
This is my brother here. I'm looking for ladies. Okay, I have one lady here, so I'm coming to you next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony. Let me just go straight to the point. If I'm the one, I will notice that they have stopped spraying us water. And I will try to convince them.
But you are a new monkey. You don't know about that water. You didn't experience the water. They only told you. They only told you about the water. And they beat you the first time you went there.
No, I will know that I will be among the old monkeys. I will start convincing them before I will become the new monkey.
I don't get that. All right. No, please, let's get to this lady. I will come back to you. There's a lady here. Where is she here?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bumi. I can see, I would say the passion to stand out, the monkey does not have. If the passion is there, you beat me, I will go. So the passion and the drive to be someone different.
There were 4 monkeys beating one monkey. Oh.
Yes, you with everything.
And you know that's typical of culture. There will be more people who are aligning with the culture than the people who want to break out of the culture.
Yes.
It's more like the majority can carry the vote in most cases. So what will you do differently? How will you break out?
I would have to be rugged and make them know this is my stand. Let me first go. Okay, let me go. Then
they will beat
let us see. Wait now, let me go. Let me go first.
Don't you think that calling a meeting and helping the monkeys to understand that old times have passed, some new times have come, and try to convince 1 or 2 more monkeys? Are you getting what I'm talking about? But let me listen to somebody else. All right, that man, the guy in white.
Thank you, sir. My name is David Bamikunle. So, differently from what everyone has said, if I'm one of the new monkey, I will start by questioning the status quo. Why is it that whenever anyone tries to climb the ladder, why is it that there's a reaction from the other monkey? Ask. You will find out that most of the new monkeys does not know the origin of, they don't even know that they poured water on the first monkey. They just know that, our parents said we should not do it. That's their. So I'll start by asking what really happened. What really caused this, that whenever anyone tries to go up the ladder, there's a reaction of beating from other people. Then when you have the understanding, you start reorientating other people one after the other. So that by the time there are 5 monkeys, right? By the time you orientate 1 or 2, that's 3 to 1, 2 to 3 to 2, 2 to 3. By then, even if it is 3 that you are able to convince, it will be easier to do the job rather than trying to fight alone. Thank you, sir.
Because if you only do the fighting, they can beat the person to death. When they say if you cannot beat them, join them. So the way not to join them can also be to try to convince them, try to implement training, try to do some reorientation. Let me go to that far end. The guy standing. Because if you don't question culture, culture will persist. It will persist. Why are we doing things this way? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. All right, I would say this. Our life moves in the direction of the quality of questions that we ask per time.
Mm-hmm.
Many people are not asking questions. And that is what is happening to those monkeys. They are not questioning. Why did they beat me? What happened here? How did we create this culture? So everybody believes, in fact, at that point, they are not beating each other because of the punishment. Some of them in that place is beginning to think that we are marking territory. They are because they met a culture there, they didn't even know why. They have interpreted it in different ways. For some of them, we are marking territory that nobody must touch that banana. So we are here to make sure nobody touch. That's now the new interpretation that probably has cycled amongst them. And many of us are like that. We meet certain cultures. We're not asking why. How did we get here? What's the use? What's the essence of this? And you see this many times when people are trying to break out from a certain pattern. The people who advise them not to do it, for example, I'm in the real estate space, and then you see someone trying to buy land for the first time. They are the worst people to convince. Why is that so? Their circle is around people who have never bought land before. And those people will be telling them, you want to buy land. They will deceive you. Ask them who is advising them. You will see that it's mostly people who have never bought land. They are supposed to go to someone who has done it before. And then you ask them, are you aware that even while you are in this fear, like someone said, borrowed fear, you realize that every day people are still building. Are you asking yourself what they are getting right that you are not getting right? So many times it's the problem of questioning. People are not asking the right questions, and the quality of question you ask determines the quality of the life that you will live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me come to this side. Anybody from here? Okay, most of them didn't hear okay, let me get this guy, then I'll come back to you. Culture. We eat strategy for breakfast anytime, any day.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think mine will be very, very different in the sense that, well, I say I'm part of that monkey that I'm not breaking from the fear. Let me put it this way. I think it's not about attending meetings. It is the impact of the meeting in your life. For instance, I came here now. Last year, School of Money, I was here. This year, School of Money, now, I'm here. Now, what is the difference between last year's School of Money and this year's School of Money in my life? So that video just explained everything to me. Number one, the first question we are going to ask, how come the banana has not spoiled from they've been changing the monkeys, but the banana has not spoiled. Now, this is how it applies to me. How come they are telling you to be, you have been filled with fear, but businesses are beginning to thrive, or the different businesses, you understand, are still thriving. But we have been exposed to those that have failed. For instance.
But hold on, my brother. I want to think about that thing again. How come the banana had not spoiled?
Yes. And
is that somebody keep changing the banana?
Yeah.
As a way of keeping them in the culture.
Yeah. So what it implies to me is that your fear there is when you get
Or
to
maybe the
mountain-
banana has spoiled, they didn't notice.
No.
But they are
that's
still
not-
carrying banana in their head.
No, that's not what they want to project. What they are trying to project is that if you go against your fear, it's always better at the other side. That's what they are trying to project. Now, this is how it applies to me, because we have a popular saying in Pidgin English. They say, now where they pay you, now they carry in fire. So me now, for instance, I'm an employee. And I've been working in an organization, and by the grace of God, I've been doing well. Best staff of the year, you have been getting it. But how does it implies to your own life now? You have been working for your employer. You have been doing well, best staff, yes, but how does it now apply to your own life? Now, the culture of other monkeys fighting other monkeys are other employees. You are trying to sell the idea that you want to go into business. They will start telling you of only those people that have failed. Businesses that have failed. Don't you know this person invested in this, he failed. So you understand? So those are the kind of persons I've been surrounding myself with. And they have evidence. What they are saying is on point. But I think one of the things the monkey can do is to attend school of money. Yeah, because we are. What we are.
Please put your hands together and celebrate that.
What we are doing is practical. So one of the things the monkey can do is to attend global school of money. So even
maybe one of the
scenario,
monkeys should have attended last year.
So even,
then this year we'll carry all the monkeys and come and attend.
So even in that scenario, you have to change your environment. There's no way you can change your thinking without you not changing your environment. So if you are trying to preach to, or to sell to the idea of questioning the tradition and culture and belief, and other monkeys failed to buy the idea, first of all, you need to educate yourself first properly. Then you'll be the first to actually take the bull by the horn. Because the whole idea of the story is reality. So if you can go against your fear, it is always better. That's why the banana refused to spoil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I like that perspective. Now, I'm coming to you. This brings me to a particular story many years ago. This is a true life story. Now, this particular man owned a very functional company, successful company, doing very well. But he's someone that usually will come up with disruptive ideas. Just to say, if they are not disrupting us, let's disrupt ourselves before they disrupt us. You know, those kind of ideas. Come up with very huge, risky ideas. So in his company, he had a lawyer, he had a risk analyst, he had an auditor, an accountant. You know, these people, whenever you are in the room with them, you know you are in for war. Analysis plus analysis. So every time he comes to present those, risky ideas and all of that, they will give him all forms of reason why the thing will not work. Every time he comes, he has come the first time, second time, several times. So one day, he got an inspiration. He got to the office and he was about presenting. But before he presented to them, he told them something. He said, look, this idea that I want to present to you is a very risky idea, but I want to fail with it. I want to fail, all right? I'm not doing it to succeed. I'm doing it to fail. So he presented the idea. When he was done presenting the idea, the lawyer could not talk, the risk analyst could not talk, the auditor could not talk, the accountant could not talk. Why? The man said, I want to fail. All that you have been advising me is that if we do this thing, we are going to fail. So now I want to fail. Allow me to fail. And he went on to execute that idea, and that was one of the best ideas they ever executed that brought them from where they are to a greater place. That is saying that every time we have a system working in a place, question the system. If they are not disrupting you, you disrupt yourself before they disrupt you. Or else, when they disrupt you, you may not have a business. There are many things that AI is coming to take over. In fact, they started taking over. Yesterday, I almost wrote a full book with AI. I was just prompting the thing, and the books were just coming out. All that is remaining is for me to add my own personal experience, personal story, personal testimonies into it, and a book is done. So it means that if you are what they call those people, ghostwriter, your job is almost done. It's almost done. Thank you very much. My sister, microphone.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Esther Oluwole. I think the monkeys, the difference between them and the lepers in the Bible is that they were not hungry enough. You know, it was the same story of the lepers that we heard that women were eating their children. There was desperation. There was hunger in the land. But I guess because banana is the food for monkeys. So what happened that one of them was not really hungry enough. When you are hungry, there are things that you will do.
Other things.
You will already get it before you remember fear because of hunger. So I think sometimes when we are not hungry, we give up easily. When we are not desperate and we are not hungry for success, because everything will come with challenges. But one thing that will keep you going and will help you to overcome fears, both internal and external, is your hunger and desperation.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Who else? Let me go somewhere here. All right, that guy there. The guy. Hunger and desperation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Tony. From the story, I noticed that their culture is fear, because culture is a way of life. Them, they are taking their culture as fear. Now, fear, which is false evidence appearing real, has now made even the new monkeys. Now, because of them, because of the way they are now fighting the other monkeys, they are now like, okay, since they are not fighting me, let me just take it as a way of life. Now, that's how many people are. Many people are still where they are because of they are now taking fear as a way of life. Now, in order for us to break out from those limitations, we must have to take risk in life. That's what I always say. Because in order for me to bring out new innovation, we must have to take risk. Because culture is like, for me, is like limitation. Because we are following one culture, we are limiting ourselves. But in order for us to break out, in order for us to bring out new innovation, we must have to take risk in order for us to make it.
Thank you very much. I think the last set, I want us to focus it on financial culture. Wrong financial culture that we have practiced over the years. That is wrong, but many of us practice it. Can somebody speak to that? All right. The lady at the back wearing white.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aino, and I'm glad to be here. When you were talking about the monkey thing, I was going to tell you I'm not going to discuss the monkey at all. One, because I was still at the registration point when you started. But I wanted to just mention something concerning that. Fear has different interpretation. It could just mean, forget everything and run. It's still the same FEAR. Face everything and rise. It's a choice. We must learn to take risk. And I stand here to share that we just must change the way we think about money. We just have to change. I did, and the way we interpret things differs. My change started April 2020. I can't forget that till I die. And I share it when I teach people in my church. We must challenge the thinking we have. When you see somebody driving a Ferrari, for instance, that one is a thief. When you see somebody making it in life, I'm not saying you don't have robbers. I'm not saying you don't have MMM. I'm not saying you don't have people who, have eaten our money, in quotes. But I don't want to concern myself with that. It's not my business. What is my business is, what am I going to do to become like them, or even better, legit? And I stand here to share that. Last year, people shouted about, no money is a lie. Me, I made more investment, even in land and savings, and other investments as well. So let's change this way of thinking of, you see a big man, or they'll tell you money does not grow on trees. What our grandparents told us. Those things are lies.
Money grows on trees.
Yes, so it does.
If you have palm tree,
exactly.
That's money growing on
trees. Exactly.
You have cocoa,
let's change,
money growing on tree.
Let's change the way we think about money. Let's change the way we look at people who are wealthy. Let's make up our mind that I shouldn't be at the back when it comes to wealth. When people are saying things are very hard, let's be very conscious of what we listen to and what we see. I happen to be an optometrist, so I know that the number of nerves that connect your eye to your brain is more than the number of nerves that connect your brain to your ears. So which means what you see matters. I told somebody I don't watch TV anymore, like 2 years ago. I don't watch TV, I'm not interested. Because I don't want to feed my mind with negative things. All you hear is that 120 something trillion has been stolen from here. Tinubu is doing this one. I don't want to listen to that crap. I want to listen to and be regarding when they are talking about millions and billions. It is very critical. Let's change the way we think about money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wrote a book titled Don't Get Mad, Get Rich. And why did I write that? That's the title, Don't Get Mad, Get Rich. I see that most poor people always get mad at rich people. They pass and splash water on you, it no go better for you. Thieves. When you see them blowing siren and passing, say, oh, they are all thieves, they stole money. So most people have that mindset that when a rich man, somebody becomes rich, is either is lucky or he has stolen the money. You know, somebody said the government has supported Dangote to become wealthy. Did Dangote stop you from getting support from government? What did Dangote do that gave him support? So you don't just carry unnecessary wrong mindset. Dangote want to monopolize the refinery sector. Did Dangote stop you from starting your own refinery? Maybe there were other people that had a license, but they did not start their own refinery. So it's a mindset thing. We need to really change it. I want to round up with a couple of things that I've written down here. And I'll just run through them very, very fast. You see, because I am a business owner and I also run a church organization, or I pastor a church, I can see the impact of culture in many of the things that we do. This is what we call culture versus human behavior. Culture shapes human behavior. Now, one of the things I've come to realize is that sometimes it is not your values in your organization that people follow. It is the structure that you have put in place and the things that you have allowed and permitted. I discovered that I don't go late to events. This event was to start by 9. I came in here by few minutes past 8. I stayed in the car for almost 50-something minutes waiting for the event. Why did I leave my house early? That is my own culture. That's my own value. But when I come to either my organization or the church where I am pastor, I see that most people come late, especially some of the leaders. And I started wondering. It was last year I got the code. And the code is that you have been permitting late coming. That's why late coming has persisted. You have not been showing, you don't come late. So it's not your value. But you have been permitting it. So if you look at it, many of the culture that have persisted in our organization are things we have permitted. You allowed it, that's why it stayed. The day you become critical about most of those culture, they will start changing. The next one is that most people in your organization will not change until you change. Most things around you will not change until you change. You see, it's a reaction thing. Once you change and you start demanding what you want, things around you will start changing. I recently changed to a number of my staffs. And the way they have adjusted, I'm just wondering. So all this while, I've been permitting you guys to just be mediocre, to just serve lackadaisical the way you want. But because I changed, they changed. So when it comes to this culture thing, we must ensure that we are the one pioneering and pushing culture and making sure that things move on. If you don't investigate culture, you will keep repeating it. If you don't investigate, how did this culture how did it come to reality? What promoted this culture? Because there are people who are culture promoters. They are the ones who will constantly come and say, this is the way we have been doing it. Let's do it the way we have been doing it so that we can keep getting the same result that we have been getting. And there are people like that. So one of the major things you need to do is to constantly question culture. You know, one time I had a discussion with my uncle. And I asked him, I'm somebody that asks some very, very, very nasty questions sometimes, but good nasty questions. I said, why are we poor in our family? Imagine me asking my uncle, I say, why are we poor? Why is it that all of you don't have money? And he said, shut up your mouth. You don't ask those kind of questions. I said, I will ask. because I don't want to end up like you people. Are you questioning things in your family? Are you questioning things around you? Some people even have businesses that are doing well. The fact that your business is doing well does not mean you allow it. You still question the things that are doing well so that you can make it do even better. So question things. Question things. Culture will always fight back. When you fight culture, it will always fight back. It is persistence that ensures that culture becomes a norm. If you don't fight culture consistently, you will not be able to overcome it. So any wrong culture that has been instituted in a place, you need to constantly fight. One of the things I felt that those monkeys should have done, especially the new monkeys, is to start asking questions. Why is it like this? Why are you guys beating people? Why is the banana, why can't we eat the banana? Why, that like my brother said, has the banana not spoiled all these years? Does it mean that somebody is coming to change the banana? Does it mean that somebody is trying to put us in a particular circle that we are not supposed to be? Question culture. Now, this one is very interesting. Culture is a mode. Anything you pour into it takes the shape of that mode. If you see people who have worked in organization, I have seen some very vibrant guys or ladies who enter into an organization. The first 3 weeks, they are very vibrant. Or let's say the first 1 month. By the time they are getting to the second month, they start relaxing. By the time they get to the third month, they have totally relaxed. Why? It is the mode. Whatever is the cultural mode in that environment is what they will relax into. And that will make them now fit into the perfect shape of what that organization is all about. There's one particular lady that joined us. She was very vibrant, doing everything. One of our staffs went to tell her, say, Omatore. That was what she told her. You will soon get tired, don't worry. It's what you are doing. I want to change it, you will soon get tired. And true to the talk, she got tired. In fact, she got tired to the point that she resigned. Say, I can't keep up with all this. So culture is a mode. If you want to change what happens, change the mode. Once you change the mode, everything takes the shape of the mode. Because the culture you don't change will change things around you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for Mr. Wisdom Ezekiel. Put your hands together for him. I mean, it's so good to hear intelligent conversations, intelligent contributions from different perspectives. I hope you learned something today.
That was an insightful session. Please give him a round of applause once again.
The 5 monkeys case study.
Yeah, and I'm sure we've been able to understand that we need to imbibe culture in everything we do, in our daily life, in our organizations, and I'm sure we've taken a thing or two from here today, and we're going to do better as it's a stepping stone, and we've also been open to various things.
So right about now, we have a wider audience joining us, both physically and virtually. Put your hands together for yourself for joining the Global School of Money Summit 2026. A round of applause for yourselves. So a few announcements. If you would like to use the restroom, it's just by my left here. Once you come out, then the men's restroom is by my right, and then the ladies' restroom is by my left. All right, to take us further, let's put our hands together as we make welcome Mrs. Abiola.
So thank you very much. So next we're going to be bringing on Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. So I'm going to be, taking a few profile. So in case you don't have the brochure, the newsletter, please indicate so that our team can share it, which is important that we all have that. Okay, Mrs. Gift, please help me pass the brochures around. Thank you. All right, Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, the Common Sense Guru, Global Chairman, Common Sense Madiba Global, President, the Bologna's Conclave, founder, the Entrepreneurship Academy, is a Nigerian transformational leader, wealth creation strategist, serial entrepreneur, author, and philanthropist known for his influence across both religious and secular spheres. With an executive master degree in business administration from University of Huddersfield in the UK and a real estate executive certificate with a special focus on capital markets, project finance, and business strategy from the prestigious Harvard Business School in the United States. Dr. Olumide Emmanuel is a leading voice of personal, corporate, and national transformation. He is the best-selling author of over 30 books, a media personality, and a global footprint. His work spans continents and industries to empower individuals and institutions. He is widely recognized for advocating practical wisdom in wealth creation, leadership, and life success. No one encounters him and remains the same. I'm sure we can testify or attest to that. Please, with a standing ovation, join me in welcoming Dr. Olumide Emmanuel.
Put your hands together for him as he comes forward.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year to you all. I wanted to go and help me ask your neighbor, which kind of monkey are you? Are you an old monkey, a new monkey, a special monkey, aggressive monkey? Wow, you may please be seated. I hope you don't have a monkey in your house. Okay. Let me tell anybody, say, neighbor, the poor don't want you to leave them. And the rich don't want you to join them. The choice is yours. To break free from the poor and break forth into the rich. So you're all welcome. Thanks for taking time out in this special season to be a part of the Global School of Money. We have people joining us online on different platforms. I want to welcome every one of you. Once again, let's appreciate Wisdom Ezekiel for helping us with that first session. So today, we're going to be launching a lot of stuff. Apart from the session we've just had right now, I'm going to take us on a very long stretch, share a few things with us, and then reveal to us a lot of opportunities that are available for you to take advantage of. We're going to be launching the Palm Tree Farm today, launching some new books today. We're also launching the School of Money University today. And then a lot of offers that we have available, we'll let you know about them. And once I'm done with my session, we'll go on a 30 minutes break so that you can go and get the materials, because we have some offers that are time bound. And it's very, very important for people to be able to take advantage of that. Then once we're done with the break, we'll come back. We're going to be having a panel session, and it's going to be an amazing time. I've been trying. Is Morenica around? Which one of you is a hand? Okay, good, good. So I have one of my mentees. You know, whenever we talk about fractional ownership, putting resources together, many times a lot of people don't understand that that's the way to go, like I will share later on. So she's here today, and they've had an investment club, and they've been on for like 15 years or more, putting resources together, investing together, and then want to learn from them, because that's what many of you need to do. Because like I've said over and over again, it is better to own 10% of a billion than to own 100% of 1,000. There are many things you may not be able to achieve on your own, but if we come together, our grandparents did it, they did the susu, they did that job, but today now, you find it difficult to come together. And many of you are trying to raise 5 million. And before you raise the 5 million, what is 5 million is now 7 million. But with your 1 million, you can look for 4 other people. And we have the 5 million today. So we're going to be discussing a lot of things, and then they will be joining me in the panel session. Also joining me will be Rotimi, the CEO of Asset Rise. and we're going to be having that panel session together, and then we'll take questions and we'll close. We're hoping that maximum by 3 o'clock, all things being equal, we should be out of here, but we'll see if we can work with 2 p.m. Okay, now let's be sure you all have what you're supposed to have. So please check to confirm that you have the School of Money newsletter. Then number 2, you have the palm tree brochure. The palm tree brochure are 2 brochures. You have one that is AI. That's Agric Intelligence, Agric Investment. This is the real AI. So AI brochure, and then you have the frequently asked question, FAQ. So be sure you have those 2, and then we have Ignite 2026. Ignite 2026. So, which one don't you have? Ignite. Okay. So, many people don't have the Ignite brochure, the flyer. So, ushers and protocol, let's just go around and make sure if we have more of the Ignite, we'll pass it on to people. Especially give the Ignite majorly to women, because it's very important for us to ensure that our women are empowered, so that there will be no monkey in the house. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay, so let's go. So I want to share with us on developing a wealth mentality. Developing a wealth mentality. It's very, very important for us to understand that our mindset goes a long way in determining how far we go. So, multimedia, let's have my PowerPoint. Developing a wealth mentality. That's one of the reasons why I decided that we're going to use the 5 monkey experiments as our first session, just to help every one of us understand the importance of your mindset in the things that you do. When you don't have the right mindset, it goes a long way in affecting how far you go in life. So many of us are where we are today because of our mindset. And it's very, very important for you to have a wealth mentality in order for you to become wealthy. And we're going to look at that today. So to become wealthy, we have to break free from poverty and develop a wealth mentality. We have to break free from poverty and develop a wealth mentality. Whoever is on the slide, please try and follow me and make sure you have the next slide in view to know where I am, so that we can all work together. Now, poverty is in levels, but the mindset level is the real issue, just like the monkeys. Now, you see, there are 5 levels of poverty. And if you understand in the new book, The Pathway to Wealth, the book we're launching today, I wrote the book 20 years ago, and what I've done is last year I was inspired that it was time for the book to be updated, and it's been 20 years. And reading the book and updating the book, it's amazing how things have changed in 20 years. I'm telling you, it's amazing how things have changed. 20 years ago, 1 million naira was $7,000. Can you imagine? 1 million naira was $7,000. And now it's less than $700 in 20 years. So writing the book again, reading the book, I'm like, wow, this book needs to upgrade, true. I've seen, so 20 years ago is different from where we are right now. But you see, poverty. So in the book, what I've done is I've upgraded the book, and then I added 8 new chapters to the book. And one of the things I did was to expand the poverty curriculum. So in the previous book, poverty was maybe just 1 chapter. Now we have 4 chapters. So we now deal with the anatomy of poverty. We deal with decoding poverty, the trinity of poverty, deal with different things. You see, poverty is in 5 levels. At the top is one, at the bottom is another. But there are 3 in the middle. So poverty is a spirit. Poverty is a mindset. Poverty is an habit. Poverty is a lifestyle. Poverty is a state. So when you come in contact with an individual the first thing you see that helps you to know that that person is poor is their state. So when you meet people, you see the state of poverty. The state of poverty is a state of lack, hardship, insufficiency. So they lack a good look. You look at them, you can see the holes in their neck, you can see their skin, you know that this one do they chop well. You look at their clothes, you look at their shoes, you can see that, poverty there, their shirts are, the collar is dirty, the shoes are worn out, the wristwatch, the leather is dead. Even if they have wristwatch, they are looking haggard and tagged. You can see the state of poverty. When you see where they live, they don't even have a car. You know that this person is poor. But you see, most of the time, that state that you are seeing is nothing but the symptom and the manifestation. That's not the root. And most of the time, the reason why a lot of people remain poor is because we deal with fruits instead of roots. And when you deal with fruits, the roots will spring forth again. That's why when we look at things from the covenant and revelation dimension, the axe is at the root of the tree. You must identify the root issue. Because guess what? There is hope for a tree when it is cut down at the scent of water. It will rise again. So if you don't understand the fruit and the root issue, you will realize that you'll be in the perpetual cycle dealing with fruits because you didn't go to the root of the matter. So when you see people in that state, it's the manifestation. That's not the root of the matter. But guess what happens? What now happens is most of the time, these individuals now come in contact with religion. I say, as a pastor, I can tell you for free, in 2024, I celebrated 25 years in full-time, so I'm now doing like 27 years in full-time ministry this year. So I've been around for a while, and I can tell you for free that religion is more dangerous than the devil. Religion has caused more trouble for people than the devil himself. And guess what? Christianity is not a religion. It's a relationship with your Creator. When you practice Christianity as a religion, you are going to be a pawn in the hands of charlatans behind the pulpit that will tell you one thing today, tell you another thing tomorrow, because you don't know God for yourself. If you practice Christianity as a religion, you're going to be a victim of the myopic, inexperienced, inexposed interpretation of the scripture of the people you listen to. So when that man in the state of poverty comes in contact with religion, religion will now jump from level 1 to level 5 and say, this your problem is spiritual. So let us deal with the spirit of poverty. You need to do 3 days dry. You need to do vigil. There's an altar in your father's house. All these things are incomplete. They are not incorrect, but they are incomplete. Yeah, there are demons. Yeah, there are curses. Yeah, there are altars. But this issue is not an altar matter. Because guess what? Are you ready for this? The spirit of poverty is not omnipotent, it's not omnipresent, and it's not omniscient. So if there is a spiritual matter, once we have prayed and done what we need to do, it means that the spirit has been dealt with. Have you wondered? I'm a pastor. Have you noticed that if you are a Christian and you go to church, when the pastor begins to say the power of God is here, it's the same people falling down. The same people shaking. In fact, you will know some people better, but sister, you will know some people. It's as if you can't go there. Anytime you go there, you know the end. So me 10 years in church, that demon has not left you. Who is fooling who now? Hello? So you need to understand that ignorance is not a demon. You can't cast it out. So many of the issues, they are not spiritual matter. The demon has gone. The demon of poverty is not omnipresent. So what the demon of poverty or the spirit of poverty does, you will see all this is in the new book now, is that when that spirit comes, it will now install software and program into people, and the demon or spirit will go to another place. So most of the time, the demon you are fighting, as you'll be shocked that devil may not have visited Nigeria for the past 300 years. I'm telling you, if you see devil now, he will tell, Nigeria, how is Nigeria now? I've not been there for like 150 years now. I hope my guys are doing well. He has installed software And there are now people that are propagating and perpetuating the software. Hello? Are you getting what I'm saying now? So most of the time, when you move from state, they go to spirit. Please listen. Many of the problems in your life has nothing to do with the spirit anymore. Especially for those of you that claim to be Christians. The day you got born again, the power of that spirit is broken. The day you became conscious that you don't want it anymore, and you told God, change my story, he has answered. But the issue is like the colonial masters. Even though the spirit has gone, there are softwares that he installed. Those softwares, those programs that have been programmed into you is what is running your life. That's what the monkeys were experiencing. I hope you know that the person pouring water has gone. Yes, sir. The person may have even died. But the people that encountered the water, fingers are not equal. Are you a finger? Are you a finger? Fingers may not be equal, but destinies are equal in God. Hello? Are you getting something? So, poverty is what? A spirit, a mindset, an habit, a lifestyle, and a state. So, in order for you to break free, which is what we're looking at now, poverty is in levels, but the mindset level is the real issue. So what is that mindset level? That software that has been put into you that now leads you into the habit. It is that mindset that makes you to have the habit of not saving. What are we saving for? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Nino Lowo is a mindset that led to that habit. So are you seeing where poverty comes from now? So the spirit is no more there. But now your mindset leads to habits. Come and invest. You want me to dupe you? All these people that lie, it's fake. Everything a lie, a lie, a lie. My mother will always say, if you say you will close your eyes for evil people to pass by, good people will also pass by without you knowing. So you become pessimistic. You become a negative person. You fight everything. You fight rich people. Have you seen how people are angry with the rich? Anytime you see the people, all these rich people, you are just angry. Whatever you fight, you cannot attract. You can't. That's why I have problem with people talking against Nigeria. Shit country, stupid country. You mean you are in a stupid country? You are in a God-forsaken country? How can you curse a nation and the nation you curse produce for you? The same Nigeria that you say is bad, people are doing billions every year. Banana no spoil, it remain. Hello, banana no spoil, it did here. So it is that mindset that we need to deal with. Because you cannot pray your way out of a problem that you behaved your way into. By Monday now, we are starting 40 days of fasting and prayer in this church. But guess what? I know enough to be balanced. That's why we will do prayer, but we are starting another series on Sunday morning. How to create your success story. 25 weeks. So as we are fasting and praying, we are bringing the super on the natural. Because the super remains super without the natural. Natural will remain natural without the super. Is a combination, collaboration, connection between the super and the natural that produces supernatural results. You cannot build something on nothing. Hello? Are you getting me now? If you put $1 million and a bunch of banana in front of a monkey, the monkey will choose banana all the times. Are you seeing how powerful mindsets are? These monkey people. Put $1 million here now, and then put a bunch of banana here, and open the door for monkeys to come. They will all leave the $1 million. They will be fighting over the banana. But if that monkey can just realize that, come on, if I get this $1 million, I can plant a whole orchard and plantation, and I can have enough banana for my generation. While other people are fighting for the banana, he will go for the money. Have you ever heard of the bumblebee? The bumblebee. You know the bumblebee has a very big body, but a small head. According to science, the bumblebee is not supposed to be able to fly. Because in the calculation of wingspan, wing weight, body weight, bumblebee is not supposed to fly. So there is no science that could have allowed the bumblebee to fly. But do you know why the bumblebee is able to fly? He's not aware of the calculation. He's not aware. So as long as the bumblebee is not aware that it's not supposed to fly, it's flying. There are many things you can do, but they have told you cannot. And because they told you cannot, Konsherue is not somebody like you. Who do you think you are? When Jide did it, he failed. Shakira tried it, she failed. They have told you so many things, so you have borrowed fear. And the fear you borrow has kept you where you are. If you don't step out of the boat, you will not walk on water. But I'm happy to announce to you that this year, 2026, you are stepping out. Amen. You are stepping out, oh, because this year is all-round newness, new beginning, new testimony, new song, new level, new platform. So the foundation for building true and lasting wealth is developing a wealth mentality, because it will help you to create wealth and to attract wealth. Now, you need to become wealthy in order to attract wealth. You need to become wealthy in order to attract wealth. A lot of people are always concerned about what they need to do instead of who they need to become. So the question many people ask is, what must I do? What can I do? What should I do? We are focusing on do. But it's not about what you do, it's about who you are. So you have to become it to attract it. Hello? Now, a man comes to Jesus. I'm going to Bible now. And he says to Jesus, "Sir, what must I do to inherit eternal life?" It's a simple question. But when Jesus was there to answer, he said, "Except a man be." Oga, kill down. I said, "What must I do?" You are saying, "Except I be." It's because he was solving the real problem. It's not about what you do. It's about who you become. I hope you know, if you pick an electrical appliance with on button, off button, forward, pause, rewind, and you start pressing all the button without plugging the appliance to electricity, I hope you know that all the button will not work. There is nothing wrong with the button, but there's no connection. So most of the time, when you are talking about what must I do, you are asking for the buttons, but you are supposed to be connected first. The buttons are not useless. So when you see people say, "Hey, all these things is a scam, all this motivational speaker, aspire to Akaya, and then, I don't have that," no problem. If you don't want to be motivated, be demotivated. It's your choice. All these people, they are just using you. No problem. If you don't want to be used, be useless. It's your choice. Hello? But you need to understand that principles are universal. But the application of those principles, they are personal, contextual, and geographical. The fact that you applied it and it did not work does not make the principle to be fake. It means there is an underlying factor. Hello? So, except a man be. So, you have to become wealthy to attract wealth. So, being is the first thing. When you become the kind of person that can be trusted with wealth, when you become the kind of person that can undo what you are looking for, you are now in a better position to begin to do what needs to be done. So you will be, then you do, then you have. So repeat after me. Being comes before doing, and doing comes before having. So you have to become wealthy to attract wealth. It's an inside job. It's an inside job. Now, let me share a few things with you. Are you ready? How do I become wealthy? You must become wealthy to attract wealth. Being comes before having, and it comes before being, then doing, and having. So how do I become wealthy? Because the real issue is not the wealth, it's about you becoming. The version of you that exists right now cannot handle what you are asking for. That's the issue. I hope you know that what you are dreaming for is somebody's coins. Hope you know. You are looking for 10 million. There are people that will give you 10 million and they won't even know that it is missing. There are people that have in their wardrobe, in their ceiling, they have like $3 million sitting down in the wardrobe somewhere. Their house girls, house boy, and driver are stealing $13,000 every week for the past 1 month. They don't even know anything is missing. There are people buying cars of 15 million for a side chick. Hello, that is in 300 level in the university. Hello, there are people that will use 5 million to just say, use for weekend. So all the things you are dreaming for is somebody else's coins. Hello? So how do you become? Because I want to make money. I want to make money. If I give you 1 billion now, what will you do with it? That's when you will know that you are not even ready for what you're asking for. I hope you know that some of you, if you have 10 million cash now, cash before a cash, you will not sleep till tomorrow. Even carrying the money, you'll be thinking that now everybody's looking at you. Nobody's looking at you, but because you'll be thinking, therefore anybody comes, you'll be looking at it. It's as if they are following. Nobody is following you. It's just showing that you are not there yet. When you get home, you will lock door, lock room, under the bed, you put it there, you will close window, you will just be under bondage because you have. That's why you will know that money is a spirit. If you close your eyes, you wake up, you go under again. You start dreaming that somebody has collected the money. That's when you will realize that you are not there yet. Hello? Dangote said in order for him to be sure that he's rich, he went to the bank. He withdrew the money, said, give me cash. He carried it home. Nobody followed him. It's a process. He carried the money home, slept till the next day, said, so they didn't pursue me. They didn't come to collect, it's my own. He now went back and dropped it. He said, hey, now I know. Not that I have money in the spirit. You know, all of you that are doing crypto. Who are you? Crypto. You say you are crypto. You have money in the spirit realm. And you are poor in the physical. There are 5 ways to become rich. I'll give you 3 because you didn't pay. Is it not a free meeting? You want to be collecting. When you don't pay attention. But I know you will pay attention because you are serious people. For you to come out today, you are serious. You know, some people, they have done dirty December in nightclub. Then when they finish all their dirty life, they will now come on the 31st to say they want to cross over with God. I know there is a difference between God the Father and God Father. Small girl, big God. We know your God is in Abuja. Okay, so 5 ways to become wealthy. Number 1, you become wealthy by knowledge. So you have to become it to attract it. You become wealthy by knowledge. If you're a medical doctor, you don't become a medical doctor by prayer. If you're an engineer, you don't become an engineer by fasting. If you're a lawyer, you do not become a lawyer because somebody laid hands on you and destroyed the altar of your father's house. The way you became a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, a pilot is because you gave attention to a body of knowledge consistently for a period of time, and when you came out on the other side, you became somebody else. So when you resume school, year 1, your name is John Adeniyi. Your name is Shade Omokudu. By the time you graduated, when they say, hello, how are you? What's the name? You say, I am Barrister Shade. Shade Lurukwe. How did you become Barrister Shade? It's because over a period of time, you gave attention to it. But when you came out on the other side, you could not even tell us your name again without telling us who you have become. When you were entering that medical school, you were Thomas Uchendu. By the time you graduate, and you start pricing, hello, how are you? So what's the name? I'm Dr. Thomas. Who asked you? Your name is not Dr. Thomas. Your name is Thomas. Doctor is what you do. Thomas is who you are. But you can know more separate it again because you have become. So if you want to become wealthy, read books, enter into the school of money, and begin to grind. Guess what? The uniqueness of the school of money is that there's no graduation. Because the day you stop learning, you start dying. So you keep learning, you keep learning. You see, by the time you learn and learn and learn and learn, you read books, you attend conferences, you attend seminars, you go for training, you go for coaching, you submit to mentorship. One day you just discover that you have become. Your account may not have changed, there will be no money, but you just know that you know that you know that something has changed. So you become by what? By knowledge. So you have to make personal development a project. You have to be committed to your personal development. And I say it this way, you must read the number of books commensurate to your age in any area where you want to become successful. So if you are 35 years old and you want to break free financially, go and gather 35 books on finances. So as you are doing your 10 days fasting, 14 days, 21 days, 40 days, 100 days, I don't know how many one your pastor will measure for your man. So whatever your pastor measure for you, whatever your church measure for you, or whatever God measure for you by yourself, as you are doing that and reading the Bible, be reading something that makes you a better person. Listen to me, when we were growing up, by the time you carry books on healing, Charles and Francis Hunter, how to heal the sick, or you carry books on deliverance, B. Subrisky, how to cast out devil, by the time you focus on one area of reading, if it's healing, everywhere you go, you will just believe that you will be floating like this. Good morning, Holy Spirit. You will float by you. When you see somebody that is saying the devil is a liar, let us pray. I lay my hands on you, demon of blindness, because you have read something. You have become something. If it's deliverance, when you say, it's a demonic matter, we cast out the devil. The stranger shall hear my voice. Why? Because you have eaten something. If you eat money like that, and you eat wealth creation like that, everywhere you go, when people see problem, you see opportunity. Everywhere you go and say it's not working, say, money hides in problems. That problem is money. Hello? So you become by what? Number 2. You become by losses. You won't see this anywhere. It's in the new book now. I'm bringing it out. You become by losses. You lose. You know why many of you are where you are? When you lost money, you say, I will not do it again. Many of you lost money in the stock market. You have not returned. But in the last 3 years, the stock market in Nigeria is one of the best in the world. In the last 2 years. How many of you know that? But many of you have not tried again because you are a monkey in 2008 monkey. What is so molest? What happened? 2008. I will never do stocks again in my life. But you say you will not do stocks, but you did MMM. You say you will never do it again, but you did CBES. Vex. As people they vex for CBES. Who say you message? Why you refuse to learn? Hello? You become by losses. What do I mean by that? Listen and listen well. In every educational level you go through, you have to pay what is called a school fees. But guess what? When you now graduate, many of us think that because we have graduated now, we are no more in school. We don't need to pay school fees. Life is a school. And you are forever learning and never graduating. But moving from one dimension to the other. So the losses I'm talking about, they are the school fees that life will charge you for the lessons it will teach you. So when you invested 600,000, your friend came with a very powerful business idea. He said, let us put money together. And everything looked good on paper. You put 600,000 till tomorrow. 6,000 has not come out. Your 600,000 has entered voicemail. So I would never trust anybody again in my life, no matter what they say. No, it's called a business plan. It's a plan. Someone say plan. There is no business plan that goes according to plan. That's why it is called a plan. Because there are factors you cannot control. But it does not mean that when you now see the next one, you say, no, you keep doing. So listen and listen well. Those money you lose is not really a loss, it's school fees. Because the lessons you learn through the losses you make are the wealth of experience that brings wealth into your life. So when you call us now to come and be a consultant, how am I going to consult for you in something I have never been through? It's because I have an area view. Because I've been there before. I can now look at your case and say, I know where the problem is. Don't worry, pay us 60 million, and then we'll do this, it will happen here. Don't worry. Because we have been there. So it is through consulting, we'll now collect back all the money we lost. Hello? So you become by what? By loss. How much have you ever lost money before? That's part of your trading. You are becoming. Hello? You are what? You are becoming. Now let me say this. What I'm saying now, you don't need to agree. There are people that have disagreed with me. It took them 10 years to come and agree. Some 15 years. Some 2 years. No problem. I'm not God. I'm not infallible, so you can disagree. Are you ready for the next on the same losses? You must lose. Are you ready? At the level you want to operate in. Yeah. So if you want to be a millionaire and you have never lost millions, forget it. Oh, it's ready. For you to be a millionaire, confirm, you must lose in hundreds of millions and multiple millions. You see, as you are losing millions, you will now settle in a place where millions become like nothing because you have conquered that level. If you want to now be a billionaire, you will lose in billions. So if you sit down with anybody that tells you they are rich, ask them, how much have you lost? I've never lost any money. He's a liar. Yeah, he's not. He's just faking. He's deceiving you. Sit down with anybody. Hello? Sit down with anybody. Why do you think that Dangote, have you ever heard Dangote's voice? The way you have heard his voice in the last 1 year? Everything Dangote has done all his life is for such a time as this. If this refinery fails, you will see how a billionaire can become poor. Do you know how much he's owing? Billions of dollars. Engine on that refinery. But one party will lose money doing press conference. What are you talking? You will be shocked. You see, have you read Hotel Dollar's book? You see how much he was owing? 230 billion. Billion, you. You see, when you see billionaires, don't envy them. Big head is big headache. It's big responsibility. So you must also, if you are sitting down here right now, you have been losing 200,000, 800,000, and you are crying. Oh Lord, make me a millionaire. Forget it. Oh, those prayers cannot be answered. And I don't need you to agree. Your experience will tell you. So when people say, do you know how much I've lost? At a point, I was in debt of like 8 billion. At a point, I had 89 court cases. 89. EFCC every week, the collected passport every week I'll be going. When I'm going, like my wife might say, let's pray for your daddy that he will return. One day I sat down. I said, God, what's all this? I didn't steal anybody. I'm trying to help these people. He said, you say you want to be a billionaire, confirm. By the time I look at the 8 billion in debt, I say, yeah. But you know, I didn't even know how rich I was until that problem came. Because you know, when you are not doing it for money, you're just doing. Then one day they said, no, we need to go and do investigation on this company. For EFCC to investigate you and say bye-bye. In fact, the man looked at me. No, it's not even the man that started. There's a lady there that was a Muslim. She looked at me and said, sir. He said, I've been watching you. He said, I'm a Muslim. He said, I've studied the whole case and I've been watching. He said, I watch the way you come, you just sit down. You even be feeling sorry for the people. That I'm only trying to help them. You will see the truth. He said, I kept waiting. Let this be true. Because me, this pastor will show this. I said, but at the end of the day, I said, thank you. For help. He said, I'm a Muslim, but thank you for helping us to know that there are still real people in this thing. Thank you. And I have customers there now that are buying. They are now my customer. They say, this is the one we want to buy. Hello? We went to anti-fraud. They now said they should go and do the research to check the whole company. By the time they did all the research, they now saw that we are owing 8 point something billion in quotes. Not really owing, but But the asset of the company is multiple times of that. So if IFC say, come on, if Nigeria wants to work, they work. Oh. I hope you know there's something they can plug into your account. And your accounts will drop from day one. I went to FCC, I saw a pile of like this, GCP like this. He said, forget all this one, you talk now. See your account. You open the account 2003, you open it, and see everything. We don't check. The same people can say, you say you are doing it. Say, well, you have not collected any money. I say, I'm not collecting. It's my company. What am I collecting? I'm not a poor man. Hello? So when they did that, when I saw it, I got to, I said, babe, I'm a rich man. When I saw the ass, I'm like, did you know? Look, you will lose money. That's what will make you. So when I began to question God, why? He said, but it's the making of you. See, I'm making you. So now when you enter that realm, you will now begin to raise other billionaires. Then you'll be able to tell them. They will now begin to come and learn. Because see, when you go through life, I hope you know when you are in primary school, primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, GS, right? Then you do primary 2, primary 5, you come out. When you are doing the primary school, every year you are going from one class to the other. But you know that one class to the other you are going to, you will write exam. But they are all internal exam. But for you to go to secondary school, you will now write an external exam that will reveal the strength or the weakness of the curriculum of your local school. For you to move to the next level, there is a big one that comes. It's a big trouble, the big challenge, the big test. When you do secondary school, same thing. Then you now write WAEC, a big one. Then you do university, you write. So that's the way life goes. Hello? That's the way life what? 89 court cases. I won 87. And the two, they say go and settle out of court, that there's no case here. But do you know what that does? It took me through 5 years of a wilderness experience. Because you have to settle case first before you can make. Anytime you make that, say, hey, Mr. Man, shut up. But case is there. And with the days of social media, where they will judge you before they get the facts. And by the time the facts come out, they will say it's PR. Hello? So you do what? You become by losses. So whenever you lose money, cry. But wake up quickly and try again. Don't say, I will never. No, you will. You are not a failure because you fail. You are a failure because you refuse to stand up and try again. So if you see any rich man, any wealthy man, they will tell you how they have lost money. So I recommend the third last book for you. He sold houses. I sold all my houses in America to pay debt. All. But guess what? By doing that, the land, because what led to it is simple. Bring money for us to use to buy land. And we'll give you return. That's all. I will collect money from people and we're buying the land and the lands were there. But 2014 happened. Naira. We're all going to Dubai. We were at the airport that day and we're looking at the list. Dollar was 160 naira to a dollar. We did not know that in less than 3 months it will go to 400 and something. And that's how debt came because of foreign exchange. And I learned many lessons. Lesson number 1, never collect foreign investment for Naira business. Hello? That's the first lesson. Because we're exposed to over $1 million. And $1 million was supposed to just be 150 million. Because $100,000 was 50 million. So $1 million that was supposed to be 150 million, we ended up paying 450 million to return 1 million in a space of 4 months. And my thinking was, let's settle abroad first. Since I'm in Nigeria, I'm not going anywhere. They know I'm a pastor, I cannot lie. I settled everybody abroad. Paid all the money down. The second mistake is don't collect a short-term fund for long-term investment. Those are mistakes I made. So by the time I finished paying everybody abroad, I now made the greatest mistake, which is not a mistake, but it's a mistake in a chaotic system. The law of integrity is open communication. Honestly. So I use my hand. I use my hand to write letter to everybody to say, update. We have been running this investment for 16 years. We don't have any problem. However, in the last 1 year, it's been, you know what's happening in the economy, but we are happy to announce to you, I thought I was doing the right thing, that we have paid up every foreign investment to keep our interest. Since the asset is here in Nigeria and it's visible, so we are now writing to you to let you know we can no more continue the way we used to continue. So all of you, we have houses, we have land. Come and collect house, come and collect land for your money. If you say you don't want land, you don't want house, give us authorization to be paying you small as the funds come in, but no more interest. Interest will stop. That's how the gate of hell open up. That's why some people run away from Nigeria. It's not because they are bad. They already know that people don't love you. They love what you do for them. Hello? A guy invested 8 million. He has collected interest of 14 million on his 8 million. And he fought, he said he will collect again. And I looked at him and said, you have collected 14. By 8, come along. He said, no, that's not the agreement. I still have 8 more years to go. Are you sure how we became now? So when you see us talking with the boldness, we have become something you cannot understand. You can name it anything. Number 3, how do you become? You become by sacrifice. You become by sacrifice. You see, whenever you see people arguing, all this argument about giving, about tithing, and no problem, it's poor people's discussion. It's poor people's discussion. You want to become, you become by sacrifice. What you are willing to walk away from is a proof of what you have conquered. Giving and investing is the same psychological process. Hello? I hope you don't want you invest, you walk away. Open it to produce. When you drop your offering too, you walk away. It's the same psychological process. So if you don't know how to drop money and walk away, you will not be able to invest. It's the same psychological process. If the ability to take 10% of your income and drop it and move on is a challenge, you will not be able to take 10% and save it and walk away. It's the same process. So to become wealthy, you become by sacrifice. You keep giving to people. You keep giving to causes. You keep giving to projects. Because the ultimate of wealth is not for you to be blessed, but for you to be a blessing. To be impactful. So, let's move on. I'll give you 3. That's enough Christmas gift. 5, a little song. When you buy the book, you'll see the remaining inside. So simply put, you need to have a wealth mentality in order to become wealthy. Don't forget that's what we're dealing with. Developing what? A wealth mentality. So now let's go into the meat of it. What then is this wealth mentality we're talking about? What is wealth mentality? Wealth mentality is a way of thinking that produces wealth in your life in 3 ways. Wealth mentality is a way of thinking that produces wealth in your life in 3 ways. We're going to look at them, but just notice when it's a wealth mentality, it's a way of thinking. So your thinking matters. As he thinketh in his heart, so is he. So we talk about stinking thinking. We talk about stinking thinking. We need wealth mentality. So what are the 3 ways? Number 1, by supporting thoughts and behaviors directed at achieving wealth. By supporting thoughts and behavior directed at achieving wealth. So when you say you have wealth mentality, it means that you are thinking in such a way that all your thoughts, all your behavior is about achieving wealth. It's about multiplying what you have. It's about ensuring that you are not on the same level. So when money comes into your hand, you are not thinking of what to spend it on. You are thinking of what to invest it on. So it's a way of thinking that works by, number 1, supporting thoughts and behaviors directed at achieving wealth. Number 2, by compelling you to automatically think about, recognize, and take advantage of wealth-building opportunity. By compelling you to automatically think about, recognize, and take advantage of wealth building opportunity. So once you get to this realm, every time you are moving around, your mind is operating in such a way that you are thinking about opportunities. You are easily able to recognize opportunities. You are able to easily take advantage of opportunities. We have said over and over again, the word POUR is an acronym for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So when you see poor people, one of the characteristics of the poor is that they sneer at opportunity. They are pessimistic about opportunity. Every opportunity they see what will go wrong instead of what will go right. And what if it does not work? What if it works? Even if it does not work, at least you now know what will not work. You know better. So it's very, very important for you to know that this is part of the wealth building mindset. A wealth mentality, you're always thinking about. You are able to easily identify opportunity. You are able to easily recognize opportunity. And I can tell you, in the journey of life, many of the things that we have been privileged to produce is because we saw opportunities where others saw challenges. Money hides in problems. You should know that by now. So most of what people are calling a problem, that's actually money. If you're able to solve the problem, you become the solution provider, because money flows in exchange for goods and services and in exchange for products. I was in the UK many years ago, sitting down watching the TV. Ibis Hotel, 1 Rumford Road, Stratford. And I was watching the TV, and the news was going on. And while the news was going on, they said that this company has folded up, that company has folded up, they are filed for bankruptcy, and the camera was showing all the offices and everything. This is what wealth mentality does. I was not hearing the news, I was seeing the opportunities. So I'm like, I saw this company now have folded up. Look at that computer, look at that television, look at that duplicate. So all these things that they have, what will now happen to it? Do you understand? My mind was seeing what others were not seeing. So I call one of them, I say, man of God, on the company to fold up, say, so all those things, I say, auction warehouse, that there's an auction warehouse where they can auction it, they'll just sell it anyhow. I say, can I go to? He said, no, you have to have auction license, you know this UK. I said, okay, do you know anybody that has? That's how the journey started though. Because what you are looking for, you will find. When the student is ready, the teacher will show up. The person I was asking has been in UK for years. He didn't understand what I was understanding. That singular news and what I saw shifted the game. Hello? It shifted the game. That's how I started buying things. I went there and I saw that there's this particular set of duplicator that you can even use to write a book, everything. It's like very tall like that. I know you've seen it in the business center in those days. Very tall like this with level. They say it's 200 pounds. I said, 200 pounds. And 200 pounds then was 250 naira. So that's 50,000 naira for a whole duplicator. When I called Nigeria, they say it's 1.2 million. I said, 50,000 naira, 1.2 million. So I called the people that do door to door. How much per kilo? They say £3.50 per kilo. If I tell you the multiple millions I made from that deal. But how did I see it? Many of us were watching the news. Hello? But not all of them made news. I was in the US one day, and I was watching the news, and I saw people destroying houses like area boy, breaking glasses, breaking. They said their houses have been foreclosed, that they couldn't pay their mortgage. And I started seeing houses upon houses, houses upon houses, that nobody was there. And they were interviewing people. This is just bad. It's just fucked up. Even I don't know what's happening. You know, I pay for 12 years now, and now they just checked me out of my house. I'm just tired of this government. I remember they were just talking. I said, I picked my phone again. All right. I'm just watching news now. In Florida, so all these houses, what will now happen? They say, auction, they foreclosure. I say, hey. The lesson of London has prepared me for the lesson of America. Hello? They say it's auction, it's foreclosure. Thank you. It's foreclosure that the auction needs. How can I do that? You need auction license. To cut a long story short, that's how we connected. Guess what? They now made me to know that you can buy a whole house for $10,000. Now, so he shocked you, he shocked me. In Nigeria then, that $10,000 was 4.5 million. And I was telling myself, why would I be spending 4.5 million to buy land when I can use $10,000 to buy a whole house and be collecting rent? You know, sometimes you say, is it true? Is it fake? But because you have a vision, so I went to speak in the church for a weekend conference. I finished, they gave me $10,000 offering. I said, it's working. When I finished, I said, did they buy my book? They said they bought book about $3,000. In one place, I got $13,000 for a 3-day job. I did all my covenant obligation. I said, hey, guy, that house. That's how I bought the first house. $10,400. $10,400. How much are we going to repair it? $4,000. We repaired. That house started bringing $750 every month. 2009 to date. That's how I started gathering people. At a point, we had 42 of those houses. What if I didn't buy them? When trouble came, it was the same houses. I was able to now sell at $100,000, $200,000 to settle debt. But the debt I was settling, you know what it was doing? I was settling the land that people would have collected for $200,000, for $500,000. The land is still there now, 15 million, 20 million, sitting down. You see, don't think that you are going through a trouble. It's a process. Hello? Do you know what happened? I now came back to Nigeria. I said, my people must be free. Buy a house in America for 5 million naira. You can go online, you'll see it on Facebook. 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. I was paying money in Sheraton, paying money in Abuja, paying money in Port Harcourt, doing seminar everywhere for people to come and buy a house in America. Nobody bought. Not one person. Every advert I do, fake pastor. Face your ministry. Who do you want to deceive? Are you a pastor or a businessman? 5 million naira for a house in America. Or today. Nobody believed because it was too ridiculous to be believed. Hello? I will do seminar, pay for hotel, book. One seminar I went to, nobody came. Yeah, Sheraton Hotel, nobody. And our guys. So we just gisted for like 3 hours, gisted, then we closed, I went. I went to one in Abuja, 6 people. In the hall of 100 people, 6 people. Said, we just came to check. So, where is the house? I said, no, there is no house. I just want to give you the information. This is how we're going to go. We'll now order. So you will first pay. I said, it's auction. You have to pay NS money deposit. You first drop 1,000 in the escrow. I was explaining language that the escrow called. He was Pablo Escabo. So when people insult us today, no be today. Number 3, wealth mentality. It drives you to structure your lifestyle to preserve and continue to grow the wealth that you have created. When you have a wealth mentality, you don't live anyhow. I don't know why. I will go back to the $10 book again. When you read that book, you will know. You know one of the reasons why I love that book? Many reasons. But one of the reasons why I love the book is because it validated everything I've been teaching. So now people can now see that, okay, because now somebody in that realm has brought out the secret. It validated many of the things I've been saying. And number 2, it spoke truth. I don't agree with all the things he did, but it just shows you truth. The way this nation works, the way things work, he spoke everything there. I was on the plane coming back from a trip either from Abuja or one of these states, and someone was sitting next to me in business class, and he greeted me when I came. Oh, bless you, sir. So I knew that he knew me. Oh, he said, "No, not to sit next to you." So, but when we now sat down, I brought out the book and I started reading. I just noticed that the guy did not talk to me anymore. I didn't say. I just thought maybe he's respectful. Maybe let me not disturb the man of God. I kept reading. At the point, it's as if he couldn't. He says, "Excuse me, sir. Why are you reading this book? Now, what are you reading here? That I don't understand. With all that you know, do you agree with all those things? These are the people that spoil this country." He was just talking. What are you reading here? So I asked him, I said, "Sorry, have you read it? I don't have time. How can I be giving rich people money? They are rich. They still want to collect our money. The book is very expensive." I said, "Hell." I said, "The book is actually a very fantastic book." So I began to share some things with him. "Why am I reading it?" I said, "Because that's what I do for a living. I'm into the financial sector. I mentor people. I need to know what's happening. I need to know. So I'm reading it, and in reading it, I'm like, wow, this is a good book." So I began to share some things with him. But I was feeling that. And that's how many poor people behave. So all these people, they don't get money. They will come sell book again. They will come buy book again. They will come add to their riches. No problem. Keep your poverty. It's okay. By driving you, wealth mentality, to structure your lifestyle, to preserve and continue to grow the wealth you have created. He bought houses upon houses upon houses. It was all those 120-something luxury apartments that he now sold, if you read the book, to now pay his debt and settle himself in income. He said he could have bought a private jet, but he chose not to. He was now grateful that he did not buy private jets. Let me tell you something for free. Whenever you see people flaunting money, they are poor. So when you see all those people that will put dollar on the table or put money and they'll be sharing money on social media, they are mentally poor people. You see, there is a kind of money you labor for that you don't spend like that. But you see, because many of you don't understand that there is even fake money and there is Ambi money. Flyer, Ambi, you don't know. You think it's real money, so you are just killing yourself for nothing. When you have wealth mentality, you don't live anyhow. Many of you have more clothes than I have. You have more shoes than I have. Because you are trying to prove a point that does not exist. Hello? If you spend every money now, my wife knows, my children know, you, my small boy knows that we are not poor. But the fact that the money is available does not mean it must be spent. So one of my joys when my son said, "Hey, Dad, I need this. Can it fit into the budget? Is it the budget?" I said, "No, it's not in the budget. It's not happening." We still had a discussion about something. He was asking for this money. He said, I said, no, don't be in a hurry. He said, "You promised." I said, "When did I promise?" He said, "You promised that when I'm 13. I said, "Are you 13? I said, "Why are you in a hurry? You have 4 months to go. We are already in the 2026. Relax." Hello? Structure, like, look. The kind of blessing that God has blessed me with, I cannot operate the way some of my friends are operating. You know why? Most of my friends are older than me. Most of my friends did not have the experience that I have. You know why? Many of my friends, they are in what we call empty nest. All their children have graduated university. Some of them are already grandparents. Me, I have a 12-year-old boy. Don't deceive yourself. School fees cheap on Waju. So even if I have the money, when I sit down and I ask her, because you see, your last born plus 20 years is your deliverance. You that you are giving birth, your wife is getting pregnant every year. You are giving birth like sardine, as if you are trying to win an award. Just they play, go on song. So the day you give birth to your last born, add 20 years to your life. That's the day you'll be free, potentially, not fully free, potentially free from school fees. And many of you have not even started paying school fees. And many of you are praying that your children will go and school abroad and you don't have any dollar investment. Are you seeing your... Think about it. 1 million naira in 2005, 2006 was $7,000. Look at the difference now. So imagine if in that 2006, you invested $7,000 instead of 1 million. and that 1 million equivalent is bringing dollars for you, do you know what the difference will be? The house of 10,400 is now $380,000. Hello? But the land of 4.5 million then is also over 200 million now. Are you seeing the difference? Time. So I don't compare myself with anybody. So if you are sitting down here right now, you are 40, and your wife is still about to get pregnant for another one. By the time they now give birth to the child at 41, it means that at the age of 61, your mama say PTA, you'll be going for PTA meeting. You don't understand. You have no idea. I'm telling you, you have no idea. So I don't compare myself with them. I will not spend money the way they spend money. They say, you are an Igbo man, you are too stingy, but no problem. Whatever you like, call it. All their children have gone, many of them, their children are working. They don't have any other expenses. No responsibility, no nothing. They have their house, they have everything. They now want to compare themselves with me that still have GSS boy. As you might say GSS, as you might say SS, as you might say university, as you might say masters. That's what wealth mentality does. It helps you to structure your life in such a way. This palm tree we are doing now, ask anybody. As I say, you see this palm tree thing? Palm tree will take 5 years to grow. And once it grows after 5 years, it will be producing money for the next 70 years. I said, do you think me, I'm going to sit down with you people to be discussing palm tree matter? I say, add 10 years to my life. You think I'll be talking palm tree? No. I said, all of you have to grow up, we'll structure it very well, and everything has to be working. You people will be the MD, you'll be the CEO. You think I'll be sitting down with you people for the next 40 years, come back with palm tree? Hello? I will put money in the palm tree so that the palm tree will pay the school fees of... by the time the guy is entering university, the palm tree must always school here. So let's begin to move towards the end of this, my first session. What are the 4 underlying factors? 4 underlying factors of a wealth mentality. 4 underlying factors. Number 1, it enables wealth-building actions to become habitual. So savings should become an habit. Investment should become an habit. Habitual. So savings should not be something you struggle with. Investment should not be something you struggle with. So people call me from time to time, sir, have you heard there's this business? Oh, there's this shares. So I have 2 stockbrokers that I use. And I've given them a blank check for every opportunity in Nigeria. So if you know any opportunity, any stock, any shares that is about to blow, you get any inside information, just call me. Oh. They are doing any private placement, anything, and that's it. So many of you don't understand that there's so much money going on in the market in Nigeria now. Hello? And when you have somebody on the inside whose primary assignment is stockbroking, they know what others don't know because they have privileged information. Hello? So there are opportunities like that. So that's what it does. Wealth-building action becomes habitual. Nobody needs to tell you to save. It's auto-responder. Every month you just know that this is an account. Every money there is for saving. It's for investment. So you already have the money waiting for the opportunity. Number 2, it prevents self-sabotage and wasteful lifestyle. Many of you are self-sabotaging. Your bungalow is in your wardrobe. You fix eyelashes, you fix nails, you fix hair. They are not fixing your life. Bone straight. Your life is not straight. Bag and shoe to match. Your destiny is not matching your bank account. See all these guys, they'll be wearing sneakers of $700 with the Nimewa. What do you call baleti? $700 sneakers times 10. That's $7,000. And 1 plot of land you don't have. Go to the gym, muscular prosperity, 6-pack. You don't have 6 figure. You wear 3-piece suit with bow tie like a penguin. You don't have 3 plot of land. That's how many sisters have been deceived. Those of these guys, almost starch, white starch. The shirt is very arrogant. Fine guys, with bearded gang. Then when you marry them, you bear the pain. Self-sabotage. Many of the money you should have used to plan your life, you have finished it in December. How far? Welcome to the new year. School fees and house rent. And you won't collect salary until February. Were you not thinking? That's why people fight pastors. So you already know the covenant of first fruit. You know. Commerce of first fruit. Oh, more. January already. Oh, I just you go in December. When they paid you 13 months in December and they paid you bonus, common sense should have told you that my December salary will take care of my January expenses, my bonus will take care of my December. There's many free food everywhere in December, so I can plan well. Then when we now enter January of first fruit, you now begin to re-examine scripture. You are now looking for different translation to tell you that first fruit is Old Testament, New Testament. You now enter dichotomy that is not your own. And you now use January to mess up the whole year. You now fast 40 days with disobedience. Number 3, the wealth mentality prevents you from being a victim of change. Changes will always come. When COVID came, many of you saw what happened. But for some of us, it was not a problem. Because by virtue of wealth mentality, we're already saved. So we already know that you have to have between 6 to 8 months of your living expenses saved up in cash. We already knew that you have to have multiple streams of income. We already knew that you have to have money in foreign currency. So today now, no matter what happens to the Nigerian currency, no matter what happens to the economy, some of us can never be affected anymore. Why? We have learned by the mistakes we have made to now know how to structure our life so that change will not affect us. Did you not see how dollar moved? From 650, 700, 750 to 1,005, 1,007 was going to 2,000. He even entered one night for a day or two and came back again. Do you know how many lives have been ruined in the last 2 years? But for some of us, it doesn't matter. Why? Because we have structured our life in such a way that dollar money takes care of dollar expenses. Pounds money takes care of pound. Naira takes care of naira. So it's not going to be... By the time, do you know how many people brought back their children from school to come and school in Nigerian University? Do you know how many people have to let go of their houses in the UK, in the US? People that have relocated. I can tell you stories, fact and figure. I pastor thousands of people, so I can tell you stories. These are not real life. People that had houses in London, that had come to Nigeria, and they were still paying their mortgage. And mortgage in London then, they were paying mortgage of 2,000, and 2,000 was just 5 million naira. So every month they're just sending 5 million in 2,000, and then all of a sudden, it became something else. All these people that did Jakwa, do you know what they are going through? Better don't envy anybody. All those people say, where's your family? They are in London. Where's your family? They are in Canada. If you know the sweat under the suit. 2-bedroom like this in Canada, 2-bedroom like this, 2007. $3,000. So somebody that the $3,000, so with 5 million from Nigeria, when you change it to dollar, they'll pay car, this, pay that, you are good. Now, I know the problem. I don't know. I know many of you may be in that, so let me help you. You see, the business in Nigeria, I wish I have a flip chart. That's why they are not only facing financial pressure, their marriages are in shambles. You know why? Because you are here now struggling to gather naira. Before, all you needed was 5 million naira to take care of them in Canada. Now you need 15. Please help me understand. Which job will you be doing in Nigeria that you can easily let go of 15 million monthly to go to Canada? And you too will still take care of yourself and the house here in Nigeria. Whatever business you are doing that can let go of 15 plus your own 5, that means you are taking an average of 20 million times 12. That means you are going to be taking like 300 million from a business in Nigeria to finance a relocation in Canada. That is not generating revenue because your wife is in school or she doesn't have a good job and you are believing God, and then the business here is now dying, then that's just that one. Then you now want to go and see them. At least, worst case scenario, you do twice a year, so somebody is servicing your wife for you. So you do twice, they will do 10 times. Reality, because when the cold enter, it's your wife that will say, can you please just hug me? It's your wife that will go and ask for hug. Not that they will say, this is your wife. She just needs a hug. Because there are cold that winter jacket cannot handle. So to now save yourself, say, no, babe, don't worry, I'll be coming every 3 months. So every 3 months, economy class is 3.5 million. Economy. Then you're a big man, you don't do economy. So that's 9. 9 million times 4, plus all the other. So are you seeing how you spend almost $500 million? Now, the family you are now spending $500 million on, you are not there, your children are growing up without you, your wife sees you as an absentee husband. So upon all the stress you are going through, when she's stressed out, no, what are you even doing? What did you even do for us? You feel angry, you feel bitter, then the covenant will tell you, be a man, relax, have mercy. What did I do for you? Your father and mother combined, could they take you abroad? But you can't say that, Okole Road. Hello? Then you now finally say, okay, maybe I will go twice. And that twice, maybe it's 2 weeks. You now land. The day you land, you are coming with fire to enter the website. And she's waiting to tell you all the problem that has happened before you came. So when you now call, oh, my baby, is that why you came? Is that why you came? You're not even asking, everything is sex. Is it food? Now food though. I'm telling you things we have to be dealing with in counseling. So for the first 1 week, you are keeping malice. You are fighting. How can you talk to me like that? Am I not your husband? It's my conjugal right. You are arguing Boromiro. Then maybe it's not a day or two before you go. You now say, hey, let's do so that you not say I didn't give you. It's not as if they are doing you a favor. As if you are now one useless boy. The humiliation of marriage. And that's what you are envying. You will now return, that you get to the office, there are breasts everywhere. Everywhere you go, everything they are giving you, they are serving you on the platter, and somebody is depriving you or something. Hello? You have no idea what people are going through. Why are you crying? Sorry, I didn't plan. Sorry, I didn't know it would cause somebody to be crying. That means it's don't worry, the Lord will heal your marriage. The Lord will intervene for you. Camera, please don't show them. So I don't know. I didn't know that somebody will be crying. It's prophetic then. Okay. Number 4. It shields you from multitude of consumer-driven proposition. Consumer-driven proposition. Everywhere you go, everywhere you turn, everybody wants to collect your money. Everybody's coming up with products and services to take their portion from your pocket. It is wealth mentality that helps you to know this one is not for me, that one is not for me, this one is not for me. That something is raining does not mean you should be a part of it. Because everything that rains will stop raining. But there are some things that will rain forever. That will rain. So you don't have to enjoy every move, every fad. By the time you enjoy every move and every fad, one day you will now wear your own. They say, this is 2002 now. You're like, what do you mean? 2002 as well. My own clothes will never spoil. Your case will now be like the case of people that do ashwebi for wedding. And the ashwebi lasted more than the wedding. They say ashwebi 50K, 70K, 120K, 200. So we now spend 150 to buy ashwebi. Then 2 weeks later, you now say the marriage is no more. Respect our privacy. Otishi, just the play. Which privacy? Respect your privacy. When you were selling clothes to me, did you consider my privacy? When you brought it to social media, it is no more a private matter. It's now our matter. We are social media in-laws. Respect our privacy. Please, nobody should wear the clothes, not to save us of the trauma of the pain. Asha 150. tailor about 15,000. Oh, the 165. We go where? Oh. I will wear it till the fade. In fact, I will use it to do Insta life. So when we talk about wealth, there are 7 components of true wealth. Riches are cash-based, but wealth is asset-based. So developing a wealth mentality, you need to understand what real wealth is. Wealth is not about cash or money. That's just one out of the 7 dimensions. When you say a man is rich, it's because he has money. When you say a man is wealthy, it's because he has assets. Any fool can be rich. Some people are so poor, all they have is money. You can be a kidnapper and have money. You can sell human organ and have money. You can be an armed robber and have money. You will be rich, but that doesn't make you a wealthy person. So riches are cash-based, but wealth is asset-based. So let's look at the 7 components of true wealth. 7 components of true wealth. Number 1, strategic relationships. Strategic relationships. Multimedia, are you people on break? Strategic relationship. Now, please listen. Who are your friends? Which monkey is in your cage? Hello? Now, choose your monkey. Tell them, say, choose your monkey. Marriage is like a life sentence where you are permitted to choose your cellmate. Because once you marry, it's forever. But you use your hand for what I share, you use your hand to choose the soul. That's the same way friendship is. But the difference between marriage and friendship is that in friendship, you can hire and fire. So choose your monkey. They say it takes a village to raise a child. You say, I don't do village. You can create your own village. Hello? That's what Moradika and her team will help us see. Create your own village. So I teach in this church, I teach to people. I say, look, we still need villages to raise children. No? So look for other couples that share your value. Let's come together, 5 couples, and sit down and say, look, as a family, we want to be our village to raise our children together. These are our values. If you see my daughter doing anything on social media, tell me, oh, don't say you don't, tell me. If you see my son, Bame Koniko, give people permission to be in your village, to help you raise your child. Look, as a pastor in this church, there are people whose children have done abortion, and the father says, oh, no, my daughter is a virgin. I command that will not. Just dey fool yourself. Hello? Because will you now go and say, no, your daughter is not a virgin? No, she's a virgin. Amen. We thank God. That's the so you need strategic relationship. There are 3 ships that must be in your life. If you have to sail through life, you need internship, you need apprenticeship, and you need mentorship. Internship, apprenticeship, mentorship. You want to sail through life, you need to choose your friends. Everybody cannot be your friend. If they don't share your value, put them in the outer court. Hello? We had a meeting a few hours ago called the crossover service. The whole of this hall was full, gallery was full, outside was full, like overflow 1, overflow 2, overflow 3, everywhere was full. Listen to me. There are some people that should be in the overflow. Don't give them front seats. There are some people that are supposed to be sitting in the gallery of your destiny. You give them VIP sitting. It's your fault. Because you allowed people into your inner circle that should be checking from the window. So number 1, the strategic relationship. If you need 1 million now, who will you call? Hello? My story started in 1997, you know. There was something that took place that would have led to medical crisis for my first child in this life. My first fruits. That is now 27 years old, will be 28 years old. And as I was thinking, that's where my depression started from. Okay, what if this has happened now? And I needed 100,000. Olumide, do you have anybody in your life that can give you 100,000? So I started thinking, my father cannot give me, my mother cannot give me, my sibling cannot give me. So I realized that my family cannot help me. Then I moved to my friends. All my friends are looking up to me. I realized I'm in the wrong circle. I look to the church. Even the church cannot resist. Instead of being, I now got angry at God. Say, so what are you trying to say? After serving you all this life, should I not be able to raise 100? But many of you are sitting down here right now. If you have cancer now, and all we need is 1 million, you will just die a useless death. Because all your family combined only raise 50K. Oh, Lord, hey, girlfriend, you are just a fool. Moving with useless people. New year don't come. Delete them from your life. We are going to talk palm tree now. We're going to talk land now. It's too expensive. We launch book. Oh, when you measure the price, this book is 50,000. You say, it's not a problem. It just shows your level. The university is 200,000. It just shows your level. Hello? Don't, look, if you be angry, you know your anger doesn't move me. Just be angry and change. Ask yourself now, if they kidnap you, and they say, now 5 million, will your family pay? Do you have people that can pay 5 million on your head? That's how you just die in Sambisa Forest. Think. Oh, lowo otuleyon. Double jeopardy. Money you don't have. Relationship you don't have. Hey girlfriend. My guy. Number 2, assets. What assets do you have in your life? What asset do you have? You know, we were deceived in school. They told us an asset is anything you buy with money. So when they say assets, you write my shoe, my work clock, my mattress. It will shock you. Assets. Hello? What's an asset? Anything that appreciates in value. What's an asset? Anything that produces cash flow. So sit down and ask yourself, do I have assets in my life? So that when you have opportunity, you start acquiring assets. If you buy 1 plot per annum or build 1 house every 5 years, you can never be poor for the rest of your life. Never. Where you are now, we bought this land 70,000. First 4 plots, 70,000, 280. That's 280,000. We raise the money, we levy people per family by force. This one is not free will offering. By fire, by force. 280, everybody don't pay. Hello? The next set we bought at 100,000. The next set we bought, final set, we bought at 250 for 4 plots. 1 million, and we gave the man a car. Somebody sold the seed of a car, so we gave the car plus money to pay. Then I came to the people and said, people, if you know what this place was like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 27 years ago, this was a dunghill. You know the way Orioke was? That's where this place was. We brought trucks. We were carrying dirt away from here. This place was water. By the time you put a rod inside, it's 8.6 feet inside. It's water where you are now. People came here and said, everything is about my Paris. Who took him there? How can you go and buy? These things are on video. That this guy forgets it, he has missed it. I stood on this altar and I was telling them, Akonwojo is the next Allen Avenue. That I see skyscrapers all over. You need to plug in now. I said, this place will be a place people will come from all over the world. Oh, this pastor. We still showed this video on Sunday where I was prophesying, pouring oil. I see building. I see house. We still showed the video of 25 years ago when I was prophesying of what will happen in Akonwojo. They were looking at me. I stood on the pulpit and I told my member, I said, all the land on this street, all of you, if you have money put together, go and start buying. Because very soon, I was going to toilets. You know, all of us were sharing toilet. The toilet was behind here. We were all sharing toilet. So I went inside the toilet. They were talking about me. Say, Pastor, you come and all about Delhi on Isha. And it's what they were talking about. Oh, boy, Isha. They were talking about me. Develop. Bountifully. Now, can you imagine this pastor? He's deceiving us. We should go and buy this bush. Then later, he will now come so that we can help him develop the place. Then later, he will now tell us to sow it back. Not one of my members bought From here all the way to the road, not one of my church members bought land here. From here all the way to the end, not one church member. I didn't have money too, so it's not as if I was rich. But I kept thinking, Lord, I must not miss this opportunity. So when I started making money, I started looking for land on the same street. I bought my own 500 per plot. You see a building there now. It was just last year we completed a building on it. I bought my own 2007. Almost 8 years after I told the people. Me too, I didn't have money, so it's not as if I had the money. But if you have 50 million now, you can't get a plot of land here. 70,000. And many of the people then, they are still poor now. They are still here, they are still my member. We still see each other. They are still poor now. Hello? Oh, yeah, wisdom, come. Let's talk your story. You see this boy, where is this? He was a bricklayer. He said he's not bricklayer, that is foreman. He was one of the bricklayers that built this building. This guy has said, yeah. As at 2013, this person has said so. When he got married, you saw the story he was talking about his wife. That's his wife is my own younger sister, my last born, I married. When he was getting married, he did not even have money for wedding. To marry my, we gathered money, the family sat down. I said, look, this guy is a Christian. That's the most important thing. Let's support this. He's born again. He got married. When they now had a child, they arrested both my sister and the baby at the hospital. They now started calling me. I said, at this time, I'm not doing it again. Oti marry, Oti be more 9 months notice. He can't pay hospital bill. We still came up again, we did. Hello? By 2013, he came to me, he said, sir, I'm tired. I've tried everything, nothing. I said, look, what we are teaching is what you will do. I said, so we have a transformation conference coming. Anything they tell you to do, just do. And then, one thing after the, so when people talk, I just laugh. Pastor Matthew raised like 4 offerings in one service. 4. 1,000 times more. Where I sat down, he was coming out for everybody. What is it? I said, does it mean you should come out for 4? You want to But immediately after that meeting, he said, sir, an idea has come. They are all my staff selling for me, agents. It's now you people call it realtor. They will be selling to collect commission. He said, I have an idea. That's how they started. Today, now, as at this, now they have done multiple billions. 25 alone, multiple billions. Go and see that. Hello? There are people that follow. Hello? And they produce the results. The red will come. Na NEPA boy, see NEPA. You know NEPA. You know how they pour for NEPA. In Papa, do we no make up. Into do we no make up. And then he came to this church and started flowing. So I preached one message. When kings celebrate, destinies are open and destinies are closed. Then I preached another message. Change your vehicle. That no matter how much you pray, no matter how much you give, as long as you are a salary earner, there are things that can never flow through salary. Because in the salary scale of your company, the CEO salary is the highest. So no matter what, that means that's the highest salary you can ever make in your life. And you are not the CEO. He left NEPA. And they said, how can you leave NEPA? You should be waiting to retire. And started a power company. Right now, Prenedo's Power. If you look at the power companies in Nigeria, they are the top 3 in the whole nation. This one here. God bless you. Doing what? Doing billions now. Hello? They were talking about me in the toilets. And now they are still talking. Pastor Tiblo. They are still poor. Without shame, they will come to and say, without shame, they will say it's because of us that God is blessing. They won't give you birthday gift. They won't give you Christmas gift. They will come and ask for money. Number 3, liquid cash. Liquidity is very important. Liquid cash. Liquid cash. You need liquidity. You need to have at least 6 to 8 months of your living expenses saved up in cash. Liquidity. Very important. Because there are opportunities that will come. That is who has the money now that can grab it. If you don't have the money, that's it. Number 4, experience of life. Don't waste your pain. Don't waste your struggle. All those experiences you are going through, don't waste it. It has a purpose. Somebody broke your heart, record it. Learn the lesson. Every time you face a negative experience, there are 3 things you must do. Number 1, what went wrong? Number 2, what lessons have I learned? Number 3, what mistakes did I make? When you document it, you will not repeat history. Because history repeats itself when people refuse to learn from history. So today, as I share my EFCC experience, I share my anti-fraud experience, I share my Bill 8 court case experience, 8 billion experience, today billionaires come to pay me to consult for them. Many people pay me thousands of dollars every year to be my mentorship. Why? They don't say the man knows what they talk to because he knows what he's talking about. And then you now add the prophetic. Hello? And then you see amazing testimonies coming from people because they are now gleaning from the experience of someone. You don't need to repeat the mistake of other people. Hello? Mentorship helps you to leverage on the mistake of your mentor to do greater things. I have been in real estate since our first 50 acres was done in 2001. They started real estate after us. There are people that started after them. So there are people now, in 5 years of doing real estate, they achieve what I couldn't achieve in 25 years. Because all the mistakes I made, they didn't make it. Some of the mistakes I made 25 years ago, I'm still suffering it till now. Till now. Because land matter, it will join you to people forever. Hello? Somebody still contacted me yesterday. No, 2 days ago on the 31st. Hello, sir. I'm so and so. I bought land from you in 2008. So I just wanted to know what's the status of my land. 2008, Umbam is around 2025. So I just say, sorry, I'm no more involved in the, contact the office officially. You have the number, you have everything. Are you now saying, are you no more the chairman? I said, you did not buy land from Olumide Emmanuel. You bought land from Commons. Please contact the office officially. Are we safe? So I asked, have you met Jimovia before? Is your money safe in Zenith? Have you met, so I replied with 3 banks. Have you met Elumelu before? Is your money safe in UBA? I said, you did a business with a company. Don't contact me on official matter. I don't carry, so you expect me to know you from 2008, King Besori? That's what real estate is. It's a lifetime business. This is somebody that has a land that has been fenced with ghetto. So I said, but where is your land? He told me. I said, what's they saying? We have fenced it and we have gated it, but I'm just asking how far. I said, if you have a fenced estate and then you have a fenced land inside the estate with gate, why are you calling me? It's your land. You have gated it. Who has the padlock? He said, we have the padlock. I said, then you'll be going there by yourself once in a month, or you get somebody to be checking. What's my business with that? He said, since you are the owner of the estate, can you imagine? Number 5, knowledge and skill. Knowledge and what? Some people bought land for 200,000 in 2003. And then you get an email in 2005. Hello, I bought land from you people. How far? What's the status of my land? 2003 to 2025. That's 22 years. You have no idea what will go through in real estate though. 22 years. And you have a document in your hand that states that you have 5 years to develop your land. After 5 years, your allocation will be revoked and you will be reallocated. at your own expense, and then you start paying maintenance and security fee every month. So when they now send an email, we will now reply them, your land is intact. However, according to clause 5 in your allocation paper, you have defaulted. So 22 years minus 5. So 17 years default. So it's 10,000 per month, which is 120 per annum times 17. It's documents. That's why they all lost the case in court. Oh, they win. Because he's there. He said, what are you talking about? So you left the land, so angel will be keeping your land. And you came back 20 years later and the man said, this is your land, but you are owing and you are still coming to court? So you mean we see have this kind of people in this country? I say, yes, sir. I'm here. Because I'm a pastor, they won't kill me. Now integrity put me for trouble, but I can't change. Hello? The next email you will get, and you call yourself a pastor. How can I buy land for 200,000? And you are telling me to come and pay 5 million. They have forgotten that 22 years has passed. I went to the estate one day. A woman was pregnant when we gave her land. We did allocation when she was pregnant. The day I met her was 18 years later. The boy was taller than both me and her. Omoto, I know you. And then I said, my sister, I remember you. Because she looks like an Asian. That was asking, are you a Nigerian? I said, yes, I'm a Nigerian from this River State people. So I said, you were pregnant then. He said, this is the boy. I was so happy. I was so happy because my evidence is there. So I said, hey, young man, how are you doing? I said, how old are you now? I said, you are my evidence. I said, you were in the pregnancy when your mother came to collect the land. I said, so you to ask your mother. All your 18 years now, how much has you spent to maintain your life? And she wants to come and collect land without paying. Think of it, how much you have spent for 18 years. Do you know how much me I've been spending to maintain this place? Those are the things that put me in trouble. Spending an average of 8 to 10 million on each estate to reopen the ground and pay for security times 11 estates. So you are spending about 100 million of investors' money that you are paying 20% return on to maintain land by integrity for people that are not serious. And then people will come and be blaming. How much have we returned now? Maybe like 15 billion that we have returned to people. Human beings are very wonderful. So as you are coming here now, I hope you have the brochure. Read it well, oh. Because the kind of questions some of you are, you know that enemy or that, you know me, you are investing in palm tree. You are asking me, why do I have to wait for 5 years? Don't wait. Because palm tree come appear. That's why I don't do customer service. Oh. I don't have, it's only in church I have the shepherd's heart. In business, I'm finished here. So why do you have to wait for 5 years for your money? Don't wait. As you bring the money like this, the palm tree will just show up in your bedroom. And you just start drinking oil in the spirit. Number 5, knowledge and skills. Knowledge and skills. These are part of the wealth. So buy the books. I've got 1 book. My wife has 2 books. And then we have the university we're launching today. Go and buy. Start the year. At least you are doing fasting. All the money you are supposed to use to eat. Put it together now. So that you can buy a book. And as you are fasting, you are getting knowledge. Number 6, health is wealth. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. When you are sick, no matter the motivation, no matter the opportunity, you just want to be alive. And finally, faith in God. If you like, join all the useless people that are telling you that church is a scam. Don't worry. You don't believe in a miracle until you need one. Hello? So join them to be talking rubbish. There are fake churches. There are fake pastors. There are fake Christians, but God is not fake. Church can fail you. Pastors can fail you. Christians can fail you, but God will never fail you. So don't join people in all this nonsense against church and against God. Hello? Know God for yourself. It is. I tell my church members, follow me as I follow Christ. I'm not your God. The day I stop following Christ, which I will never, abandon me and follow Christ. I am not God. Read your Bible for yourself. When I come on Sunday, it should be a confirmation of an experience you already have. So you will know that me too, I know God. Say, that's it. God was telling me that. Say, pastor, to confirm me. That's it. Not that you will come like that. Then the pastor will tell you, come without bra and pants. You want to without bra and pants. But only a way. The pastor will now come. You need to start eating grass. You'll be eating grass. Then the pastor will now pick his phone number. Hello, God. Hello. Hello, yes, your daughter is here. Yeah, God is. I'm speaking to God now. You believe it because, you know when Muslims go to the mosque, they drop their shoe outside. When Christians go to church, they drop their brain outside. So any useless man in suit and tie can just be vomiting rubbish. Sometimes, even as a pastor, when some people talk and people say, yes, and they kill him. I tell my wife, babe, kill him, kill my boy is sonsi. It's what's that? That is how gullible religion is, the opium of the masses. Know God for yourself. When you know the truth, it's easy to detect a lie. It's because many of you don't know the truth. Because when lie is perpetuated for a long time, it becomes the truth in the system. So, what are the opportunities that we have for you before we go on break? Listen to the following opportunities, and then I'll give you time to go on break. I'll need the flash drive, the School of Money University. I'll need a copy of that. So let's watch the following. POUR is an acronym for passing over opportunities repeatedly. We are launching 4 new products today. Number 1, the books. So I have the books, just the university, that's all I need. Thank you. So please listen. We have 3 books. This is my book, The Pathway to Wealth, the book I've spoken to you about. A biblical economics compendium unveiling how to become wealthy God's way. So this book is 50,000 naira, and we are launching it today. This one is from my wife. It's called That Trial Has an Expiration Date. That Trial Has an Expiration Date. It's 20,000 naira. And this one is called, from my wife also, she has a book called Intimacy with the Holy Spirit. I think that book should also be around then. This is the new book, Dwelling in the Secret Place. Dwelling in the Secret Place, a training manual for pastors, ministers, and church workers. So this one is 30,000. So 30,000, 20,000, 50,000 equals to 100,000. Anyone you want to buy, buy. You know by now, me, I don't force people to buy things. Neither do I beg people to buy. It's your choice to choose. But for everyone that buys anything that is up to 100,000, we have the Entrepreneurship Academy. How many of you have been to the Entrepreneurship Academy before? Are you an alumni? Wow, wonderful. So the Entrepreneurship Academy is coming up from the 19th of this month to the 24th. And it is 55,000 naira for those that can plug into the discount offer. Now, if you buy anything worth 100,000, you're going to get a free ticket to come to the Entrepreneurship Academy absolutely free. Because a lot of people don't understand how to run a business and make it successful. Now, this is the School of Money University. Now, I want to quickly run you through what this university is all about. Over the years, we have done these trainings. I've been to different parts of the world, been to 6 continents now, gone as far as Australia. I will be back in Australia this August for another 5-city tour. So by August this year, we'll be back in Australia. So we've gone around. And I've come to realize that people can read a book, they can attend a conference, but one of the things that really works is for people to go through a curriculum over a long period of time and consistently go through that and then have a mentorship program attached to help them. And that has produced more results. So what we have done is since October, I've been in the studio and I've come out with 50 brand new curriculum on the School of Money. That includes information from all the books with updated information, updated data that you can work with. Now, that School of Money University is going to be launched globally in the month of March. We have 4 companies, one in the UK, one in the North America, in Asia. So it's going to be a global launch. And it's going to be launched, and it's going to be $100 per person to be able to attend the online version. And in that online version, they will have access to the videos and the e-copy of all these books. But because we know that some people will need something physical, they don't want the online part. So that's why we have created this. So this is the university we are launching today. And it's a flash drive. And in this flash drive, you have the entire MP3 audio of the 50 new modules. And at the back, you have a code you will scan that will take you to the 50 videos where it is archived. And then you have 14 books that are here. So this new book that we are launching at 50,000 is here already. The School of Money book that is also 50,000 is here already. The former book, Pathway to Wealth, that has now been updated, that is 20,000, is here already. How to create wealth as a career person, that is 30,000, is already here. 50 common money mistakes to avoid. 50 things you should never take for granted. Bridging the gap between the rich and the poor. How to create your success story. How to increase your value in the marketplace. All these are in here. How to create what as a career person manual is in here. School of Money manual for pastors, ministers, and church leaders masterclass is there. School of Money 100 level manual is there. School of Money 200 level manual is there. So in here, you have books and materials worth 700,000 naira in this flash. So this flash drive is 200,000 that we're launching it. So if you are buying this flash drive today at 200,000, you will get a free entry into the Entrepreneurship Academy. So please listen to what I'm about to say so that you will not misquote me. You know that I said that if you buy something of 100,000, you can get 1 ticket. That does not mean that if you buy this one, you will get 2 tickets. Do you understand? So that you will not go and start fighting. You know, doctors, if you buy anything that is 100,000 and above, you have 1 ticket. So whether you buy this at 200 or you just buy 2 books at 100, is 1 ticket you are getting. Hello? For the Entrepreneurship Academy. So that is now launched. So if you don't mind, I believe in prayer. So let us pray as we launch them. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Father, we launch into the body of Christ and into our world today the Pathway to Wealth book, the trial book, and the Secret Place manual, and the School of Money University. And we ask that it will break national barriers, it will break denominational barriers, it will break mental barriers, and it will be a blessing to this world and to this generation and the generation to come. In Jesus' name. Okay, so those are things we are launching. Number 3, we are launching the Madiba Pantry Farm. If you have any question, the brochure answers all the questions. So please, during the break, you can look at all that. So the Madiba Pantry Farm, we are launching today. 1 acre is 6 million naira, and that's 6 plots. 1 hectare is 15 million naira, and that's 15 plots. Now, it's not an estate, it's a farm. You are the owner of the land. So you are buying the 1 acre, 6 plots. You are buying the 1 hectare, 15 plots. On 1 plot of land, we are planting 10 palm trees. So on 1 acre, you are going to have 60 palm trees. On 1 hectare, you have 150 palm trees. 1 palm tree will give you an average of 25 liters of palm oil multiplied by the number of trees that you have. And once you pay, this money you are paying covers for everything. You are not going to pay anything again. Like I said on a TV program recently, if you see a lot of people doing palm tree, you will discover that our own is the most expensive. If you think ours is expensive, please don't bother to buy. Go and buy the cheap ones. But I'm going to tell you why our own is expensive. I don't get involved in something I've not researched and done my due diligence on. I invested in cash crop, cashew, palm tree many, many years ago so that I can test it first before I start talking about it. And one of the things I've come to realize, which is why ours is different from others, is a lot of people don't understand all the expenses that is involved in running a palm tree project. They just buy land and start selling land, and they don't realize that palm tree is not like estate land. So when you buy the land, unlike estate, in palm tree, you have to clear the entire land completely. As in clear. Now we have 1,000 hectares in 2 places. 1,000 hectares is 2,500 acres. To clear 2,500 acres is about ₦1 billion just to clear bush. So the person selling has not realized that he's going to spend 1 billion to clear. When they not tell him to clear, his face go on clear. When you clear the land for palm tree, it's not as if you want to build a house. After you finish clearing the land, you will start working on the land to start removing roots, to start putting manure in the soil, to start preparing the soil. That is another like 200 people working for like 3 months just to prepare ground. Hello? All that is money. Then that same land you are preparing, you will now go and prepare what is called a seedling that you will now come and plant. That seedling is either you buy it or you prepare it by yourself. If you go to Naifor to go and buy, and you now buy all the seedling and you now put it in a trailer, the trailer is now coming from Benin to Lagos and enter all the pothole. All those potholes that the trailer is entering, all those is changing the system because the thing is moving. All those people don't know that until they suffer. It's when they suffer the losses and they plant, the thing no grow. They will come say, what's happened? They say, oh, that way they go down. The thing don't uproot. They will now begin to learn by fire. Now, so you prepare the nursery. Nursery alone, and then now you're like 500 million to prepare nursery. Then you now plant. You now put manure. Guess what? When you now plant, you will now wait for 4 to 5 years. Don't forget, you have employed like 200 people. Where will you see salary to pay them for the next 5 years when the thing has not started producing? Hello? Then you will maintain. Then when the thing now begins to produce, you now need to build a mill with machines that you use to now process it. That mill you are going to use, if you want to do a standard mill, as we are talking today now, 2026, you need like 300 million. So the person selling palm tree to you cheap has not factored that in. So in 5 years' time, they will now return say, hey, the palm tree is ready, what do we do now? They will now start charging you money afresh in the future. So what we have done, we have put all the money together at once. So what you are paying for our own palm tree is you pay and you relax. Every money, your documentation, your legal fee, your clearing of the land, nursery, manure, staffing, maintenance, so even the insurance of the crop itself, everything is included in the money you are paying. That is why our own is like that. God bless you. So if you plug in now, it's 6 million per acre, and we'll give you 90 days to pay. So you can drop money today, lock it down, because we have only 100 hectares and 250 acres available. And you can see that there's crowd here. There are people online that are already paying. So if you snooze, you lose. Why you are still trying to ask too many questions? People don't pay. You now tell you it's finished. We did a pre-launch. People have been calling me, can I still pay for pre-launch? Sorry, you can't. So, 6 million. But if you say I don't have money to pay within the next 90 days, then it will be 8 million naira per acre. Then you can pay 20% as your deposit, and then you have 6 to 12 months to pay the balance. 1 hectare is 15 plots. That's 15 million naira. And then you can then pay within 90 days. But if you say you don't have money to pay within 90 days, but you want to lock it down, that will be 20 million. You pay 20%, and you spread the balance within 6 to 12 months. Any question you have, get them ready. When we come back from the break, during the panel session, we'll be answering the question. So what we have done is, for us as a company, real estate is my core area. I have one of my sons and mentees, Rotimi of Asset Rise. He's been doing this. His father was a palm tree farmer. And when his father died, when he was still in elementary school, they thought that the world was over, but through the palm tree, he was able to grow, sent to school, went abroad, his children. So 4 generations in his family have been eating from the same 100-acre palm tree of his father. He went to London and said, how can I stay in London when palm tree sent me to London? Let me return to Nigeria and do the same thing. So I've invested in this company for about 5 years now. And when we talk about palm tree in Nigeria today, he's the #1 person that is doing it as a company, apart from the institutional people, and then many other people are learning from me. So what we did was to partner together. So he and his company are the management partner. So when the palm tree produce, we are now going to share the profit. You, the owner of the land, will give you 60% of the return. 40%, my own company, will collect 20%. His own company will collect 20%. So we are all in it together, so that everybody has a stake to put all our destiny in there to make it work. So if you are sitting down here right now, you are thinking of how to pay school fees for your children, many of you that are working for yourself, you don't have pension, you don't have retirement, this can be your retirement. Institutional buyer, you are a pastor, let your church come and buy 10 acres, buy 10 hectares. Because if you are waiting for tithe and offering, you go take. So make sure you prepare yourself. So you are a CEO, you have company, you are a cooperative society. We are looking more for instance, people are buying 10 acres, so we really don't want all this 1 acre, because sometimes poor people, they are too much. So you need people that can buy in bulk, so that when we are talking from a wealth mentality, not somebody that will be calling you, excuse me, sir, how far with the palm tree? Or do man like hello, it don't grow? Is it growing now? Have you watered it? We don't want stressful people. I'm tired of poverty people in my life. Hello? It's a brand new year. Okay. Number 4, we are launching the real estate partner scheme. I told you about the investment that put me in trouble. So we have learned our lessons, and we have been able to survive and put things together. So we're launching today also the real estate partner scheme. And with the real estate partner scheme, is a real estate investment opportunity to partner with us to build. So when you were coming here, I don't know if you saw a land. When you are going now, you can see a land here that is fenced, paint. That's the land we have bought. So that's an investment property. So some investors, we have put money together, and we have acquired land there, and we are building 7-story building. 56 units of apartments, plus luxury apartment, plus commercial. We are building 7-story building there. So we are trying to use this investment to raise 5 billion to put in that investment. So it's a real estate investment scheme. The minimum entry level is 5 million naira. You bring 5 million for 5 years. So it's a 5-year project. You bring 5 million for 5 years. So every year we'll be giving you 20% return. And at the end of the 5 years, you come and collect your money. So if you're interested in being a part of that, it's purely a real estate investment. All the details, partnering with us, all the details. So we are not stockbrokers, we are not fund managers, we are not, so if you want, are you in SEC? No, we are not in SEC. Go and put your money in SEC. This one is purely a real estate company. And that's what we are doing. So we have the CFO, we have everything. We'll show you what we are doing. So if you are not interested, please keep your money. I don't have time to be answering questions. There are people that will easily pay. So please, so the real estate partner scheme, if you are interested, you join. The minimum is 5 million for 5 years. and then you get 20% every year. So if you bring 5 million every year, you get 1 million. After 5 years, you come and collect your 5 million. And every money you are bringing is secured with real estate. Real estate is the security. So nothing will go wrong, but if anything goes wrong, you collect land or house equivalent to the money that you brought by valuation. So we also have existing opportunities that you can plug into. Number one, Madiba Realtors platform. That's opportunity number one. So if you are here today now, you want to make extra money, you can become a realtor. And this pantry we are selling now, you can sell to your uncle and get commission. Sell to your auntie, get commission. So if you sell, you will get commission of 10% for selling to somebody that you know. So you can register to be a realtor for free. We'll train you for free. You get 10% for every sales you make. And then you are able to increase your net worth through your network. So, number two is the AWOOF promo. AWOOF promo. We have done a promo that is supposed to have ended in the last year, but it has been extended for 10 days. So this promo will end on the 10th of this month of January, 75%. Genesis Estates in Abuja and Madiba Countryside. So Genesis Estates is 20 million, but we're giving it for 5 million. And you still have 90 days to pay, so just plug in, and then you have 90 days to pay up. Madiba Countryside is 10 million. We are doing it for 2.5 million. You make a deposit, and you still have 90 days to pay up. Then we have the Madiba short-let and apartments. If you don't mind, if you can, when you live here now, just walk 2 minutes away into the street. You see a massive 3-story building. It's called Sapphire Apartments. That's the land I bought for 500. And I built 12 units of apartment there now. And our studio, everything is there. So you can go there and let them take you around to see the apartment. So if you need any apartments, you want to, host an event, we have halls, we have boardrooms, we have 2 bedrooms, we have 1 bedroom, we have rooms. So you can come and stay in the apartments. We have apartments here on the mainland, and we have on the highland. So if you need something in the Lekki corridor, we also have apartments there. Number 4, we have the American fractional home ownership. So by virtue of the experience I had with the U.S. property I spoke to you about, and I realized that a lot of people are now knowledgeable and matured about investment abroad, but they don't have the money anymore. So what we did is we came up with a fractional home ownership. So instead of looking for $100,000, with $10,000, you can join 9 other people and own a house. So that we do regularly. Last year, we've done a lot of that. So if you know anybody that can join you, so 10 of you can come together and put 10,000 together and form 1 unit and join the other unit. And that will be giving you dollars income every month. But we share the money every year. We don't share it monthly. Because after 1 year, you have to pay tax, you have to pay property tax, so America is structured, you pay everything, then whatever is left, everybody will now share. But with that, the property is appreciating, and then you're also getting dollars. So if you're planning for your children to go and school abroad, these are things you can do. Palm Tree will be bringing money from here. American houses will be bringing money from America. We have the same thing for UK, but we are pushing more of the America because the UK one takes longer time. And for the America, in 90 days, we're able to turn it around because we have mastered we have the structure in place. For the UK, the one we did in April last year, it was just in December that rent started coming in. So it took so it's longer time, and not many people may understand the need to stay that long. So we are slowing down on the UK one until we have serious-minded people that are willing to wait for whenever it comes, because we can't give a promise on when it will be ready based on the experience we had last year. But for America, once the money is complete in 90 days, the house is ready with the tenants. Madiba houses. So you see this picture of the Madiba houses for sale. Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, this building, that's the building right there. This is the exact picture of the building. So you can go there, you'll see the building. So we have sold some, the units we want to sell. We have short let there, we sold to some people. Now, what we want to build here now is 7-story, and it's even more luxury than this one. But now we have houses for sale. We have houses in Atonta that is pay and parking, completed. You just pay and parking with your own meter, water, everything. We've completed. We have houses in Uyo that are 90% completed. You pay, and in 30 days you park in. We have about 30 houses there. We have houses in Abuja, about 50 houses we have built. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 90% completed. You pay, in 30 days you park in. So if you are interested, you can. So all this I'm saying so that when you go on break. Then opportunity 7 is the Billionaires Conclave. Many people say they want to be a part of my mentorship. Be a part of my mentorship. To be a part of my mentorship is free. All you need to do is to follow me on social media platform, and I'll be mentoring you from YouTube. And no, it's powerful mentorship. YouTube, powerful. So you don't need to pay. Just go to YouTube, follow me on anything I drop, you get it. But if you say, I want to now be in the inner circle, it's called the Billionaires Conclave. And to be a part of that, you pay individuals at $3,000 per annum. For a family, husband and wife, is $4,500. And for an organization, a company, is $10,000 per annum. Once you pay, what you get is 2 days fully residential events. So we have members in 27 countries on 6 continents. So every year we host annual events for 2 days, fully residential. So if you are a member in Nigeria, on the 6th and 7th of March, you come for the free event in Marriott, 2 days, fully residential. You can go and ask Marriott how much is a room. As at last year, it was $750. As at now, it's $950 for 1 night. So you'll be there for 2 nights. It's free. It's part of your... So the 3,000 is not the mentorship. It's just to show that you are serious. So really, the mentorship is free. Because what we are going to give you will be more than the 3,000. But it's to show that at least you have enough understanding to value what you want to get. So the 2-day fully residential alone will cover for the money you are paying. Then we have 3 master classes that we host online 3 times in a year: January, July, and November. So we sit down together, everybody all over the world. You're able to see other people. Then we are going to put you on a platform where all the members globally are there. If you want to go to any country where the members are, you already have a family. Then we have a portal. Once you are a member, if you do the 3,000 level, you are what we call the bronze. Now, at that 3,000 level, all the master classes that we have done since the inception, when you enter the portal, you get a code. That code will give you access to the archives of all that people have been enjoying before you came, so that you can catch up. If you do silver, which is 5,000, you not only get access to that portal, then all the conferences we have done in the conclave since inception, that also gives you the access to that portal. And finally, you have access to me directly all through the year. You need counsel, you need guidance on anything, you can contact me, and then we can use our network to help you. We have members all over the world, so if you're interested, you can join. And once every year, we advise people in the conclave, if you cannot travel every year, at least travel every 2 years. So every year in December, we'll go on a mentorship tour for 1 week to 10 days. We were in Canada in December for the winter experience. This year, December, now we're going to China. So every year we go to a different country. It helps you to have global experience and helps you to grow your wealth. Then we have the events for 2026. So the Conclave Summit for 2026 is R10. Renew, rebrand, reposition, reinvent, revive, restructure, reorganize, realign, retreat, refire, retire. So we're going to be dealing with all these different aspects. Joining me will be Feladre Toye, and he's going to be speaking. Festus Keyamo will be speaking, and Baby Clement will be speaking. Now, this conference is $3,000 for residential, so you can see now. So if you are a member, you are coming for free. So even if you are not a member, you still pay the $3,000. So is it not better to be a member? So if you can afford that, non-residential is $2,000. There's a 50% discount that we have opened up right now. So if you are able to pay between now and the 31st of December, instead of paying $3,000, you pay $1,500 for the conference, fully residential. And instead of paying 2,000, you pay 1,000 for the conference, non-residential. Those that are in New York, this is their own conference. So those that are in North America, once we finish with Nigeria, we move to New York for the New York conference. And we are dealing with disruptions, individuals, families, and organizations. Then from New York, we move to UK. We'll be at Marriott in Milton Keynes for the UK conference, and that will also be disruptions. And then the real estate, Global Real Estate Executive Bootcamp. Many of the players in the real estate sector that you know right now, there are people that have been trained directly or indirectly through me or those that I've trained. And in 2023, about 3-4 years ago, we hosted the first edition. It was 7 days fully residential. Never happened before anywhere in the world. And it was $10,000 per person. And we had people from all over the world that attended. About 80% of those that attended that event in 2023 are already doing turnover in billions in less than 3 years. So in 2026, which we have entered right now, we are hosting another one from 5th to 12th of July. It's one event, 45 speakers, 72 modules, and it's 7 days fully residential. We'll be at the Sheraton Hotel for 7 full days. And this event will take you to another dimension. It comes with money back guarantee. Anybody that registers for this is not for boys. It's for the big players. And you know the amazing thing about this is that any money you pay, you will get your money back, guaranteed. We are giving everybody 300 million naira inventory of land. We are sharing 30 billion naira land because we're only hosting 100 people. 30 billion is the land we're going to be giving to people. So each delegate will get an inventory of 300 million naira worth of real estate to go and sell. And when you sell 300 million, you get 10% of the 300 million and your money is back. And we give you time to go and do this. So we teach you and then we empower you. This particular event is 50 million per person. And we have a discount going on right now for 25 million. The discount expired in December. But for those of you that are listening to me right now, if you can plug in by the 31st of this month, we extend the 25 million discount to you. It does not mean you have to pay 25 million now. We are still doing July. Just pay 5 million to lock it down. And you can be paying for 5 million every month and make sure you pay up before the events. What do you get for this money you are paying? 7 days fully residential, all the hotel, feeding, everything. We are giving you materials worth 7.5 million. All the manuals and all the master plan for all the regions in Lagos, Badagry, Ekpe, Lagos Island, and Limos, all the master plan. The 30-year master plan for Lagos, the master plan for Abuja, all the master plans and different things that will help you to know where to position yourself. We're going to give all that to you. Then we will also give you 1 year mentorship. Real estate mentor. I will mentor you for 1 year to ensure that you do well for coming into this event. And then, of course, I said we'll give you 300 million naira worth of inventory of land that you can then go and sell. So we have 15 new modules that we are bringing on board. So we are bringing professionals. So we are doing cemetery, and we are bringing ebony casket people that are teaching us. So cemetery business, everybody is a customer. So how to make money through that, you're going to learn. We're doing cinema. We're bringing Film One. Kene is coming from Film One. Resort. We're bringing Paul from Landmark. We're doing hostels. I'm bringing Ashimolo, my boy. We're doing warehouses. So I'm bringing Theophilos. So event center, Bamora, bringing Bamora. So we're bringing practitioners. Film village, event center, shopping complex. So we have 15 new master classes that we have added. And it will be a tremendous opportunity for you to come. And then, finally, we have the Entrepreneurship Academy. Now, the Entrepreneurship Academy started in 2012. And many people that you know today, they were all students of the Entrepreneurship Academy. We've trained people that have gone on to become captains of industry and they are doing amazingly well. So for one full week, from the 19th to the 24th, we're going to be here, and we're going to take you. We have world-class facilitators, world-class curriculum, and we're going to take you through that. And like I said, it's 55,000 naira. That's the discounted price. So if you want to register, you can register for that also during the break. And if you don't want to register for that, you want to get it for free, go and buy my books, buy my wife's book, buy the university. And once you buy anything that is 100,000 and above, you get a free ticket. And you're able to join us in this masterclass. Have you gotten value? Yes, are you sure? Yes, thank you very much. So, to the best of my knowledge, the clock in front of me says 18 after 12. So if we do a 30 minutes break, that means we are coming back by 12:50, if I'm accurate. So make sure that as you go around, go and ease yourself, go get the books, get the materials. You have 30 minutes. We're just going to be playing soft music, underground, very low. You have 30 minutes to go around, buy the books, buy the university, buy everything. I will not be doing autograph until the end. So once we are back, we're going to come for the panel session. We have Rotimi here, and then we have Morenica and our team here. We're going to sit down together and just have a wonderful discussion on different things. Many of you may be sitting down here right now and say, I don't have money. Well, there's a stand at the back there by Asset Plus. So Asset Plus is also one of my sons, Mr. Osho, and Abiodun Osho and his team, they are here. So if you don't have money and you want to use mortgage to pay, you can go to them, and then they will give you a mortgage to pay for the palm tree, and they will charge you interest. So you pay them interest. So you register with them, they will pay us for the palm tree, you'll be paying them small, but we will collect our money sharp. So if you are interested, you can go and use the Asset Plus people. So Asset Rise is our palm tree partner. Asset Plus is mortgage partner. They are right there. So you have 30 minutes to do all this. Then after the panel session, we'll do question, then I'll autograph. God bless you. I'll see you in 30 minutes. There are 2 locations for the sales. So don't go to one location. There are locations on this side. So you can go to both sides of the auditorium so that we'll not have too much crowd in only one place. There are 2 locations. You have POS. You can do transfer. You can do POS. You can do cash.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Nine months ago, we were at Madiba countryside for the launch, and 9 months later, it's November, and we are going back to see what has matured. So let's go and see how far the work has gone in Madiba countryside. But before we go, Grace, how are we doing over there?
Hi, freshers. As you can see, it's going so well over here. Yes, we are currently on boarding and ready to take off. Yes, I feel so excited because the long-awaited day is here again. See you on site. My name is Grace Robinson.
And we are live on site. And as you can see, I have kitted up. I hope you are ready. I'm about to take you on a trail like never before. And join me as you can see, work is going on. Follow me as I take you back to where we started 9 months ago.
This village is gradually turning into a city. We told you to plug in few months ago, but you didn't see the vision. Right now, this place is fast developing. As you can see, the road layout, everything, everywhere is being developed right now. And I can assure you for free that this is the best city Nigeria has ever seen.
Really, you don't wait to buy land, you buy land and wait. Hello everyone, my name is Precious Ochaya and we are back at Madiba countryside, and it's been 1 year since we came here last year. So today joining me, of course, is Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Remember last year we stood around this same place and he told us to come back and ask how far. So we are here to ask you, sir, how far?
Can't you see? Can't you see? This one I'm talking I do.
Honestly, the action
now,
follow.
you see, it's been amazing. In fact, I wanted to shock people.
Yeah.
But the rain. Ah! If you see the road, the last 3 months, trailers, cement, everything has just been stuck. Or else you would have been shocked with what we have in mind.
We are even shocked with what we are seeing.
Because this is a 2-story building.
Wow.
We had paid 100% for this project as of July. But they can't move because rain. So look at the road, it's already going on. So right now, when we came last year, it was pre-launch.
Yeah, pre-launch.
And then we launched in January. And right now, the entire land fully paid for and settled, checked. Register survey completely done, checked.
Wow.
Topographical survey completely done, checked. Approved layout now ongoing. That's what we're waiting for. CFO assessment paid for.
Wow.
CFO in process.
Oh my God.
Then fencing 30% done, because we are talking of 1,000 acres, so we have fenced 300 acres already. Wow. We still have 700 acres, so that's almost 4 billion. That one is going on. Now you can see NEPA poles. The gatehouse will be completed this year. And then you see the road. So we have a very wide road going all the way because we've done the topographical survey. So there is no reason for anybody not to plug in now, because I'm almost certain that by March 2026, so April 1st, it's not going to be April Fool, by April 1st, we'll be talking minimum 10 million, minimum. Because by then, approved layouts will have been out, CFO should have been out.
Yeah.
So why should we sell it cheap? No, now.
Honestly, it's been a lot. You know, when you said it last year, it didn't look like it.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things you also said, that people are just, they don't believe. People don't believe. And I remember we came here in February and actually thought that, oh, we're already doing well. This is 9 months later.
Yeah.
And this is so far. So if I could ask, as a developer, what has changed for you in that 1 year? Developing a city this large is a whole lot of space to
it
develop.
is actually. And one of the things I've realized is that a lot of people have been defrauded. A lot. Defrauded, deceived. They've paid money to developers and to real estate companies that didn't deliver. So there is a lot of trust deficit in the market. But by virtue of the fact that we've been in this thing for decades, the integrity, it has made people to trust us. And that trust has enabled us to be able to use the money to do the work. And that's why we are saying what we are saying. And then the fact that it's a coalition, because we are talking about over 25 developers coming together to turn this place into a city. We started out looking at 5,000 acres. Right now, we're at over 8,000 acres.
Wow.
So what you have here now is 2,000. We are going to the next 2,000 that we have divided among 16 developers. And then we have the next 3,000 for the third batch. So, like I said, in 5 to 10 years, nobody will recognize this place anymore. Yeah.
Wow. So when you say that in the next 5 to 10 years, this place would have changed, what exactly is that change that we hope to
Okay, so
find?
now, number one, once you put infrastructures in place, automatically it changes the game. Okay. One of the things we have done is that in the coalition, listen to this, we are not just buying the land, we are taking care of the infrastructure. We are not waiting for government. So every company in the coalition is bringing money into what we call the Joint Infrastructural Fund. So that Joint Infrastructural Fund is over 10 billion. So we are doing the road, we are bringing the masts for telecom, we are bringing internet, we are doing our own power station.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's going to be, the coalition is bringing about 10 billion.
Wow.
So all these things are things that are in the pipeline. And then when the government came, if you look at the road, well, what you see there is just half. The road is very wide. They say it has to be a dual carriage road. That because it's a city, that we are not doing estate planning, it's city planning. So that's why we had to move the gatehouse back. We have to, you can see the road very wide. So they came here and they said, this must be done. We are doing everything. And I'm telling you, by virtue of the infrastructure, by virtue of the collaboration of the coalition, we are not waiting for government, we are doing all the infrastructure ourselves. You'll be amazed. By the time you get to the next one, now you'll see what's already happening. And then we are doing what we call the diaspora plots for people in diaspora. So the diaspora plots are plots of land that are fully fenced with gates.
Fully fenced.
With gates for people. So we have 300 of that. So you have 300 plots of land fully fenced with gates that diasporans will buy into. So there's nothing like, oh, what's happening to my land?
I gave my own.
And so it's amazing what's going to be happening here going forward.
You know, there's so much noise about the increment of price when it comes to countryside city.
Yeah.
So can you, throw some light about, because people cannot grab their head around how we have like over 100% increase in less than a year.
Now, you see, number one, when you say you are doing a pre-launch, a pre-launch means that people are trusting you with the vision to join you in doing it. So when we are doing pre-launch, all we did was to sign an MOU with the government, with the family, and make a deposit. At that point, no documents, no survey, nothing. That is one that people will do and collect money and relocate and jump out with their family, go and buy Jeep. But because we are not of such character, it is your money that we have used to pay. So if we are using your money, it means that we are doing joint venture now.
Yeah,
you are part of us. So that's why you are buying cheaper. When we now launched, we did pre-launch at 500.
Yeah.
Documentation we say is 500, developmental levy 1 million, which is 2.5.
Yeah, that's true.
So which is 2 million at pre-launch. When we launched at 1 million plus 1.5 became 2.5. But right now, you can go and verify this. You see this, all this caterpillar work is 180 million naira. The man is here. Go and ask him. I can put him on camera, let him talk how much he has collected. 180 million to cut grass. 180 million to cut grass. Because you have to cut everywhere for you to be able to do the topographical survey, at least be able to start all the infrastructural work. Just grass alone. So divide that by the number of plots, 180 million. fencing is 4.1 billion to fence 1,000 acres. Divide 4.1 billion by the number of plots. So by the time you look at all that now, the topographical survey is there, approved layout is there, CFO is there. So by the time you put all the money together, you now divide it by the number of plots. That's why we help you know how much. Now, survey now, the state government is there. These things are facts you can verify. How much is a plot of survey in Ogun State? You go online, it is there, it's not a secret. Do you understand now? So are you not going to pay for survey? So when you are buying land, you have to now pay for survey that will go and give to government. Government will collect, surveyor will collect. It's like buying a car and asking for plate number. You have to go and pay plate number and vehicle particular separate. So everything will increase because as inflation continues to increase, the price of materials increase, everybody has to pay. So we have given them an extension, which I believe is expiring anytime from now, the 90-day concession. Once that is done, developmental levy, in fact, I was still saying that with this thing now, developmental levy alone may be going to 5 million just for developmental levy.
But I know that you are currently running the end of the year sale. So what is
so right
so
now,
that people can have a chance?
Right now, we are giving people
chance.
opportunity to pay 5 million.
Okay.
All inclusive. 5 million all inclusive. And then we are expecting that by April 1st, we should be able to now move to 10 million. And then we are no more rushing to sell or whatever, because the one we have sold now, we want to make sure we do the infrastructure and then we do the allocation to people. And I'm telling you, people will be surprised. I thought we'll be happy. I'm telling you.
We can see the handwriting is on the
So this is not one of such projects.
Okay, sir. So as we wrap up this episode, is there anything you want to say to?
So what I want to say is that if you have already bought and you have not yet made payment for your documentation and developmental, we do that now because the new price is coming up. If you have not bought, buy now. If you have bought, buy another one. So that you can lock it down because the opportunity will not be there forever.
So you have heard it from the guru himself. If you have not bought, buy now. If you have bought before, buy another one. And see you at the top. Do not forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment at my Cstv Global and follow us on all our social media pages. Also at Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. See you, sir.
I would like the following people to please find their way to come and stand beside me so that I can introduce them to you. Our general manager, our realtor manager, the surveyor, the engineer, and then Mr. Gbenga and Surveyor Malik. All the people that are working, want to introduce you to them so that you will know what everybody is doing. And then for those of you that are also planning to do the same thing, you can always pick their brain to assist you. So let's start with those that bought. So if you bought from us, we already told you that we are hoping that by first quarter of next year, we are going to be doing physical allocation. And we are still working towards that. Now, if you bought last year, or you bought early this year, or you bought in the middle of the year, let's all continue to do what we can do to ensure we play our parts. Our responsibility is to play our part to ensure that we do the physical allocation as soon as possible. 1,000 acres of land is not a joke. And I can tell you for free, since we started November last year, we have not even been able to fence up to 300 acres. We are at about 300 acres now, and the journey is still very far. If you look at this building right now, this is supposed to be the gatehouse. It's a 2-story building. Where are the engineer is here. He was paid 100% of the money for this project as of July. But you know what the rain has been doing. So it's been raining. So machine will stop on the road, caterpillar will stop. So it's not as money is coming, we are doing the work. The plan today was to shock you. I wanted us to meet in the first floor, inside air condition. But the rain is just so. This is engineer, Chesson is the engineer here, doing all the engineering work here. Where is Surveyor Adeogun? Now this is the estate site manager here. All the fencing work, borehole and everything. This is Benga, is one of our staff. And this is Surveyor Malik, is our internal staff. So they are the one doing all the lighting, the curves and everything. And then we have Surveyor Adeogun. This is the surveyor for the entire coalition. The entire coalition. So all those of you, so this is the surveyor for the entire coalition. So all those of you that are part of the developers, when we leave here now, we're going to leave here latest by 2 o'clock. We are now going to the next location. That next location is 2,000 acres that we have divided among 16 developers. So we'll go there so that you will see the other part, because like I said, we're looking at 8,000 acres in total. What we have here now is like 2,000 acres, our own, and Rialto Max. You saw Rialto Max when you came in. They are the first set, we are the second. Then the next one is 2,000 acres, and we have 16 people. The next one is 3,000 acres. And in that 3,000 acres, we are now going to divide the next set of people in the third batch. So if you have bought from us and you have paid for your documentation, congratulations. If you have not paid for your documentation, please note, we have said this on the beginning, until you pay for documentation, you cannot be physically allocated. Because your documentation is what we use to pay for them to do your survey and give you your documents. So if you have not paid, we have done extension. When is the extension finishing? The 90 days. 30th of November. So let's introduce to you our general manager. I know you've heard from her before. So this is the general manager, Mrs. Abiola. And this is our Rialto manager, Mrs. Gift. So these are the Oga Patapata of them on, and then they run things. So if you bought from us and you have not paid for your documentation, please, you have the next 29 days to do that because the price has changed. Now, if you have not paid for your developmental due, also do that so that you will plug it. So let me explain that developmental due. It's not compulsory that you pay for developmental due now if you are doing land banking and you want to resell. What it means is that when you sell, whosoever you sell to is the one that will come and pay. But let me tell you one thing. Developmental levy was 1 million. Now it's 3 million. Before you know it, it will be 5 million. Is it not better for you to pay the 1 million so that when the person is coming, you are making the profits of the increase? Because if somebody wants to buy land from you in 2 years' time, and you now tell the person the land is 20 million, but after you pay, you go and pay the company another 5 million. It will look somehow then. So I will advise you, if you don't have the plan to pay, pay. Because by the 30th of this month, the 90-day concession is gone. Developmental fee is 3 million already. But if you pay now, it's easier for us to gather the money and continue the work so that we'll be able to beat inflation. So for everybody that has paid, your land is in here. Right now, we have sold to over 1,000 people, but less than 500 of you have paid for documentation and developmental levy. That means we have like 2 billion in your hand. If we have that 2 billion now, there's nothing to do with the money, you just continue the work. For those of you that are the members of the coalition, we already gave you the layout so you know where you are. So once we leave here now, we're going to go to that place by 2 o'clock so that the surveyor can now give you where your own is. And then we have also given you the cost for the survey. Once you pay for the survey, about how many surveys we are doing now? Like 6? 6 companies have paid for their survey. And their survey will be ready by the end of this month. So you can quickly pay your own because they are going to change price. Anything we say, go and verify. They are going to change price. So Abeokuta is there, go and call anybody you know. They are going to change price by January. So that what change? See? So they are going to change price so that you will not say, but that's the price you gave me that time. Whatever price you are giving, if you don't pay on time, once price is changed, that's the end of it. So that's that. Then for those of you that are our realtors, I will advise, if you are a realtor, that this video we are doing now, which we are going to put on YouTube, you make sure that you spread the video to your customers. Because you see, educational marketing is very important. A lot of people have been scammed and defrauded. So when they don't have clarity, when there is no clear communication, it's looking somehow. Because how can you say a land of 500,000 is now 5 million? How? These people will just be sitting there in their condition. They'll just be changing price because people don't understand how these things work. So when you let them see all these videos. They are able to now get educated. As people ask questions, just like we did in February, and we answer the question, that will give answers to your customers. And if you have any customer, I hope you know as a realtor that land matter is forever. Even if it's 10 years' time, if everything goes well, they will thank you. If anything goes on, they will call your name. So my advice is don't be someone that has a mindset of consumption and a survivor, where you just want to collect commission and run away. No. Stand with your customer till the end. And one of the ways to stand with them is to encourage them to play their parts. We send emails to people. They will say they don't see email. I just came in from London this morning. I was in London as at yesterday night. I just came in this morning. As at yesterday, a customer was in my house in London, coming to beg, and I didn't read the email. And when it was when you told me, can you give me extension? I said, there's no extension. Because everybody cannot deny effective communication from us. Every month we send out email. Every quarter we send out email. People will not read emails. So please tell your customer, if they have not paid for their documentation, there is no physical allocation. No. Because when we are allocating other people, so that's not when they will not say, where is my own? Your own is not going to be allocated until you pay for documentation. And then if they have not paid for developmental levy, tell them to pay. Then for those of you that are customers, that you are still thinking, well, think no more. This land you are seeing now was 500,000 in November, December. We launched it in January at 1 million. Right now, we are at 5 million all inclusive. And I can tell you by the 1st of April, it's not April Fool. It's April reality. It will be 10 million minimum. Why? The entire perimeter survey of this land is out, registered. The topographical survey, done. Gates house, almost done. Fountain, planting, road, everything, work is going on. Now, the government has come here. You can see the road, massive. How many, explain the road, because the thing just be like express.
24 meter,
24 meter.
24
meters, that's the road. So this one you are seeing kept now is half. The other half comes this way. So it's 24 meters. The government can say, no, you can't do that small road. This is the road you must do. So they have come, because we are doing approved layout already. So they have said, do this. So say, you are chopping land, and land will for sale. You can't talk there. They say, no, you have to do this, you have to do. Now we are doing everything that they told us to do. But that is money. So we are already doing this, the CFO. They have given us assessment. So work is going on. By the time we pay, is the only reason why we have not paid for all these things now is because you people have not paid us. If you pay for documentation and developmental level, we pay. And once we pay, before you know it, CFO is out. Before you know it, approval out is out. And everybody is smiling. So if you are a customer, plug in now, because the price will not reduce. And I'm letting you know that anything you buy from us or from anybody that is part of the coalition, you are covered. I'm standing here to now tell you, any company, you can see all their signboard everywhere, their CEOs are here. Any company you buy land from in this coalition and you have problem with them, me, I have the koboko for all of them. So you have nothing to worry about. If you have any question, where is the second microphone? You go straight to the point. You ask your question, we answer your question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayodele Emmanuel.
Okay.
One of your rectors, sir.
Okay, you are a realtor.
Yes,
okay.
One of my clients bought a land at February. And
Okay.
He bought one plot, and then before your birthday for the promo launch ends, they want to acquire another 5 plots, making 1 acre. But the question is asking that I've already paid for the documentation. That can the documentation fee cover for the 1 acre? Which I spoke with the managers. He said that what they can do is that they can give us 50% discount. Like instead of for him to pay 1.5 for the 3 million for the acres, they can give us 50%. And what clarification on this one?
What clarification do you need? If the manager has told you, whatever they tell you, is they are the one that run things. So what you need clarification as far whether you should pay more or what? Let's start coming together.
But he said that can it possible for that?
So let me explain this to you.
Ushers, protocol, help us go around the compound.
We said if you buy 1 acre,
so that people can start coming back inside.
Documentation is 500. But if you buy 1 acre, instead of documentation being 3 million, you pay 1.5 as long as it is one name, not commercial. Because in survey, the higher the size, the lower the price. So there is no point charging you ×6 when you are buying 1 acre. Because it's not about making money. We will make money, but not too much like that. So now if somebody has bought 1 acre and 1 plot before and has paid 500 for the documentation, the person now want to buy 5 plots extra later, that person is supposed to pay 2.5 million for the documentation. But you now beg them. They now say, no problem, we'll join the thing together to become 1 acre. And instead of paying 3 million, you pay 1.5. So what don't you understand? They are helping you now. Because if now me, you come meet gone, I don't go collect 1.5. Now 3 million you go pay, so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we have more questions, please?
So any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
So my question is, please, is there any promo for this period?
The promo is 5 million now instead of 10 million.
Is there
5
any
million
promo
all
for
inclusive.
acre buying and all that?
And if you are buying an acre, there is no promo, but we can give you a discount on the documentation. We'll give you discount on the documentation, but there's no promo. Even if you are buying 100 plots, you can see that work is going on. We need money. Another question?
All right, we have somebody behind.
Okay, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Felo Animola. And for a prospective customer and who is willing to do land banking, once you buy, does it start, your banking start immediately or it is after documentation?
Now, for this estate, every land banking ends in December 2027. From January 2028, regardless of when you buy, January 2028, everybody will pay development, maintenance, and security fee monthly. From January 2028, because by then, this place will not be a place. A security consultant company came here today. We are discussing. Right now, since last year, we have been paying salary for security here. So if I pay salary for 3 years, I never try. So from January 2028, so even if you buy in December 2027, by January 2028, you start paying every month. So that monthly money is what we used to be paying for the entire security. We're going to have vans. We're going to have bikes. This 1,000 acres. So we're going to have tricycle. We're going to have all kinds of vehicles. We're going to have people living here. We're going to have. And who will pay their salary? Now all of us that they work for now. So now you can see that we're doing light. There will be lights. We are going to have solar lights. So much. So from that January 2028, whatever land banking you are doing, you start paying monthly. It's already in the contract. Yeah. God bless you.
My question is,
let's come together.
Ushers,
help us inform people that are outside to come in.
The one other question is that because of this very multifaceted as well, you have rentals, you have a combination of people. Now, how inclusive is going to be that those who buy in as resident owners, how much in terms of governance, development plan, they will have an input into it as well?
Okay, so number one, the first common sense there is collaboration. Many real estate companies go into development alone. From your accent, I see you're international one way or the other. Now, wherever you came from, I just came from the UK this morning. If you are doing a development, the government will bring lights to you. You plug in. Gas, you plug in. Water, you plug in. Yeah, now, can you see anything like that? No, we have to do everything by ourselves. We do the lights, we do the road, we do everything. So the first common sense approach here is coalition. Instead of only one person going, let's do it together. And that's why by the time all of us put resources together, it will be easier to use the money to do the development. So we have, apart from people buying from the 8,000 acres, each developer, 50 acres is the minimum. Some have 100, some have 200. We have 1,000. Now, apart from them buying, everybody is also now paying a joint infrastructural due. That money is going to be about 10 billion that we're raising among ourselves, no government. With that money, we'll do the road. With that money, we'll do the power station. With that money, we'll do the solar station. With that money, we'll do the mass for electricity, for internet, and also for calls. And so that alone gives us a leverage to be able to ensure that whatever we are promising within the next 10 years, so it's a 10-year project, everything will be done. Now, the next thing is that by the time you are bringing a lot of people together, there is innovation and creativity coming up. So you find out that one of them, for instance now, they did a program last week, Saturday. I was invited. I joined them online. And when I saw what they are doing, I'm like, wow, this thing is beautiful. Because people are now thinking outside the box. Because one of the challenges we have in the real estate sector is that everybody seems to be doing the same thing. But you see, right now in this coalition, the method is what is saturated. The market is not saturated. But with this now, everybody can do all kinds of stuff. Some people are just doing farming. Some people are just doing recreational side. Some people are doing purely residential. Some people are doing purely commercial. It's amazing what's going to be happening. Then when it comes to governance, now for this particular estate is joint governance. Because one of the things we have realized from all our other projects is that when you are managing an estate for people, they think that you are making money. So they need to be part of the management so that they can see things for themselves. I've been a part of many estates. Let me give you 2 examples. In one of the estates we did, they say, you people will just be increasing price. You people will just be changing price. You will not call us for meeting. You will just be unilaterally. As the chairman of the board, I say, these people don't know we are. Let's come together. So we called the meeting and we handed it over to them. Please, if there's any empty seat in front of you, you can take the seats because we can't be waiting for people.
But
we need to move on. We have too many grounds to cover.
We're eating somewhere. Everything is mathematics. We had the property we just did now, 12 units. And 12 units, we said everybody, service charge is 50,000 per month. That's 600,000 per annum. Now, 50,000 per month for the 12 units is 600. Now, we now told them in July that with the way Nigeria is going, from January to be 100,000 per month for each apartment. What do you mean? You put just unilaterally. So I said, no problem. So we called them into a meeting. Should be one meeting. So we called the security people, the security company that gave us 6 security staff. 3 during the day, 3 in the night. We said, how much is your salary? This is the contract. We gave it to them. We said, yeah, cleaner, where is your own? Then PSP, where is your own? Local security, where is your own? Police. By the time they saw, we're spending 1,040,000 every month since January, but we have been collecting 600 from them. We are now saying, let's make it 1.2 so that from next year, we will not be. So I said, so we are handing over to you. Go, no, continue. So sometimes the best approach for me is joints. We have another estate on Orchid Road where everybody said they want 24 hours electricity. Then COVID came. Diesel increased, everything increased. By the time we started charging them, they say it's too much. Bambi never come. Now the COVID and diesel, and they now call the meeting that they don't want 24 hours again. The residents, they say they don't want, that they are okay with 12 hours.
Let's come together.
So that's what we're going to do here, joints. So we're going to have residents, and then we're going to have the company, and together we'll run the whole thing.
We're about to start the panel session.
Because I have believed over time, stay in your lane.
So media guys, we're good.
I brought the security consultant, the company, they came here today now to see this place so that they can join us from beginning. So we're going to be
welcome Morenica and please come and sit down so that we can.
So it's easy for everybody. So security company, bring security.
Multimedia, we are good with the video. Let's come back
now. Instead of you wanting to be the owner of everything, it's going to be difficult. So that's the plan. Yeah, no problem.
Let's come together. Please, if there's any empty seats in front of you, you can fill it up so that, because we don't know if some people are outside or they have gone, so we don't want to. So multimedia, give us 1 hour from 2 minutes, so you can put 102 now. So 62 minutes. So the mics are on. So, okay. Let's be sure. Okay. Good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was your break time? I hope you bought buko. Okay, so we're going to this panel session right now for the next 1 hour. So if you have any question, please feel free to document your questions. You can write them down on a piece of paper, but please put your name and let it be very legible so that I can easily read them. because of the management of time, we may not be able to give everyone a microphone to ask questions. That may take a lot of time. So write down your questions. Once we are done with this panel session, in the next 1 hour, then we'll use the last 1 hour to answer questions. So if you have any question for me or any question for them, as a result of what we're going to be sharing, we'll do that for another 1 hour. And like I said earlier on, maximum by 3 we'll be out of here, but we're working with 2 p.m. so that by 2 p.m. we're done. So once we're done by 2, I will then stay behind for 1 hour to autograph, take pictures, and see anybody that wants to see me briefly. When I say briefly, it's maximum of 60 seconds. So just see me, I want to greet you. Not that you want to start counseling or you want to start pitching an idea. No, it's sharp, sharp. So then by 3, so that we can all go and rest. So once again, thank you for taking time out to come. So I have with me today, Rotimi Ojajamoye. He's the CEO of Asset Rise. He's my partner. We are partnering. He's my son, he's my mentee, but he's also my partner and my mentor in palm tree. He's been doing palm tree for a while, so I wanted him to be on this panel so that he can just share his story, share a few things about this palm tree opportunity. And then I have Murenike here. We've been talking about meeting her for the first time today. When we had a discussion a while back, and I realized that they had an investment club that have lasted for like 15 years, all women. I said, you guys come and teach us how you are doing it all. Because they say women supporting women. They say women don't do things together. When women come together, they will scatter. Only for me to come today, I realized that my sister here is one of them. I'm like, these are, so you people are the powerful women. So they are going to share their story with us, how they started, what they have done. Because one thing I want us to take away is that if you cannot do it alone, you can do it together with others. We're talking palm tree now, we're talking a lot of stuff. A group of guys in Uganda, about 25, 26 years ago, while they were still in secondary school, they all decided to put money together and to go outside of town. They learned about land banking, to go outside of town, to go and buy large expanse of land. And they agreed that no matter what happened, they were not going to sell the land. No matter how poor they were, no matter what happened, they were not going to sell the land until after 20 years. 20 years later, they've gotten married, they've got children, some of them are struggling. But by the time they sold the land, all of them became millionaires. And that's because they came together. And if they were not together, if it was only one person, they would have sold. But because there was a contract that you can't sell, so nobody can. And so you see, there's something about collaboration. We've been doing fractional ownership right now, and we have people that now own 3 properties in the US. But not that they own the property, they own 10% of 3 properties. But they are still getting something. We've done a lot, so you can do a lot together, and we're going to learn from them. And it is my desire that out of this place will come up. In the university that we have just launched now, I have 2 modules there on investment club and on collaboration and all this stuff. And I shared all the story of, many people don't know that that's what Abiola and his group did. A lot of people, they've done this for years. So people come together, they build wealth together. And as I've traveled around the world, I've been talking to people about developing wealth creation networks so that we can come together. There's a group in Tampa, Florida. They've also been doing this for about 12 years. I hope to bring them into one of my meetings sometime in the future too. I'm just trying to meet the real person that will give us the real information. So you're all welcome. So Rotimi, we want to start with you. Tell us your story, palm tree, your father. How did you get into this palm tree stuff? Tell us your story. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's my pleasure here. Thank you so much, sir, for the privilege. It's a great privilege to be on this seat and to appreciate Dr. Olumide Emmanuel for the opportunity. I think I stumbled upon him in 2005 while I was still quite young and trying to learn the ropes in life. And I remember coming to Lagos trying to see him by all means, and I couldn't. But years later, we're doing great stuff together now. And to me, that's a prayer coming to be. And that is also the fruit of his labor on this generation. He has labored over us in prayers, in wisdom, in his teachings, And today, you can count several billionaires that have emanated from his platform, and we are one of them. So thank you so much, sir, for the privilege. If you want to clap, you can, please. Thank you. So it's good. My father's story is beautiful, but I think a lot better part of this story and the color that made it the brighter was listening to Dr. Olumide Emmanuel and drinking from his word of wisdom. I mean, the ideas began to form when I began to marry all these teachings to my background. I know then he used to say, don't let your background put your back on the ground. And it's beautiful that I came from a very humble background. My father died when I was 14. But he was a rich farmer. He couldn't read or write. I remember very distinctively at the time we were in school, and he came to the boarding house with a Mercedes-Benz 230D. And that was it in the entire local government. And you can even count the numbers of it in the state. But he was a farmer. And we thought less, how is he making so much money to afford that kind of car in his time? And shortly after that visit, 2-3 weeks after that visit, he passed on. And to us, that looks like the end of everything. He was the only breadwinner. And the hope of going to school, everything was dashed. We thought it was over. But when we visited back home and his stories of how he has started planting palm trees from a very young age, which is a very story that motivated me, and the total he has done over 100 acres of oil palm plantation. And every month, my father he doesn't spread himself. So sometimes we used to ask, where's the money coming from? Every month there is money, abundance of money. All we used to see are kegs of palm oil being loaded into the house from the farm. We grew up seeing several cars in the compound. I grew up knowing my father having an oddly, a farmer who cannot read nor write. But his entire wealth was built from the oil palm plantation. So after learning all this, we were stabilized to go to school, and we all went through school without begging any uncle or auntie to pay anything. And that, to me, is the definition of sustainability. So last year, I had the opportunity of sharing the same story at the UK House of Lords. And to me, it was me repeating story to them, how I came to this country to school, and how, in quotes, we were being enslaved mentally while we are also getting the Oyibo education. But to me, I was challenging them that, see, my father who could not read nor write is the definition of sustainability to me. Because he sustained his entire generation. Even till today, the 4th generation, we are still milling palm oil. Last month, we still sold palm oil. And we still shared money from palm oil. But he's dead almost 30 years now. And that wealth still remains. That is unbeatable wisdom to me. And then narrating sustainability, I was telling them that if you are talking about climate change, my father is still contributing to the climate today. He's dead long ago, but those 1,000 plus trees that he planted are still sustaining the climate, giving back carbon dioxide to the society. My father is still sustaining the society, providing jobs for people, because people are still being employed in that farm, and families are still being paid. So that is a beautiful story of sustainability. And I think I grew up going to school, having that story run through my brain. And I remember just one day I walked in the UK. I took a job as a porter. I mean, everybody has to put you under pressure. Go and get something to do. So I took a job as a porter. And you know what porter does? You want to scrub pans, baking pans with very thick substance. And I was doing that job crying throughout that day. So after the evening, I told myself, this is not me. I can't leave my country, pay pounds to come and school here, and then be enslaved again to scrub pans. So I refused to go back to take the wage. 36 pounds I could remember very clearly. And that decision also came from the fact that I've listened to a lot of the messages from Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, and I said to myself, I'm coming back home. So I wrote my final exam, left the UK, and came back to Nigeria, and we started the oil palm journey. And I can boastfully tell you today that we have built an agricultural system that has generated well over 40 billion naira and over 8,000 hectares across 4 states in Nigeria. And we are part of the change in the food security system. In Lagos State today, we boastfully can tell you we run the biggest farm in Lagos State, confirmed by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture when he visited our Ekpe farm. Right in the midst of our palm plantations, we were able to do over 1 million tubers of yams intercropped in the state. We have produced gari, we have produced all kinds of food. And I am boastful to say to you today that I am a farmer just like my father. Thank you so much, sir.
I hope we are learning. Because many times we don't think long term. We only think short term. And the palm tree, once planted, when it begins to fruit, it has the ability to continue to produce for 70 years and above. So it is one investment with a lifetime return. So it's something that I don't want you to make light of. It's just like when you build a house. Many of you are living in houses that the landlord built 30 years ago. They are still increasing rent. The house will be there for 100 years. They will still be collecting rent. So you can't go wrong when you invest in a cash flow producing asset. Morenike, your story is very powerful. So you need to tell us, number one, how did you people start? Why did you decide that, okay, we want to be putting money together? So where did the idea come from? How did you guys start? And number 3, then I will go to other people. How did you start? What led to it? Number 2, what were you people investing in? And then how long have you guys been doing this? Then I will now go to others. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Then you need to introduce yourself fully now.
Okay, sir. First, we want to say a big thank you for giving us the honor to be on this, your exalted podium, I would say, because I know this is where the word of God goes out to people. So thank you very much for inviting us. And thank you for the wealth of wisdom. I was telling my friends, because we are now friends. In fact, we are family, sisters. We are sisters, thank you. That what I've learned since I got introduced to you online, in fact, I can't still remember how I got connected to you. Honestly, I wish I had learned it when I was 30 and 40, even though, yes, I've been investment savvy and all that. But what I have learned, so thank you very much. The Lord will continue to honor you in Jesus' name. So how did we start? Like you said, okay, you still ask them questions, so let me, you've given me 3 things. So we started, we were, okay, so my name is Morenike Akirimisi, and I work in a bank, and I'm pleased to be here. Okay, so 21 years ago precisely, so we started this investment club in 2005. Wow. So we were 10, and one of us has gone to be with the Lord. And maybe we'll now tell you how we were able to even, when she passed on, what we did. So one of us, we're 4, the remaining 5 people are online. One of us, her name is Chichi, she just said, look, we are all, yes, we were young, most of us are in our 50s now, so we were young, and she just felt that, look, let's just be setting aside a certain amount every month, and we put it together. And the amount, how much was the amount then? It was 10,000 naira. That was what we started with in 2005. So we started. Then we didn't register the company. So we just used to put the funds together. And then it was a case of, okay, what do we do with the money? So we started buying shares. That was what we knew then. So it was shares that we started with over the years. And there's one thing you keep saying, and that is wealth takes time. So for us, it wasn't even a case of, okay, what were we going to do to spend? We did not say that, we were going to spend whatever we were making out of the money. No. So we just kept investing over the years. And that's where we are. So the only first time, if I remember, that we took out of it was when we celebrated our 10 years anniversary in 2019. And it was a tough call. Because, so in 2019, before then, everybody had been saying that, no, let us even spend this money now, but for me, I just feel that let's just keep investing and investing. But like a club, You have to listen to everybody's opinion and come to a collective decision, because it's not just one person. And also, it is very important who you go into partnership with. Because what has made us stand the test of time is the values we share, what we agree on. Because if you had somebody that did not agree with the values or what we have, we will not be where we are today. So it's very important. And Dr. Olumide had said in one of the messages I had listened to was in terms of having contracts. What do you people believe in? To have it set out standard. We didn't start with that. But I think we have been lucky because we have built friendship, we have become sisters, and we have that. So I would think whoever is going into that today should be done differently. So I think that's how we started, 2005, and we are here. Most of us we were just newly married. Now we've had children. Our children are graduating to the glory of God. So that's who we are.
Wow. So before you go, so how much did you share in? What did you do with the money?
Okay, so in 2019, we looked at it and we said, okay, let us even enjoy some of the dividends. So what we decided was that we would only spend our dividend. We did not spend our principal. So as at that time, we looked at it at how much were we going to use. We just even went to Dubai, the 9 of us. We went all expenses paid. Wow. So we paid for the ticket. It was like 3 days. So it was in Dubai. And our husbands even felt that we did not carry them along, but we said, hey.
You started before you met them now.
Wow. Most of us were married then.
That's
so
amazing.
That's the major spend we've done with our investment. Because
so do you still do 10,000 till now? It has increased?
No, it has increased. So we increased to 15,000. And then before we stopped, when we were all working together, we all started working together in an organization, British Airways precisely. So after we now decided
so you were all British Airways staff?
Yes, we were. That was how we met. We were all colleagues.
Okay.
And then we've been together for 21 years.
Wow. So let's hear from you. Introduce yourself and tell us from your own perspective. Why did you become a part of this, and how has the experience been for you, so that we can hear individual perspective now? Yeah. So introduce yourself, then why did you join them? Why did you say, I beg, I don't have time for this? And then how has it been for you? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edo Oshoma, and I am the CEO of a travel solutions company called DestinationSomewhere.com in Lagos here. So like she said, we were colleagues in British Airways together. And so I can't even remember where I was when one of them reached out. I think it was Peju. She's flying today, so she can't be here. Anyway, and she said, oh, there's this opportunity, we're coming together to do an investment, and it's going to be a monthly thing. And I was like, oh, great. For me, at the time, I didn't know so much about investment, but I knew about savings. You know how you just say, oh, save and save, because my mom and my dad, so of course we know how there are ups and downs in life. And my dad was retired unexpectedly. So what I saw was she sold the shares to be able to they had bought land and, moved the house to some level. But when that unexpected retirement had come, we had to quickly move away from where we were and move into our own place and all of that. So she sold shares. She had bought shares for us as kids, and then she had also bought for herself. My dad also had shares. So they sold off those things to be able to now quickly bring the house up, and then we now had to move and everything and, quote and unquote, start life, kind of like afresh, my dad not having a job. So for me, it was like, oh, okay, this is savings in my mind, to my mind at the time. This is savings, putting something together so that if something comes up. So that was how it started for me, and of course I was open to it. So we started the investment. Now, what it has done for me personally, it has even transcended, it has moved beyond me and moved to even my kids. Even my husband is so amazed that we have been together. Like, all I need to say is, oh, we have a Glenos once I say Glenos, the story is over. He knows, when we have our hangouts or when we're going to Dubai, it's just been such an experience that I've even shared with, people, like just small groups to say, oh, try this, this is what I am doing. And when they hear the amount and some of the things that we have done, it's kind of like mind-blowing for everyone. It's not like we're putting 500,000 together, we're putting 1 million together. Just little monies that you won't even have known what you did with it, technically. Because like you can spend 50K and not really be able to account for that 50K, in a week, but exactly, in a day, But so for me, it has been, number one, I have gained sisters that I otherwise would not have had, because like she said, it has transcended friendship. We are now sisters. We were literally doing life together. So it's not even just about investment. We share our wins, we share our sorrows, we share our everything. Children, like it's grown, it has become a community that is such a safe space for us to come and, say, oh, I'm having this challenge, and we all gather together and, help emotionally, financially. Like it has transcended, dimensions that at the beginning I would not have been able to foresee, to say, oh, because it started, like I said, it started with we're coming to put money together. But it has grown over the 21 years, and it's been such an amazing experience for me.
Wow. Now over to you. 21 years. Would like to hear your own experience too. Why did you join? How has it been? But I would like to add something to yours. What do you think has kept you for 21 years? Because what we hear about women is different from what people are sharing about. So if people, I know you fight, but nobody has said, well, forget it. You're me, I'm not doing it again. I don't care what anybody is saying. Forget it. And so I wanted to bring in that angle. How has it been? What are the challenges? And how have you guys been able to handle it? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the opportunity. Morenike talks a lot about you. In fact, we had to be Googling and reading about you. And coincidentally, I had to take the day off to be here. My name is Bridget Oyefeso Odusami. Wow. And I took a day's leave to be here today. Wow. I also work in financial services, but my discipline is marketing and communications. So thank you very much once again for the opportunity. Let me start from the last thing you asked. So when we were setting up this thing at British Airways, my husband heard. He said, women, you people want to come together and do something. Mm-hmm. I'm going to sow a seed into that thing because I want to watch how it's going to grow. So our initial investment, actually, when we started, was 100,000. We had to do bulk. So at some point, we did bulk, and then we now had monthly contribution. So I think we do bulk once a year, and then you had monthly contributions. I think that's what our Madam Chair here forgot to say. She's our chairman of our investment club. Wow. So my first 100,000 contribution didn't come from my pocket, it came from my husband. So all of us were married at the time. Okay, wow. So he sowed that seed just to watch. And a lot of them, like, Edo also has said, watch us grow, our investments grow. We talk about the things we're doing, and our husbands are really perplexed. Even other, network of friends are saying, oh my God, so if you guys can do this, then it's possible. Yeah. And I think that the thing that has kept us, honestly, is understanding the reason why we're there. Mm. So we might not always agree, but our money is the reason why we're here. Mm. So we might not agree. And another thing Madam Chair also, didn't say is that we had a constitution. We had to set it up like a company. We registered this company. So it's an investment club corporation because we aim to be a big corporation in the future. When we retire, most of us are in our 50s, and we started when we were in our 30s. So eventually, we're hoping at 60, we begin to do other things. When we are not maybe having gainful employment where we have money to contribute, we'll start looking for other revenue streams, right? So what it is the Constitution was binding, right? this is who we are. These are the things that we would do. So we said we would invest in stocks, we would do this, we would do that. So we had to follow. And then part of the constitution is you must have a quorum. So like I said, we don't always have to agree. But as we were 10 at the time, once we can form that quorum, we will go ahead and invest.
So quorum is like 6 or 7?
Yes. So again, if you are not looking at the group chat when we had to make a decision, Madam Chair will send email, come and tell us, go and read your email. As long as we have that quorum, we move ahead. So we might be getting angry that, but I haven't voted. But again, your eye is on where our money is. So these are the things that we knew that even though we might not always agree, I go back to that, but we had something that was binding, and we kept our eyes on that. So I'm not sure we really ever had any situation where we fought. We can argue, and it's from no place of malice. It's our money. We're talking about money here. So even when you argue, remember that it's because of this money we're arguing. It has nothing to do with my personality or your personality. So I think that clear understanding was what has kept us together.
Wow.
Praise the Lord.
And finally to you, Oga. When I say I'm like, so you two, you are part of this group. Okay, now. So you're going to introduce yourself to us. Why did you join? How has it been for you? But I want you to know, so what are you people worth now? So you will now tell us, this money, is it 10 billion now? Is it 100 million? So how big is the portfolio that you people have been able to build now with 10,000 naira, 15,000 naira? Because people are watching and they can start their own now. So over to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Folake Shweto, and I'm the CEO of Ikeja Electric. And I'm very happy to be part of this group. And I feel very honored to be able to be on this platform. So thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel, for your words of wisdom.
Thank you.
I think I joined the group just like every other person. Like I said, we're colleagues. It was funny when you were calling me the Oga because I'm actually the youngest of the group. They always call me the baby of the group. But they're my sisters, and they're amazing people. Amazing people. One thing they didn't say, and I need to just sketch on it, is that apart from, so Bridget spoke about the transactional part, which was the focus of investment and not being distracted from the goal. But outside of that, we've lost people. We've had people who have been out of jobs in the period and they had obligations, and we had to hold forth. We've had people pray for people. We've had trauma. One of us has lost her spouse. Of course, she's remarried today. We've gone through challenges together. We've had career growth. We've had leverage on people's strengths, individual strengths. So me, even though I'm a baby, there are things I bring to the picture, and I'm making a fuss about that. And they respect that because it's not about your age. It's about the value that you bring to the organization. So I'm super proud of this. Speaking about the men, when we started 20 years ago, I remember my husband spoke about us to another group, and these are men. I say this to break this bias about women being the issue. And my husband set up this group as well. And the thing that doesn't exist today anymore. They actually fought. So.
Oh, Kuri.
Exactly.
Guys, now don't fall my hand, though.
But I mean, I say that to just break that bias. That really, at the end of the day, structure, vision. One thing I think Morenike also missed is when we started, I remember very well, we said we're going to get 200,000 shares of First Bank. That was the focus. It was very clear. So you're very clear. So for every money that was coming in, that was the mandate. And that was what we were going for. So even though we started with 10,000, it moved to 15,000, then to 20,000, and then the bulk money. That investment and in that focus just grew the money. And then we diversified. We went into real estate. And then at some point, our chairperson, she's a Harvard, I call her an avid investor, and she's very strict. So she doesn't like to spend money. So even when we want to jolly, she will not allow us jolly. But the reason why that was also very good that she was the one there, like I said, leverage on each person's strength. She spotted the opportunity of us using that money in terms of diversification. So at some point, we decided to take a dollar position. Not, we had real estate, we have shares, and then we changed money when it was at 400. And I'm not going to talk about the big amount, but I'm opening our minds to what our money has done. But remember how much we're putting down. And I remember that at the time she changed the money, it was 400 naira, if I remember. Morenica, remind me. And we did a position, we did a deposit of that money, and it grew. And I think when I was looking at the report the other day, I think we had made $7,000 or so in addition to that bulk amount, which I'm not going to call. So if I say we've made 7,000, you can run the numbers yourself. And from that, we were able to also invest in a property. And the investment is from the returns on the investment that we did before. So what am I trying to say? We told ourselves there, why haven't we increased our minimum? Because all of us can actually increase that minimum. But the point is, with 20,000 naira, compounding 20 years, monthly, 10 people, a bulk sum of 100,000 every month, has expanded into real estate, shops, forex, shares, that could pay for landed property, that could pay for a holiday for 10 people in Dubai. Run the numbers. I don't need to call any numbers. I think I have said enough. So
You put the one to call numbers.
But I've called numbers without calling numbers. But last thing for me was, I would say two things, lessons learned, and I keep harassing them. So, and this is for anyone who is trying to learn discipline. So when we started, it was 10,000 every month. And of course, I think I missed the date. And we had a rule that they were going to fine us. And they fined me. I was mad at that meeting. Why would you fine me? And then I said, okay, take the feedback. You missed a payment. And I set up a direct debit. And till today, obviously I haven't missed. One or two people missed too, you have not fined them. But that is offline gist. But the point is, set up a direct debit. I can afford 20,000 naira. Really. I'm sure you can afford 20,000 naira. I'm sure. 10,000 naira. Set up a direct debit. Even if you're not doing an investment club, set up an amount that you wouldn't even think about it and just compound and see what happens. Do the numbers. Imagine if you're doing 10,000 naira, in fact, 20,000 naira 20 years ago, that you would not have felt. At the time when I was doing 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira, I'm a CEO now. I was a sales agent. So it's not because I'm a CEO. I did it when I was an entry level. So who here is not, you must be on entry level, at least minimum is entry level. Yeah. So you can actually create that wealth. And my son is here, he's 22, he's just graduated, that's Tommy Singh. He's here. And yeah, we're proud of him. Tommy Singh, recognize yourself. And we are going to pass that on to generation, and that's sustainability and that's impact, where our kids are going to leverage. He's come here now. He could have been sleeping, even though he's been going for concert, but he drove me here, and he has listened. He's bought your books. He's already called his brother. They're going to take position in the palm tree. It's amazing. So thank you very much, sir.
Wow. Wow. So next generation is palm tree. Oh. Come on, tell them to give you your portion. Come and buy palm tree. You should come and buy 100 hectares. Rotimi, people are listening to us. They are looking at all this. And not many people understand how powerful palm tree is, cash crop generally. But because we're talking about palm tree, I want you to help give us some, just in summary, educate us with numbers. Right now, people don't know that palm tree is more expensive than crude oil. People don't know that the two major players in the palm tree, Malaysia, Indonesia, they control about 80% of the market, but they came to Nigeria to come and collect the palm. People don't know that all the palm oil we produce in Nigeria, the whole country, is not even up to 50% of our local consumption. Not to even talk of export. So people don't know the possibilities. So run us through with data so that people can see why they need to be a part of this.
Thank you, sir. So the oil palm industry is so big that Malaysia has crude oil, and you can Google that. But you can't see them displaying their crude oil because they are more focused on their oil palm, and it's big and massive. Indonesia has stopped exporting their palm oil out, and that's putting India in a big trouble because India is one of the biggest consumers in the world. Why did they stop exporting? They started converting their oil palm to biofuel. And last year, or 2023, for the first time in the history of the world, Indonesia flew a commercial airplane with refined palm oil. You can Google that. Today, they produce lubricants from the palm oil to lubricate their vehicles and other. There are over 500 products that comes from the palm oil. And research from the World Wildlife Fund in Europe says that 50% of every product, 50% of products in supermarkets contains elements of palm oil. World Wildlife Funds. And this research is so big that by 2030, the global oil palm market will be over $120 billion. And that is increasing. Now let's come back home. Nigeria still imports over 350% of the oil palm consumed locally. We still import the palm oil. Why do we import the palm oil? Because there's virtually nobody in this room today who has nothing to do with palm oil today. From our beautiful ladies with their lipsticks, to your lotion, to your pharmaceuticals, to your food. There are elements of palm oil in your daily life. To your toothpaste, except for those who did not brush today. And I know there is no one. So you cannot actually go through your day without the palm oil. So Nigeria still imports over 350% of the palm oil consumed. Who consumes this palm oil? Companies like Unilever, PZ, most of the multinationals who produce pharmaceuticals and our daily FMCGs. Now, by statistics, CBN says that Nigeria would generate over $60 billion from oil palm alone. But we need over 1 million tons in production. And that is not a farm of 500,000 hectares. That is not a farm of 500,000 hectares. So if we have done 8,000 hectares, we are not scratching nothing yet. The biggest player in the market today, Presco, has 80,000 hectares. Presco is the biggest. Presco did over 198 billion last year in revenue from oil palm. And I make due to challenge a friend in the real estate, which real estate company in Nigeria did 198 billion from palm oil. The market is so big and the opportunity is so wide that all of us can key into it. And the history I've learned from my village, growing up, the then Western government, Awolowo planted 19,000 hectares across 9 communities in my village. From Okitukupa to Irele to all the communities, 19,000 hectares. That was a major sustainability for the entire community. But the oil palm was abandoned when oil came. And when I came from from UK, I went to meet the government, went to the MD of the Okitukupa Oil Palm PLC and rented some part of that farm. And that's how we started revamping from. And today, those palms are back to life, abandoned over 10 years. Today, Okitukupa Oil Palm PLC is back to the Nigeria Stock Exchange after 10 years of abandonment. I meant but to also tell you that there is no business you abandon for 10 years and come back to meet it. The oil palm was abandoned for 10 years. They came back and it's still producing. Either you like it or not, the oil palm will be producing. And it's sustained for over years. So, the wisdom that we all can key it in today is to own real estate in Lagos, own residential real estate, but very much important, own agricultural real estate. Because from our analytics, agricultural real estate is far more profitable than even your residential real estate. I live in Omole Estate. A 5-bedroom duplex is about 800 million. And per annum rent is 25 million. And 25 million, if I have done rent, it will take me over 30 years to recoup my capital from rental. If I take 800 million to my village, I will buy over 1,000 acres. And by calculation and projection by NIFOR, Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, at an average of 3 million profits per annum from 1 hectare, I will do 3 billion naira per annum from my 1,000 hectares.
From 1 acre.
From my 1,000 hectares. So which is more profitable? The farmer in the village, you are going home for December and you buy bread for them.
3 million from 1 acre.
3 million from 1 hectare.
Not 1 hectare.
No, their projection as at 2-3 years back. But as at date, it's over 6 million per hectare. So that's over 6 billion per hectare. So in my village, while you are young and you are in secondary school, your father will give you a farmland to plant oil palm. By the time you are done from secondary school, you can employ a bank manager. I can tell you. With 5 hectares, you are making a lot of money. So there's so much wealth in the oil palm industry, and it has come for long years. This industry has been sustained over 200 years. So in case we think this can fail. And lastly, let me say to this. There's risk in agriculture. We all are aware of that. But this is one of the lowest area where you have risk in agriculture. You plant once and for a lifetime. And it can fruit for over 70 years. And not just fruiting for over 70 years. This tree is so agile that it can sustain itself. Now, I knew poultries that were in that same local government when I was growing up. But I'm not sure any of them survived 5 years. And none of us who are abroad, we want to invest back home in agriculture. It's good. But what I'm trying to say is, understand the risk in agriculture before investing in agriculture. And the way you can go about the risk, invest in the lower risk area, like the oil palm. When your revenue is coming out, diversify into your passion, which is the higher risk area. So for example, if I have a 50 hectare, or let's even take a Presco. If Presco, with their 198 billion, if they decide to diversify into poultry today, they can build a 50,000 birds pen without taking loan from any bank. And they don't have any feeling if all the birds die. Because they are spending from their profits and not taking their capital to invest in the riskier portfolio in agriculture. So you can invest in oil palm sustainably and then diversify into other areas in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Now you are seeing the power in the palm tree opportunity, and you are seeing in the investment club a strategy that can give you the money. So if you are sitting down here right now and you tell me you don't have 9 people in your life that you can join together and trust, that you need deliverance, we need to hand you over to the deliverance team for 7 days dry fasting. Hey, my guy, hey, girlfriend, all the relationships you have, so lay your man on that year. You have done 25 years, a quarter of a century in your life. You don't have 9 people you can come together to be putting 10,000, then something is fundamentally wrong with you. And when you join the group of, I don't trust anybody, it's an indictment against you. You don't trust anybody. The flights you took from Abuja to Lagos, your cousin was the pilot, Abi. Because we make statements that we have not thought through. Are you trustworthy? To him that is pure, all things are pure. So you need to begin to think of how to collaborate. Join people together. You see, 21 years, they are still here. And you never know what you can achieve until you try. And I believe that you're going to do that. So, Morenike, we want to get some more insights. Now, we have heard that you people started, that you do shares, that you started diversifying. Now we have known that you are the strict one that doesn't want them to be spending money. So, have you guys ever lost money before in an investment? How did you undo that? And then you were speaking about the fact that one of you have passed on to glory. And so what are the structures you have put in place to ensure that there's sustainability? So The person has passed on now. Are the children and family going to take over now? So what's the next generation? So we need to hear about that. So those two things. Have you lost money before? How are you able to manage that? Then what's the sustainability plan? Your children, somebody passes on. How does that work?
Thank you, sir. So I think what we have tried to do over the years is that we have been patient. So, and one thing you keep saying is that wealth takes time. It's not what you just suddenly acquire overnight. So even when we saw losses staring at us, we waited. And that was the case of the shares. So there was a time like the 2008 where shares went down dramatically, and then it was going to be a loss. But like what Bridget had said, what is the purpose that we want? We have a constitution, and the constitution is that we invest to make money. And because maybe we were all working and we're still working, so it's not that we needed the money at that point in time. So we said, you know what? We will wait it out. We will not sell. So we waited. And then years after, that same shares that was going to be a loss to us if we had sold became a profit. And that profit, we were able to take it out. We sold our shares and we plowed it into real estate. So I think one thing that has worked for us, and I want to advocate, is you wait. Be patient. Don't say that, you see the money, you know what, we've made so much money in just a few years, let's bring it out. And no, let us plow it back. And I think that's the only real loss that we had done, because for every of that investment, we have continued to plow it back. So like what we had done in 2002, we said, you know what, we had these excess funds and we had not put it into any asset. Let us convert it to dollars, and then when we see any opportunity, we will take hold of it. With hindsight, we never could have imagined that dollars was going to move. Naira was going to move from 400 to 1,900 before dropping down to 1,004. But we just did it as at that time. All because we all agreed we were not going to spend. So we converted those monies. So that money is what is now building other children that we are using. So over the years, we have not had such a substantial loss because of our strategy of waiting in out. So even when we see the loss, we will not plunge into it and say, no, we'll be afraid. And that's what wealth is all about. We build it over the years, so we haven't. In terms of sustainability, one thing along the years, we've had other people come in, but at one point in time, we just realized that, look, their values and what they believed in did not agree with us. And when they said they wanted to exit, we said, fine. So as at that point in time, we put at it and said, what have you put into this club? What is the investment you have put? How has it matured over the time? We assess it. So at one point in time, it's also good to also get professionals. So we got an accountant. So the accountant did all the accounting of all our statements, and then we were able to agree on what percentage the person who wanted to exit was able to exit. So we accounted, and then we paid her, so she was able to get our investment. So what we have done is we have what everybody is entitled to. So yes, we have the shares, and we say that, okay, Morenike, you're entitled to X amount number of shares. Bridget, you have, and that's how we've been able to do it. And today, if anybody wants to exit, but so far we've not had, we can try it with that. This is the value of your shares, and then we'll look at it. But because of the investment we've done, it's going to be difficult for you to say, then you have to wait. And that's part of the constitution. So we don't have a constitution that would allow you to just break up and say you want to go. No. There is, if you want to, we already have it in real estate. We have about 2 real estate, not a problem. Then you have to wait for us to sell the property, and then, but even at that, why would you? And I think even for one of us, somebody had to buy out that person. I said, okay, no problem, I will buy you out. So the difference, but I think what is key is you must have a strong constitution that will be binding on everybody, and you can't break that constitution.
You didn't speak about the lady that passed on.
Okay, the lady that passed on. So the same thing happened. So when we had done the accountant had done our books, and he said this is the percentage that is allotted to everybody, totaling 100%. So that one we now sold. Then then the shares wasn't, if I can remember, it wasn't a bad sale. So we sold some shares, and then we had one of us who took part of what that person was entitled to, gave the money to the investment club, and that was how we were able to pay the person, and so we passed it on to the family. We gave those funds to the family of the deceased.
Wow.
Then.
So, well, wrapping up now. Now, so in total, you guys started with 10 people. So are you still 10 now? And so, yeah.
So we're just having a side whatever. We were actually 12 when we started, right? One person, one person opted out when she left the company. Then the next person wanted to go out because she was relocating. So for each exit person, there was a calculation of what you're worth at the time, and then we paid off. So that's now. Then we lost one person, so that's 3. So now we're 9. Yes, we're 9 right now.
Wow.
Yeah, we're 9.
Okay, so what's your final word for us? Just for...
My final word will be just start, because sometimes you think that you came to the party too late, or you think if I'd known this 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever, I would have done better, I could have, would have, should have, but when you hear the information, it's the next best time to start. So we're here today. We started 20 years ago. I'm sure when we were starting, there were people who had already done it, because I'm sure we're not the first to have started this. But I don't even know that when we started, we were thinking of 20 years ahead type of, it was just like a month-on-month, year-on-year, and 20 years already has gone by in a flash. So I would say start. Find the people that you can trust. Find the people who have like minds with you. Find the people that you are also looking to do good things with their lives, and come together, decide what you want, and start. Because before you know it, another 20 years, literally, it would go by in a flash. And you'll be thinking, if I had done this 20 years ago, where would we be now? So just start, figure out what you want to do, and go ahead and do what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, when you guys started, you were all in one company. People have left to different companies, people have relocated. So how are you able to keep that relationship? Because some of them are online now. So do you people really see, you don't see, you just do online? Or so?
Thank you, Dr. Olumide. We have a WhatsApp group, and that's how we stay connected. And we also had quarterly meetings. So whether you are abroad, or we look for the time that works for everyone, and we make sure then we connect with them online. I think the last meeting we had was at Pedro's house, yes. And then somebody is in Houston, somebody is in Geneva, they dial in. And then 2 people are in Abuja, and then the rest of us are in Lagos. So that's how we stay connected. Then events. So sometimes there are milestone birthdays, and we make the time. One of us turned 50 last year, and those who could make it, a couple of us were there in Houston to celebrate with her. So those are the things that we do to stay connected. So
that one you went to Houston now?
No, our money. Chairman no go agree. She know they agree spend money. So we be giving, 1 year.
We can't just carry private jet and go and return.
She will tell you that the amount that we used to rent that private jet, there's something to do with it. That is her reasoning. She never really allows us to spend money.
Wow.
So we are happy she's with us. Yeah. Because some of us will just be spending the money anyhow, but she's now the red tape. Yeah, so those are the things that we do to stay connected. I think I just want to add to the question you asked, Edo. I was looking into my phone. So because people, meet us in little buckets and ask questions. In my church, for example, I speak about this, my women's fellowship, I speak about this thing. So people come and meet you, okay, how do we start? We share the lessons. There's another group. So I've actually sort of spread myself into, I'm in other 3 investment clubs that are younger than this. I think the other one that was set up was in 2018, was what I was looking at. So I'm the oldest in that group. They're all younger than I am. But same thing, we're trying to model the framework of what, because like Edo said, starts. When people hear the story, they're like, okay, please join us so that you can guide us. So at some point, we had to say no. I had to say no to many, because when I join you, I'm also contributing. So I'm contributing in multiple places. So I'm spreading, and I know I'd reached my limit. So I think I've done, 2 others outside of the one that is the oldest. So others, I can be there, but I can guide you. So again, is how you look for the right. If you think that will give comfort to the rest of the group, you know, sometimes, okay, I can come in. Once the people have settled, I would exit and make sure that you guys are running. Just share the framework, and you guys develop it as you want. So that's other things that we're doing to help other people who would like to grow in the community. People try to join us even after we had these exits, but honestly, we just said there's really no need. There's no need, because you have gone into a certain level before you even calculate how much that person will now invest when we actually evaluate all of our assets. Even if the person can afford it, there was just that something to say, no, I think, you know, it's enough, but we're glad.
Just to add to what she said about people wanting to join, there was also a level of, what's the word now? There was a connection we had, that we had grown, you know, that bringing someone in at that time would have broken it, or would have tampered it in a way that would have probably messed up what we were trying to achieve. Because we had grown, I think people started wanting to come in maybe like in the 3rd or 4th year, and we had been through a lot of, you know, like the initial, okay, we're setting up, we're this, we're that, this is what we're going to do, this is not what we're going to do type of thing. And we had come to a point where we had all synced together. So yes, we had disagreements, but there was this sync, or there is this sync that we have. Sometimes our chairman just says, we're doing this. We will now say, yes, ma. Because we trust her enough to know that she will do right by us. Yeah, she's a fantastic one. Oh yeah, she deserves all of that and more. We trust her enough, she would have scrutinized it. She would have checked everything. And then she'll come and say, guys, I think this is a good thing. So most of the time, we don't even check too much. Maybe 1 or 2 questions, and we'll say, go ahead, chairman. And we know that it will always bring something. And even if it does, we trust her enough to know that she was not reckless with the decision. Because that's another thing. Somebody goes in good faith to do something, and it doesn't turn out right, and then you're now blaming the person, oh, it's you could have, should have, would have. But we have all leveraged on our strengths. We know that her strength is there. So we're giving it to her. And we keep teasing her, chairman for life. Yeah. So, yeah. Because when we started, truly, when we started, the constitution said we will rotate, you know, offices, secretary, and all of that. We just said, you know what, this is your calling. Without you. So yes, that's how we have been. So I just wanted to put that out there for if you're starting and all of that. Everybody, like success has many brothers, fathers, and sisters, right? So when you first of all want to start, there are going to be a lot of, do you think something, like doctor said, oh, women, can you people survive? Oh, this and that. And then when it was obvious that we are surviving, everybody now, or a lot of people now wanted to join. But at that time, you also need to decide what is working for you and what you want. Thank you.
Wow, amazing.
Just to say something, Doctor, just to say something to what she had said. So we bought a property, and about, I think, 3-4 years, we couldn't rent out the property because there were just issues with the property and here and there. And then I think it was only last year that we were able to let out that property. It wasn't even so much, but like she said, there was no day we just felt that, oh, why did we go into this property? But eventually we know that property is going to yield the desired expectation for us. But if you had not been if there had not been that consensus saying that, you know what, let us stay on this. Some people could have said, oh, it was a wrong decision. But hey, 4 years, there was no income. And we have already invested. But like we say, it's a journey. Wealth building is a journey. You have to be disciplined and you have to stay on the course.
Wow. Before we come to you, I just need to repeat this. In the School of Money University, there are 2 modules I created. One is how to run an investment club successfully. I put all the modules, everything, the constitution, what to look out for, how to register, everything is there. Then creating wealth creation networks. And the difference between a wealth creation network, so there are two modules in the School of Money University. So for those of you that got it or that will get it, you'll be able to learn all the constitution, everything you need. I put it in there in the university so that you'll be able to know how to do that. So now, finally, you guys have been talking about values. The value we share. I'm not trying, I'm a pastor. I'm not trying to say you have to be a Christian for something to work. But I would like it, what role does faith play in this? Because you guys are talking value. And sometimes we talk value, because we are Christians, we don't want to be quoting scripture. We are talking. So when you say value, because somebody comes in and the person is married, but she wants to do side chick. And she's part of it. She's married, but she wants to go and do tummy talk and do lipo and do bum. And they say, I never. So when you say value, what are the few things that you guys hold together that are values that has kept you? And does faith have any part to play in this? Is there any one of you of a different faith? So, yes, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, first of all, we're all Christians, right? So I'm grateful for that. And definitely faith plays a critical role. I think I mentioned that we've gone through, so each of us have had our different challenges. And at the quarterly meetings, we do those, we're vulnerable. And in those vulnerable times, vulnerable to say this is what's going on. And the anchor we have is to pray. And we have different phases. We have the prayer warriors amongst us who say, oh yeah, prayer warrior, deal with this issue. So from a faith level, I'm actually very happy that we're very aligned. Even though maybe our denominations are different, but in terms of the faith and our beliefs, we're very aligned. And I think Edo said something and it just clicked in my brain. We're authentic. We're very real and true to ourselves. Maybe because we started young and we knew frailties. So there's nobody carrying shoulder. You really know who each person is. So in terms of, she spoke about trustworthy. I want to believe that that is the word that can be used for everyone. So there's integrity. That's one value I would say we kind of have. Integrity in the sense that even when you cannot meet an obligation, you're coming to say, I can't meet this obligation now, but this is what I'm going to do to ensure I make up for it. And that's fine and okay for us because you're upfront. In terms of how we see lives and our values, it's very similar. We believe in the same thing. So you can't have someone that's a side, I don't want to use that word, but it doesn't align. We're not, it's not here. It's not here. It's not here. So we're not going to encourage that. So you're not going to say you're married, you're cheating. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I think that is an unspoken thing. It's not judgmental. It's just an unspoken thing. And that doesn't mean that we're perfect. So I'm not saying, so even though you have aligned values, areas of development, areas that need feedback, we know the right person that can speak to this person. We do offline feedback. And we share testimonies. Testimonies of successes and the journey to that success. Testimonies of failures and the lessons learned from those failures. Testimonies of our children. I had a child who went through a waiting period. I shared it on the group. And that helped other people, maybe who had children that were struggling in that area. That's how true we are. And so when Edo says, Morenike says, this is what we should do. You've shared your life with Morenike. You've seen Morenike's frailties. You trust, you know she has integrity. She's going to do. If I said, Bridget, hold this money, she's going to hold it. She's not going to spend it. So those are some of the values, that we have.
I mean, let's celebrate them. Before I come to Rotimi for the last word, I want to hear from you. Since you are there, I want you to speak to men for me. And I want you to speak to them from the perspective of allowing their women to shine. Because see, Bridget, right, was talking about how the husband sowed the seed of the first 100,000. I'm a pastor. I pastor thousands of people, and I know a lot of women whose lights have been dimmed because of the men they married. I pastor a lot of women that could have been 10 times what they presently are, but they have an insecure husband that will not allow them to shine. You guys are doing this, and of course I know, you people didn't want to mention the numbers, but I know you all are, you are big, you are rich people. God has blessed you all in the billion level, but you don't want to mention it because, you don't want to pay tax or, a new tax law has come now so that someone will not send them after you. But now, help me speak to men because your husbands have supported you. There are men that will say, you either choose this marriage or you choose those your girls. No, we cannot be suffering here. And you're telling me you have one money with some girl, go and sell everything. Or else this marriage, choose, and they will scatter your life. So please, help us speak to men. And
Okay, sir. Okay, one thing I would say, and I think we must appreciate all our husbands in the Gleaners. Please appreciate them. One thing that has worked for each and every one of us is that we've had supportive husbands. In fact, they jokingly tell us at times that we are not being fair on them, that we should also send them on holiday, use all the money. One thing I want to say is this, and my husband says this, and I think it is that he says in a home that God said, I will bless the home. He can now choose whom he would bless. But there is one thing he says, nobody can fight the headship. You as the man, you are the head of the house. There is no dispute about that. But God can choose to bless whomever in the house. And that is why he says that the two shall become one. So please, it might be that by virtue of association, by virtue of relationship, your wife might be exposed to opportunities. But by you saying that, no, because I'm the man, I don't want you to go ahead, invariably what you are doing is you are limiting the blessing of God upon your life. You know, there are times that we jokingly say, it's like, even if either of us, I know about husbands, if they say that either of us, we get a promotion and we get a house and we move to Ikoyi, our husband will still be the head. It doesn't matter who has the house or who has contributed most to that crime, to owning what you have. Because at the end of the day, and that's why to some extent, this tribe about the man is the head. There is no fight. Where a man is arguing that I'm the head of this family, there is a problem. There is a problem. Because being a man is not about money. There's so many things. Money is part of it. You take on your responsibility. But please give room to your wives to fly. Even the Bible says that whoever, he said your prayers will be answered when you make your wife happy. Give room to your wives to fly. There is somebody that, I can't remember who I read that when you give a woman a sperm, she multiplies it. Anything you give to a woman, she multiplies it. That is how God has ordained women. Whatever you give to them, they multiply it. You give them, it comes to the children. So when you give them the responsibility of, I want you to, whatever you want to do financially, please support them. And you will see how it would multiply. And in the process of that as well, it might be about maybe work. And it's like, hey, you do work, you are not home, doing your wifely duties. It's all about collaboration because a time will come. The children will be out of the house. It's going to be left with two of you. And the question is, how did you play your role as a man all through that journey of growth? You know, a lot of times they say, the woman have gone to do Omugo or whatever like that. Because the man seems to see that I'm not part of, it's not just about the money, but about supporting the woman. So everybody will see that my father was there. He was very present when we were all growing up. So it's not about that because you don't want your wife to maybe the work is so demanding, she cannot do some things at home. You say, because of that, come and sit down. Imagine, later in life. Because in life, work will stop. It is the two of you that will now be. And it is what you have planted over the years. It is what you have planted that will now become seeds that you would eat from. But if you have not planted, there is no seed to eat from. And like Dr. Olumide said, black tax. These generations of children that we have, they'll say, see, black tax. Because even they are still trying to settle down themselves. Talk less of saying that they now want to take care of you as their parents. So please, men, allow women to fly. God has ordained us. He has blessed us. Just try us. Just say go, and we would multiply. At the end of the day, it's to your glory. We jokingly say, we bear our husband's name. Everybody's son name here is our husband, not our middle name, but our husband's name. Let your name fly. Bear your woman. Praise the Lord.
Wow. So, Rotimi, let's wrap up with you. People need to know, like you said, there is no useless part of the palm tree. Every part of the palm tree is useful. And many times, which you've already spoken about, when people think of investment, they always think about risk. And it's supposed to be thought about because there is no risk-free investment. Investment is R and R, risk and return. You just need to wait. So someone is thinking, so just finally, why should I be a part of this Madiba palm tree farm? We are working together. You are the management partner. So why should somebody invest into it? Just finally speak to someone, encourage them on why they should be a part of this. And you've spoken about it before, but somebody's thinking, is the risk? What's the risk and all those stuff? The money we are collecting includes insurance for the crop, but just talk to them finally.
Thank you, sir. Just two things, credibility and capacity. The agro-real estate model has come to stay. We might have pioneered it, but it's spreading so large now. And I remember telling my team and our team of consultants in 2024 that affliction will arise again. And it arises because Nigerians invest stupidly. They won't seek for the right knowledge. They will invest emotionally. And they will come back to fight you emotionally. They will invest because it's my brother. They will not invest because they have the knowledge of what they are putting their money into. And so the relationship between Madiba and Asset Rise is one of such, just like our beautiful women have spoken about today, collaboration. Putting our strengths together to achieve what should be done and what should be done right. Dr. Olumide has been in the real estate space for years. He could do this on his own without seeking us. But in his meekness and humility, he came to our office. I mean, that was one of the most humbling experiences I've had in my journey in real estate. He drove down to the office by himself. And I was shocked when I was told out, Dr. Olumide is in the office. I said, are you sure? Snap and send his picture. Are you sure it's Dr. Olumide? But so humbling, because he wants to know, he wants to do it right. And that's why I know that Madiba will not fail, because whenever you decide to do something right, you go after the knowledge, you go after the skills, you go after the expertise, you are going to do it successfully. And so for Madiba, the first thing is credibility. Number two, the capacity. We have done this. I have over 2 decades of experience in this. And for what we are doing in Asset Rise, over 7 years, 27th of December, we paid ROI to our Ibadan Palm Ridge. We're a partnership with Nigeria Society of Engineers and so many of the other bigger organizations. We got funding from the UK House of Lords. And we have been able to pitch what we are doing to get all this support. So in terms of capacity, we have demonstrated it over the years. And now we are marrying that with his credibility, with his experience in real estate. And I believe that is going to be a very fruitful marriage that you want to be part of. So be part of Madiba and you can have your peace. Everything that needs to be done has been done. From insurance to getting the land right. I mean, despite doctors' conviction about what we are doing, they still went ahead to do all their search about the land with the ministry, with everything, to avoid troubles. And came back to challenge, wrote me this land, I'm seeing this thing on it too. Then we went back to the government, gave back all the claims, and the land is totally free from encumbrance. And you are getting a value that will be forever productive for you. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that the way to celebrate, celebrate, celebrate? Okay, so we want to wrap up now. Questions. So if you have any question you have written down, we're going to take about 40 minutes to answer questions. If you have any question for me or any question for them, either for Rotimi or for any of the amazing ladies from the investment club, the floor will be open. So we're going to do that for 40 minutes. So timer, give us 40 minutes to do that, and then we'll close for the day. So do you have any question? Okay, please write it down. But while we are waiting, microphone guys, can you just let somebody help us with microphone while we are waiting? But I'll prefer you to write it down so that we'll not spend too much time. So who has the mic? Yeah, so just, there's someone there. So maybe we'll get somebody else to have mic so that two of you will be doing it. But if you've written it down, you can pass it on. Ushers can go around. So please, please, just tell us your name and go straight to the point. Don't greet me. Don't appreciate me. Don't explain anything. Just go straight to the question so that we won't save time. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Okay, sorry, sir. My name is Samuel Barindi.
Okay.
And I'm a student. So the question I want to ask is, how do I put myself among the set of people that have the same value with me? That's my first question. And the second question is, in terms of investment, how do I break it down? You know, when I need money, how will I put, okay, this money I'm going to use it for spending, this money for investment. Because as for me, what affects me from investing is, I see investment as you put money to get cash to do something. Maybe there's something happen unknowingly. So how do I put it? Because they say they don't need to touch the money. What if something happen that I need big money, and really from there, will I suffer the loss and leave the money there? Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
powerful, amazing. Now, how do you identify people of the same value with you? Number one, identify your own value. So you need to be able to have a physical and then mental, because it starts with conscious until you become unconscious. So there's what we call conscious competence or conscious knowledge. There's what we call unconscious competence or unconscious knowledge. So you have to sit down first and start from the conscious. What are my values that I want to live by? So you document it. I want to be honest and truthful. I want to be prompt and timely. I want to be respectful. I want to be loving and caring. So you list out your values. So once you have listed out the values you want to live by, and you start living by that value, it becomes easy to identify it in somebody else. So that's where it starts from. Identify your own value and live by it. And one thing about life is that it is magnetic. Whatever values you live by, with time, people of the same value, is law of attraction. We start gravitating towards you. You just realize that when you are talking to people, when you make statements or you say things, the people that have the same value with you will respond the same way. Some people will say things that you're like, is that what you think? You know that this kind of person, I can't relate to them. So that's the way it works. Identify yours and then begin to use that as a screening for those that you will be bringing into your inner circle. And please note, everybody is important. The Bible says God created us, even the wicked, for the day of destruction. So don't discard anybody. Everybody is important, but they don't have to be in your inner circle. So your values is what determines who will be your inner circle. But being a good and kind person makes sure that you relate with everybody. even if it's to be able to be a blessing to them. Number two is, how do you come to a point where you're able to now have money to invest? It begins with applying the laws of wealth. Savings is one of the laws of wealth. Delayed gratification is one of the laws of wealth. So continue to save. And how do you know what to save? Apply what we call the 30-70 principle. For every money that comes into your life, a minimum of 10% of that money must be saved. So if you start with just 10%, as you're bringing in your tithe, you're also bringing in another 10%. In 1998, in this same church, when I understood wealth creation, I came to this church and I told them, from today, all of you go and open accounts. As you are bringing tithe, be saving 10%. Don't be bringing tithe without savings. Start saving 10% of your money. And we started with Ashaka Cement. Started buying shares just like they did in 1998. And we did that for 5,000 naira per month. So these are things we have practiced. So it's not that we're just coming here to tell you stories. And that's why we're bringing other people to show you how it works. I did that, and with 5,000 in 5 years, people were becoming millionaires. You do 5,000 every month, in 5 years, come and collect 1,070,000. And that's how we've helped people to become millionaires and billionaires. So it's as simple as that. Minimum of 10% must be saved. I should be looking at 20-30 actually. Try and do 30%. But if you cannot do, just say minimum of 10%. When you save 10% of your income every month, you will have enough money to maximize opportunity when they come. God bless you. Your name and straight to the question.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Ojo Isaac. I have two questions. First is, if I invest today in the Madiba, when is my 5 years waiting period going to start? Secondly, documentation. Do we get to have documentations for the procurement to show us what we have, and can be handed over to whoever we want to hand it over to in case of transgenerational issues? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that will be the last question from any microphone. I have enough here. So, please, one of the reasons why we designed the brochures that we give to you is because they are already what we call frequently asked questions that we know that people will ask. We started this with a pre-launch for people within our network, and we had a lot of questions asked already that we have answered. So I will ask that you please, I will answer you, but take time to study the two brochures we've given to you. If you don't have those brochures, don't leave here without we have enough. Collect the brochure so that you can study it. Our phone numbers are there. The office lines are there. You can then call. If you still need more clarification, you can then send an email. So the reason why we said 5 years, your 5 years starts from when you pay. The particular breed of palm kernel nut we are planting is called the Tenera breed. And it actually begins to fruit around the end of the 3rd year into the 4th year. So from the 4th year, it should actually start fruiting. The reason why we did 5 years is because we know that we are launching in January 2026. And we know that the first 1 year, we may not be able to plant all that we need to plant, because, for instance, now, we bought the land in October. As at now, we have done the perimeter survey. We are now doing the clearing of the land. I think we are just at 11 hectares now out of 1,000. To clear the land alone is going to be like 5 to 6 months. Do you understand? And we cannot plant palm tree every time. You can only plant it ideally twice a year, April and later. So we are working towards April. So we trust that from the pre-launch and from what you people are going to buy between now and March, that's why we give people 90 days. So we want to plant in April. So for us, the 5 years started now. Do you understand? But when you get your letter, I'm giving you the behind the scene now. When you get your letter, your 5 years starts from the day you complete your payments. But it's part of our USP. We under-promise and over-deliver. So when we actually said 5 years, at the back of our mind, we are planning to shock people by giving them something at that point. So because if we're able to plant this year now, then we should be able to be, so that's the way it works. Then documentation. Once you pay, you are going to get a receipt. The day you complete your payment, maximum of 30 days after you complete your payment, you're going to get a contract of sale that will itemize all the terms and conditions. The terms and condition on the application form is the same term and condition that will be on your contract of sale. Because by experience, before you pay, you will sign. So that by the time I give you the contract of sale, you will not say you are not aware. So it's already there. You have already signed it, but we are just bringing it as a legal document to now say this is the contract of sale. You have finished your payment. Once you get that document, then you wait until it's time to do allocation. For the allocation, we don't know when it will be. Because like I told you, we'll clear the land, we'll do the nursery, and allocating land in farm is not like you are buying land in an estate. It's a farm. So once the allocation time is ready, we will now invite you for allocation. But if you read the brochure, the farm is there. We already have people employed. You can go there and check. We have the document. You can go and check in Ogun State. We have the survey. We have all the document. You can be visiting the farm every month or every quarter to go and see by yourself what's happening. Do you understand that? God bless you. Okay, so let's run through this. I told you to please make it legible. I'm saying Chinese language here. Okay, I am Diaolu Daniel by name, a student of OAU studying accountancy. How can I get involved in the palm tree offer as a student who doesn't have much savings now and then? I work with corporate on cover. How can I use my experience to do a personal business? Okay, so now you are a student. You see, now what you have is information. So you now know that there is an opportunity for palm tree. So the next thing you can now do is to use your association to profit from the information. So now you know there is a palm tree. So even if you cannot buy, you can now register as a realtor. Join the realtor for free. We'll now train you. You now call your father, your mother, your uncle, your cousin, your landlord, your neighbor, your auntie, and everybody will say, uncle, then you give them the brochure, and then you begin to see if you can. So if you can sell to them, you will get 10% commission. From your own commission, that means if you sell 10 acres now, you get 1 free 1 acre. So that's how it's. So as a student, that's what you can do. Number 2, to Mr. Rutimi, who are the insurance company or companies managing the insurance of Madiba Palm Tree Farm? Okay, so now, Madiba Palm Tree Farm is not what you are insuring. It is the palm tree we are insuring. No. We are not insuring your land. It's the palm tree we are insuring. And the palm tree does not exist yet. Do you understand? So we are collecting money for you for insurance. We are insuring the palm tree, not insuring the land. Because land is not going anywhere. So it's just going to answer you. So keep it with the insurance that has been insuring what is already existing. So, sorry, hold on to that. Good afternoon, sir. My question is, what is the minimum amount to lock down 1 acre? Now, please listen. 1 acre is 6 million if you are paying within 90 days. Paying within 90 days means you have to pay between now and March. That 6 million must be completely paid within now and March. For that one, any amount you have, just lock it down. Fill the form and do what? And lock it down. So even if it's 100,000, you submit the form with 100,000. Your slot will be reserved. By the end of 90 days, your slot is cancelled if you don't pay. You enter the 8 million level. But if you are doing the long term, which is 8 million per acre, you have to pay 20%. Because now we have to wait for 1 year. 6 months to wait for it. So when we get your 20% minimum, it can give us enough to now do your nursery and go ahead and plant, even though we know your money is coming. Do you understand? So if you are doing the 90 days, minimum is any amount you have. But if you are doing the 6 months, 20% is the minimum. To start an investment in stocks, how do I start with little or no experience? Is there any book to read? There are a lot of trainings online, there are a lot of things, but I will advise you to get the books that we have introduced to you today. You can get the School of Money. It covers almost everything. And those basic knowledge will help you to then know how to proceed. As we are seated here, can we have 5 other persons to key into the 6 million palm investment. Okay, so this person is trying to raise partners from here. You guys have to locate yourself by yourself so that you will not say it's Olumide money. Did you open an account for the group or one of your accounts? So this question is for the investment club. So they want to know if you open an account, so that you'll be keeping it. If you have an account that the group is using or it's somebody's account you people are using, so I'll come back to you. Please, can the ladies give us access to their constitution? So they will let us know. I came from an agrarian settlement in Ondo State where we are majorly into palm oil production. I reside in Ibadan and I bring the palm oil down from my village, but I'm yet to meet up with the market demand due to insufficient capital to buy more from my people in the village. I'm even right now in the room with my products, well branded or Basi oil. So how can you be of help? So this person is even testifying now that they came from Ondo, they have plenty oil, but now they can't meet up with the market demand. Because people are asking for it, but they don't even have money to buy more. So how can I help you? I'm ready to palm oil. So I will have said, maybe I want to invest, but thank you so much, sir, for your time today. How were you able to transit from relationship that could not impact you financially to having strategic relations that have great economic impact to your life? Now, you see, one thing you need to understand is that relationships are dynamic and fluid. So, just like we had with the ladies, they were all staff of a company, they were not managers or people, but over time they have grown. So, don't go into a relationship because of what you are going to benefit. Let value and purpose be what connects you to people. And with time, you understand, most of those relationships, we just celebrated 30 years of this church. I've been pastoring this church for 30 years. But 30 years ago, when I was to start, myself, Samadiyemi, Polade Francis, many of us, we all just starting. Nobody knew. We did not know that 30 years would be like this. We didn't know. We were all just starting, that God called us, let's just start. But we've been on together for 30 years. Do you understand now? Doing ministry, going through all kinds. But there are people we started with the same 30 years ago that are no more in ministry now. So it's not about what you are going to gain. There was even nothing to gain from each other. We're all struggling. It was only maybe Paul that was still, he's from a privileged family, came from America. But we are local. Hello, but so don't think of, just be good. Have relationship. And if everybody grows together with time, then you can have the quality people coming from there. Because many times you are thinking, and I had that issue when I was a young pastor. I used to pray in those days, oh Lord, bring millionaires to my church, bring billionaires. I'll be praying that prayer and I have poor people around me. Because I thought that, so one day the Holy Spirit said, what kind of prayer are you praying? I should bring them. Okay, so somebody will raise them and lose them and they will now come to you. He said, the billionaires are in front of you here. The billionaires are there. Help them to become millionaires. I said, okay. So I focus. And today now, so me too, I have members now that people are praying to say, oh Lord, I want that kind of member. But they can't go anywhere because this is where they were made. You understand? So, can you please shed light on the seaports being built in Ogun State and what it means for real estate sector? Technology and infrastructure eliminates villages. So you don't need any revelation. Anytime there is a development in any aspect, everything in that area will blossom. So just plug in. After buying land for palm, investment, who is going to be the owner of the land? Can we decide to sell the land later? All these questions are answered in the brochure. You are the owner of the land forever. It's your land. We are not the owner of the land. You are going to get a survey for your land. You're going to get a deed of assignment for your land. It's all part of what you are paying for. So you own the land 100% outrightly forever in your lineage. And the land will continue to appreciate. But the palm oil we are planting on it You are the owner of the land. We are now bringing in our expertise to help you plant on your land, sell the palm oil, and make money. That is what we are sharing. You are the owner of the land. Now, the contract you are signing is that nobody will cut down the palm tree for the next 40 years. So before that palm tree can be cut down, it's 40 years. And you know that in 40 years' time, me, I'm already 100 years or whatever. So I'm not going to be there to be discussing. So it is the contract now that you will be fighting yourself. If you want to, I want to cut, you cannot cut. You cannot cut. It's not 40 yet. Baba, Olumide Ngbaye wants to pay. So you'll be talking. So it's 40 years. So you cannot cut down the tree. And when that 40 years time comes, depending on what the world will be like in those days, all of you that are in the group, you have to now form a quorum, which is 70%. 70% of everybody in that farm must agree that it should be cut down. Why? Because we are going to be spending an average of about 2.5 billion building the factories and the mills. So the security of investing 2.5 billion to build a world-class mill is that you have supply for 40 years. Do you understand? So that's this. So if you now cut the tree, the factory will be useless in the bush now because there will be no raw material for the factory. So that's why you cannot cut. So that's the business model. Can you sell? Of course, it's your own. You can sell it anytime. So if you do it now, and in 5 years' time, you say you want to sell at 100 million, it's your land. It's your palm farm. But you are going to sell to whoever you want to sell with the same terms and conditions that we give to you. Then you will now pay us 10% of that money. Any amount you are selling, we are going to collect 10% to now do the transfer. Because we now have to do documents for the person. We have to now open file for the person. So you will now pay 10%. So if you sell at 100 million, you give us 10 million out of that 100 for us to help you do the, so that's the way it works. How do I get investors for my educational technology project? I've taken the first and primary step, like business registration, trademarking, and business plan. Getting investors is my challenge. How do I go about it? Start with your immediate network. Sometimes we are looking for people that are very far off. Start from your immediate network, because sometimes the investment that you are looking for is already around you. And I always say this, for many of us, we have learned in a hard way. Sometimes when you don't have money, it's a blessing. I'm telling you, because many of you, when you have money, you will have wasted the money before you now realize that, I should have done this, I should have done that way. So now that you don't have the money, start with the investment itself, start with the business, start with the idea. Because every big vision has a small version. So start with a version you can undo now and let it grow organically. Than to go and collect money from investor, because that investor thing, the investor can bring money now and say they want to collect 60%. And you will sell your destiny only to realize later that you should not have done that. What is the average turnover if someone gets 1 acre of palm tree investment for 1 year? There is no 1 year. We are not doing investment here. So it's not palm tree investment, it's a farm. So there is no return on investment. If you want to do palm tree for 1 year, palm tree, does it grow in 1 year? So you don't start 1 year. It's not 1 year we're talking here. This is not for, people that want to do Subo, CBEX, MMM. No, that's not what we are doing here. Hello? So it's not an investment. It's a farm. You are buying a land and we are farming on the land. So it's not an investment that you now say you want to be collecting money every year. No. Once you put money in the land, we plant on it, it will take 5 years for it to start producing annual income for life. So let me answer the one you are talking now. We have answered you. It's just that people have not read the brochure. Now, that 5 years' time, let me help you now. You are now saying, what is now the return? Because you see, people like, what percentage will I be getting? There is no percentage. It's not an investment. Because, he said something earlier on that you will get later, that affliction will arise again. He said that. What he's trying to say is, you see the problem you are seeing in real estate now, where they are saying that people have sold land without allocation, people are buying receipts. It will happen in farm. That's why I told you that our farm is the most expensive, because we know what we are doing. See, most of the people you are buying farm from, in that 5 years' time, when the palm tree is now ready, that's when they will realize that there is nowhere to process it. Because they are not thinking of the mill now. They are just collecting money, buying Jeep, and going to Canada with your money. So in that 5 years' time, affliction will now arise. They will now call all of you into a meeting and say, we have the palm tree now, nowhere to sell. We need to mill it. We want to build a mill. They will now be charging you fresh money at that time. So be careful. So what we are saying is this. 1 acre will give you 60 palm tree. 1 hectare will give you 150 palm tree. It's 10 palm tree per plot. And the plot is 500 square meter times 6. So for 1 acre, you have 3,000 square meter. For 1 hectare, you have 7,500 square meters. But now listen. 1 palm tree, will give you an average of 25 liters of palm oil. 25 liters per tree. So 25 liters times 60 is what will come out of 1 acre. 25 liters times 150 is what will come out of 1 liter. Now, if we use the present market as at 2025, that's 2025 we just passed. So that means if you have 1 acre and you have 25 liters times 60, you're going to be getting like 3 million for 1 acre. Like 6.5 million for 1 hectare using 2025. But we are not there yet. We don't know how much it will be in 2029. Do you understand? So, but at that point, that's what will come out. So, whatever the price will be at that point, that is the mathematics we are going to all deal with. So that's why we are now saying to you, because some of you now, some people now say, what do you mean by 40%? So what we are trying to say is, if we look at what you are bringing now, you are bringing 6 million, and the 6 million, if we follow now, if the palm tree was available now, you're going to be getting like 2 million, 2.5. What we are now saying is that from your present investment in this business, you are going to be getting an average of about 40% return. It doesn't mean we are giving you 40%. We're just giving you an idea of how it works. So by that time, we don't know whether palm oil will be up or down. So whatever it is, 25 liter times 60, 25 liter times 150. Do you understand? And guess what? Once you join by next year now, so this year now, there will be quarterly report. Next year, there will be annual report. Then in 2029, we are not going to start annual general meeting. There's no meeting now because there's nothing to meet about. We'll be giving you a report. But we have a back end, a dashboard, where everybody will be there. So everything will be open. There's a real life dashboard. So whether you are in London, you are in America, you are in Canada, you will see everything there. How much was done, everything. Audited accounts, everything. So fear not. Madiba Pantry, how many years of investment? When will the benefit or profit start coming in? Like how much will be paid? Answered. I'm not clear with the 100K initial deposits and 100K yearly deposits. Before registering the club, how did you keep the money without an accountant? What they said, so that we not waste time, is that they were doing 13,000, but they started with 100,000 bulk initially, and then 13,000 that increased to 15 to 20. But what they do is every year they do 1 bulk, and then the remaining month they continue. So, for starter, who want to start an investment club, how do you identify the investment you need to go into? Also, when you started the club, did any one of you have the knowledge of investment that guided you? No, they have answered all this. What strategy or method do you use to finish a book in 1 week? How do I get a trusted stockbroker that can assist in investment? Finish a book in 1 week. Okay, I think Wisdom was talking about ChatGPT and AI. So, and that's what he was mentioning. How do I get a trusted stockbroker that I can invest? Is Kenny in the house? Keneje, please come. So let me introduce you to my stockbroker. So I have two stockbrokers. This is one of them. And she just happened to be my last born, our last sister, my sister. So this is my biological sister. So she's my stockbroker. I have two of them, and she's been managing my portfolio. So anything stock, the way you trust me, trust her 100%. So she's a stockbroker. And then one of the things they do in their company is that they help you. So if your father have died 30 years ago, 40 years ago, or anything, if you want to know whether your father has money in the stock market, so that's their USP. They help people to dig out all expired and dead stocks as far back as when stock market started in Nigeria. Yeah. So that's what they do. So they've done that for people up to Dangote. So they're not small people. Don't look down now. Our big babes, you know. So go and tell them to put it on the screen. Guys, put her phone number on the screen. So she's Kenny. So if you want to know, just tell her, help me check this family name. So they can go and check whether your father bought a Coca-Cola in 1975 that they forgot, or all those things. So they check all dead dividends. So if you see any dividend in your house that you don't understand, just gather and give it to them. They'll go and search it for you and bring it out. So that's one of them. The second one is also one of my sons, a pastor. So those are the two stockbrokers I use, and they have been doing amazingly well. For someone that have interest in pantry investment, but did not have such amount for the investment, what can such person do? Collaborate. That's what we're talking about. If you don't have the money, you should have friends so that you put the money together, or you join the investment, the Realtor group for free, and you make money. My name is Timothy, gathering 5 to 10 people to do 10 to 20K per month to generate 100K monthly. The question is, at that point, what are the examples of investments or one can venture into? And when buying shares, for example, do we register the organization to create a joint account, or one person can create the account that we use for the investment? Well, I'll give it to them again to add to their own. Then how can I meet you for financial counseling? How much will it cost me, sir? Just the play. Okay, we are good. Where is microphone for? Let's wrap up. We're closing now. Yeah, so Rotimi. And let's finish with Rotimi. We'll come to you. Yeah.
So the insurance company, currently we use mutual benefit insurance.
Please, listen, yeah?
Currently we use mutual benefit insurance. We also have a relationship coming up with the Nigeria Agricultural Insurance Corporation. Theirs is cheaper and more structured. So with that too, Madiba is also going to be doing insurance with the Nigeria Agricultural Insurance Corporation. And lastly, Doctor also was mentioning about the affliction. Please, to your families and to your friends, a lot of persons are going to lose money investing in agriculture. A lot of persons. Because they are not going to do it right. A lot of persons are already using agro real estate investment as a cash flow, and the bubble will burst. So please, follow Who Know Road. Follow Madiba, because the structure is spelled out, not people that will collect your money. I mean, you can sell 3,000 hectares, but farming 3,000 hectares is not beans. Thank you.
So, Morenica, so let's wrap up with you. Yeah.
Quick one. Timothy, you are asking if you generate 100K monthly. The question is, at what point, what are the examples of investment you can venture into? Doctor have already given us the different classes of. One thing that is critical is that you must have knowledge. You must know what you are venturing into. You don't go into any investment blindly. So knowledge is critical. You must know what you are going into. If you want to venture into shares, know the company you are buying into, because it's like you are owning that company. What is that company into? What is their profit over? What has been their dividend policies? So those are the things. So you have to be educated yourself, and that's one of the things they have taught us. Knowledge is key, and then follow Who Know Road. Doctor have introduced us to a stockbroker. Please engage professionals. So you must have the knowledge yourself, but you must also engage people who know, so that they can add to what you know, and then you can make very good investment decisions. So that is very key. It's not the amount. The amount is important, but what is more important is the knowledge and knowing what to go into. So there is shares, there is real estate, but it's still dependent on the capital you have to grow into it. Doctor have said it in so many of his messages. If you do not have the initial to go into real estate, you can go into shares, you build monies from there, and then you can divert it into real estate. And then he said, for example, do we register the organization or create a joint account, or one person create the account? Please, it's better, you must have an account. It's very key, because all the investments we have done as an investment club, it's in our investment name. It doesn't belong to one person. It's an investment club. So yes, you must open an account, so you can open a current, a savings, or an investment account. It's very key. If you are going to deal in shares as well, you must open that shares account in the company's name. So please, you must register the investment club. Can you have access to our constitution? Yes, you can have, but there is no email address. So even if we want to share, we cannot share it. So I don't know, maybe that will be organized.
Okay, send it to me.
Okay,
and then
sir. We'll send it, doctor. We'll send the framework that you can work with.
Yeah, we'll put it on a platform. We'll work it out.
Okay, sir.
Just so send it to me. Since all of you have registered, we'll probably send a link to access it. So, yeah.
Did you open an account for the group or one of your accounts? I've not said that. We opened an account and we still have the account running. Lastly, before registering the club, how did you keep the money without an account? So for the first 6 months, we kept it with one of us that we had mentioned. Her name is Chichi. We kept it in an account. When the account was duly registered by one of us, the husbands of one of us, when it was duly registered, we now transferred the money we had been contributing over the months into that account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to especially say thank you to every one of you for spending time this long. If you paid, maybe we'll have given refreshments. But I just thought that someone so my brain, the way my brain works. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all. If you can make it to the Entrepreneurship Academy, take down 1 week off to come equip yourself. It will do a lot in your life. The books and all the materials are available. We're going to close right now. And please note, I'm going to be taking like 5 minutes to try to, see my guest off. And 5 minutes after, I'm going to be back. There will be a chair on the altar, and I'm going to be autographing books. So please, if you want me to autograph, you have to be on a queue, and then I'm going to autograph the books for everyone. I'm going to be here for 1 hour to do that. So after 1 hour, I'm leaving this place. So I'm going to autograph the books, and please, when you are coming for the autograph, if you want to take picture, that's the time to take the picture. I will not autograph, then you start calling for picture. No. So as I'm autographing, you stand by my side, they will take the picture at the same time so that we can manage the time, because I also need to rest. Yeah. So God bless you all. Thank you very much. I'll see you. Go and prosper.